Hello, 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 everybody. And welcome back to another edition of People Mildly Criticize Nintendo and Soy Boy Takes It Personally. And I've got some venting. I've got some venting to do today. I watched what was it? Can I get the thing? Thank you. Can I get the thing? All right. I was watching another World Cup game. It was France versus Spain this time. France fumbled the ball so hard. This is France. This is the ball. That's how it felt. That's how it felt. Shut up. That's how it felt. Mbappe, the Mbappe, fumbled the bag so terribly that now I have to take out my frustrations on the innocent people. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So, I got 3 people on the docket today on this hasty drama Tuesday. So, France did not rig the match, apparently. They fumbled the bag so hard that Spain was the one that rigged it this time. I've got 3 videos lined up for you all today. Well, technically 4, but it's from 3 different people. So, I feel like, for this first one, if we want to talk about a guy who is, I feel like I could have covered in the Art of Entitlement video. We've got... Shut up, ad. Shut up, ad. We don't appreciate that here. There was a guy that I feel like I could have covered in my Art of Entitlement video. Because of just how corporate the guy blatantly makes his channel. And this is a video that has gone semi-viral for his standards. Granted, for a 400k subscriber channel, 40,000 views ain't saying much, but regardless, more than is average these days. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you all to the tragic world of... let me change my view. Alright, here we go. We're going to be entering the tragic world of... let me open this in a new tab. Here we go. I will get this time. The tragic world of SwooceForce, ladies and gentlemen. SwooceForce. This guy's been around for many years doing Nintendo Switch coverage. And, he's not exactly, he is a guy. I'll put it that way. He is a guy, and that's all I can really say about him. Essentially, so this guy, put out a video called Nintendo Cut Me Off in 2021, Here's the Truth. Now, I was actually recommended, this video. I was, sent this video, by, I'll turn off the video game tunes, right now, so we can talk about this. Nintendo Cut Me Off in 2021, Here's the Truth by SwooceForce. Now, I was recommended this video. I was DM'd this video, actually, from a guy that wishes to remain anonymous. And, so I decided to, like, preemptively watch a little bit of this video, beforehand, just to see, like, what is he talking about? Why did this guy suggest this to me? Because it's just, like, you know... Because, like, I've been around the grapevine, hearing about SwooceForce, but never really give him a fair shot. And judging by what I've seen of the regular stuff on his channel, his stuff's just not for me. Just generic Nintendo news videos and everything. Nothing crazy. I watched, like, the first 3 minutes of this video. And the reasoning is so just tone deaf. And just so far removed from reality that I had to cover this. I have to cover this for you all to see. So, without further ado, Mr. SwooceForce, why did Nintendo cut you off? Cause, yeah, I'm really curious. I'm sure my chat's very curious. Why does Nintendo not want to work with you anymore? Let's get to it. As soon as I unmute the audio on my YouTube tab, anyway, my apologies.
I've been sitting on this one for a while, not because it's like a big dramatic secret, but because it just didn't feel very relevant. It felt complaining, and it felt like, I don't know, there was no reason to make a video about it. But somebody tried to say that I am negative on Nintendo because I no longer have access, and I'm not going to call them out by throwing their tweet on.
You should. Name and shame. Name and shame this guy. He ruined your day. It's time for you to ruin his, okay?
Screen, but it made me want to tell this story. So gather around, grab some popcorn. How SwooceForce, a channel that makes...
I don't think Popcorn is deserving of, like, a channel that is just putting out Nintendo news, like, nonsense. Oh my god, I just noticed the dislike ratio. I mean, it's not that big, but, whoo, boy. It wouldn't have gotten views, I'm joking. No, that is 100% a serious comment. That is 100% a serious comment, and you know it.
Daily Nintendo content and has, for years, no longer is in touch with Nintendo. All right, let me take you way, way back. Nintendo used to be a nightmare to work with. You probably know this if you've been around YouTube at all. Like, they used to copyright their music. They used to copyright their gameplay. They were very difficult.
That is true. That is genuinely true. I was there during that age from, like, I think it was like 2013 to 2018, where Nintendo was just so draconian and ruthless with, like, with copyright claiming videos instantly. And you saw so many people trying to work around that, whether it be trying to flip gameplay footage. I know, like, Angry Joe in particular just never bothered to cover Nintendo for the longest time because he was just so annoyed when videos that were clearly made with fair use were getting copyright claimed. And then the Nintendo Creators Program just freaking made that even more of a struggle. Yeah, 1 second Nintendo gameplay would genuinely get you shot. Yeah, genuinely. Like, it was just genuinely miserable. The Nintendo Creators Program, even if you did sign up for the program, they would still take a majority cut of your video. It was nonsense when every other company was doing, like, perfectly fine about it. And, like, I'm glad Nintendo has finally learned their lesson and they don't do that anymore. But back then, yeah, it was absolutely, like, miserable. When playthroughs are high pitch, I don't remember that. I remember a funny strategy. One of my goats, Nitrorad, when he was covering the 3D Mario games back when Nintendo was still doing their nonsense and everything, he would, like, slow down the music by, like, 0.2%, where it's like the average person is not gonna notice it, but YouTube's, like, content ID detection wouldn't be able to detect it. It was very interesting. The Nintendo Partner Program, the silver bullet to counter all the Wii U good brainwashing. True! True, honestly. Yeah, freaking Nintendo died with Iwata. Me when I tell them that the Creators Program was around when Iwata was still alive. I gotta do a stream someday calling out all the Iwata grifters. It's genuinely deplorable people. Especially, there was even this one guy whose whole channel got deleted because he uploaded their music back when Nintendo refused to do it for themselves. I mean, they still take down channels that just re-upload their music to this day. Which, like, to an extent, it's like, it's not exactly fair use to be, re-uploading someone's music. But even then, I would say, like, you know, even, like, licensed music, like, you see, like, re-uploads of so many famous artists, like Eminem, The Weeknd, like, Ariana Grande and everything. And, like, their music doesn't really get taken down. It's just, like, they're taking the cut. So it's like, you know, if you're not gonna offer your music elsewhere, which, like, they kind of are now with Nintendo Music, but if you aren't gonna put in the effort, you're just like, of course people are gonna re-upload your music. One of Nintendo's worst decisions of the past couple of decades, they totally stemmed the flow of any information about their games outside their ecosystem. They're even still trying to do that now with the whole, like, Nintendo Today app. Remember the whole Close to You thing? Where it's like they had that baby video, And, you know, when they put the Pikmin version of it on their app, like, they would strike down anyone that upload that version of the video until they just upload it themselves. Very weird how Nintendo wants to, like, censor information like that. I hope NitroRad comes back with a video. It would be nice. I looked into his Blue Sky. The reason why he hasn't uploaded in a long time is mainly due to just, you know, him just not doing that well in the algorithm, and also just his mental health just not being that great, which is unfortunate. You know, NitroRad is one of the greats, and I really do hope he does get I really hope he does get better.
And then around the Switch, they entered this era where they were like, hey, we're going to work with you. And it was really cool. It was really great. I got a Switch 1 early with Breath of the Wild early, and that felt like the greatest gift a Nintendo...
Okay, to be fair, I also did see a lot of people, especially a lot of people that are, like, working with Nintendo, like, way back in the day. Even, like, as far back as, like, 2014, you know, you saw, like, there was this Smash Brothers competitive tournament, that was being hosted for Smash Wii U before that even came out. That happened around E3 and everything, with, like, Reggie hosting it and everything, and that was, like, really freaking sick. So they were still working with, like, people, like, in the content creation space back then. I don't like using the word content creation, but, like, that's the best way I can describe it right now. And then also, you know, people doing, like, freaking, you know, Mario Maker challenges. You know, you saw a lot of people get, like, invited to be involved with that. Like, invite people like freaking, you know, I mean, the Completionist, for example, was invited to do, like, Mario Maker stuff, and lots of partnership stuff with Nintendo way back in the day. And, like, well, I don't think they're ever going to work with him again, nor most Smash players, for obvious reasons. I'm never going to take folks who whine about paying and necessarily use Nintendo Music seriously, especially if they were the same folks who whine about Give Us Honor getting nuked and wanting to officially listen to music. I think it really is just a matter of, especially with, because I think most people, if they're going to listen to music, they're referring to, like, the streaming services that the average person is going to use, like Spotify and, like, Apple Music. And, like, when every other game company is, like, putting their music on those platforms, heck, even the Mario plus Rabbids games, you know, their soundtracks are on their platforms, but that's much more of a Ubisoft game than a Nintendo game, so it checks out. It's really, it's very, very bizarre. I mean, I'm not saying, like, Nintendo Music is the perfect solution. It's a decent solution now, but it's just, like, the drip feed and, like, you know, not being readily available for more people. I think that's part of where the frustration comes from. But either way, you know, this is less about that and more about, you know, let's get back into the SwooceForce minds now.
fan and Nintendo YouTuber could ever get. I was super grateful. I was super appreciative. And I got invited to a lot of stuff. We'll touch on why the access matters and what's important about it later, but know that for the Switch 1, I got it early. Now, I have not been in touch with Nintendo for 5 years. It's a long time. It's a really long time, and I want you to know that, like, I continue to do content all the time on them, continue to buy their games, continue to play their games without their support, without their help, without their events, without anything.
Yeah, which, I mean, on one hand, I'm like, it's admirable that you're still going, despite all that. But two, when you're saying, like, oh, I make Nintendo videos despite Nintendo not wanting to support me, I don't think that's necessarily the flex that you think it is. Because, like, anybody can do what this guy does. Like, if I pull up his channel, like, real quick. If I pull up this guy's channel, his name's Zach, I believe, right? So it's like, a lot of this stuff is, I'll skip below because he's talking about some leaks for stuff that, you don't want to talk about. But just in general, I feel like anybody could do what this guy does. Like, if he was making, like, very, like, well-crafted, like, video essays, you know, I think it's fair enough, that he could, like, flex a little bit. But, like, daily news videos, and I think it does more on, like, the Shorts tab, too. That's, like, anyone could do what he does and make, like, a decent chunk of change from it. So it's not, like, not having Nintendo's back, especially considering a lot of his videos are in, like, the news and the rumor mill. It's just, like, You could do that in any field, like, very easily. Sports, like politics, or, like, anything like that. So it's not like, he's struggling without Nintendo's help. I'm a Nintendo fan. I bought all the... Shut up, baseball. Switch... As much like BitBlock, SwooceForce was salty about being cut off from Nintendo in 2021, hence his salty Switch 2 sounding video. I mean, we don't talk about the BitBlock here. That's a whole nother can of worms entirely. But yeah, what he does is not special by any means. But either way, we'll continue. Why did they cut him off?
Because I love Nintendo and I love games and I genuinely like talking about this, even when my opinion might not always be the most like woohoo. Like I still got to be honest with
you. The way he said like woohoo like that, is he Mr. Bing Bing? I can't believe it.
And so the key to me is not being negative because they've taken away access or being positive because they give access. No, none of that applies. It's just be honest no matter what. Talk about.
Yeah, be honest. That's something anyone can do. My honest opinion, unlike everyone else's reviews where they don't say honest review in it, where they're basically lying the whole time. This is why you trust Dreamcast guy over anyone else. He puts honest review in his title, so that means he's right. He's been voice trained for his Mario impression real. Like, you shouldn't need Nintendo's backing to have an interest in covering its games. You could even argue that if you were serious about honest critique, it's better to not get better. Exactly. Like, that's another thing, too. Because, like, I'm going to bring up Arlo again real quick. Yeah, say his name 3 times and he appears. But, like, Arlo, whenever he's covering a game that is not related to Nintendo at all, I kind of find it hard to trust his opinions on them. And let me show you why. I'm going to search up Arlo's channel real quick. And if you look at some of, like, the most popular videos, you may notice, like, sometimes I'll move myself to the side real quick. So you might be thinking, what are these, like, little icons on like the top left, everything like exclusive access, sponsor, and everything? I have a Chrome extension called Sponsor Block. So anytime someone is like doing an ad read or like doing a or like self promo or anything in their video, it just automatically skips past that part. It saves a little bit of time, right? When it's on the entire video, that means like the whole video is a sponsor, right? So you see this with like Moss the Forgotten Relic or like Persona 4 like Revival and everything, which that game isn't even out yet. He was just paid to like promote it before release. Stuff like let me see, what are some other examples? If I scroll down enough from like away from the Nintendo, so SteamWorld Heist 2 is another one. He goes sponsor to talk about that. Or like let me see here. I'm not even going to bother trying to pronounce this one. Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny, which these get much less views than his other videos, but he's still going to talk about them anyway because they're the sponsored vids and everything. I remember I watched his review of, what was it? Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. And it was a first impressions video based on a sponsor. And I find it really hard to trust his opinion on it, mainly because not only was he paid to talk about it, despite him saying, like, oh, we only take sponsors if he's allowed to be honest, I'm convinced he wouldn't talk about these games regardless if he wasn't being paid. And I find it hard to believe they actually finished the game. Like, because with his sponsor videos, I just feel like, oh, he just got his bag and then he's not touching the game anymore. And, when Arlo did that sponsored Monkey Ball review, a small part of me died. I love the Blue Puppet Man, but a sponsored review is such a conflict of interest. It really does feel like it. I find it really hard to trust people when they're just being paid to talk about a game. I was really disappointed when I saw like freaking Nathaniel Bandy in particular when he was doing sponsors with Raid Shadow Legends. Talk about, how great that game is, for example. For like, oh, it's one of the best RPG mobile games of the year, like amazing graphics. Meanwhile, he's made videos complaining about Mario Kart Tour for its excessive use of microtransactions, despite Raid Shadow Legends doing the little same thing. So why would I put faith into your opinions on mobile games if you're just gonna be paid to like talk about mobile games with those exact same issues? And that makes it much more of a problem to really put faith in your opinions on that type of stuff. Like now it's different when you're covering stuff that's like out of that ballpark. So like whenever I see someone like, I don't know, let's just say Scott the Waz on Scott Stash. Whenever he's doing a sponsor with like Factor, for example, I know that whatever subject matter he is talking about related to gaming is not being influenced or downplayed by that Factor sponsor, because Scott makes videos about video games, not food packaging. So his opinion won't really be undermined to me by comparison. Same with like, whenever Shaperless Productions is a Squarespace sponsor. He does movie videos, not necessarily friggin' website building apps. He doesn't cover that type of stuff. So I'm more willing to let that stuff slide whenever like the subject matter is like not necessarily related. Not to say like I think it's wrong to like do a sponsored video like covering like a game you genuinely believe in and everything. Like I don't think like I'm not opposed to taking sponsors of like games for stuff I genuinely believe in and don't have stuff that ruffles my feathers, I should say. But I think, and obviously, Raid Shadow Legends is reportedly given tons and tons of money to creators and everything. So I can't necessarily blame them. But I also just feel like if you want to be like a trustworthy voice in the space, you have to sort of be a bit more conscious of like what sponsors you're actually taking. If your channel is built on giving your opinions on games, you should not take sponsors from game companies. Yeah, I feel like, like I said, I'm not opposed to it if it's a game like I genuinely believe in and is not filled with that type of stuff. That's just how I sort of believe it. Integrated ads also aren't bad when you make it clear when the ad starts and ends, but if you're making a dedicated sponsor video where you're also presenting it as your honest opinion, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and like, I'll give another example too. One of my goats, Super Butterbuns, one of the funniest and most engaging like gaming creators that I've seen. Her past 3 like main videos have been sponsors, and like whatever it be, like, and whether it's like her genuine opinion, like I believe her when I say like, oh, Final Fantasy Tactics is like really good, but like Sea of Remnants and like, I don't know what this other game is because it's not explaining the title. It just, regardless of that, whether it's your genuine opinions or not, when you're gonna be like this easily paid off to like cover this stuff, it's just like I watched this video for like a minute or two, and then when I heard, oh, this video is sponsored or anything, I'm just sort of like, okay. Like if you get a review copy of a game and you cover it, like that's one thing. I know Arlo got a review copy of the new Star Fox game, and his review was actually really good on that game. It makes me genuinely more interested in wanting to buy it. Who would have thought that actually covering a game without and giving like your honest opinion on it without worrying about my discourse makes your voice like actually worthwhile to listen to? Like who would have thought? Like, I know, crazy stock. A crazy thought. But yeah, either way, I think I went off on a crazy tangent here. We still got like 15 more minutes of this video to go through. SwooceForce, keep on going.
About how you honestly feel as a lifelong Nintendo fan, as a current Switch 2 owner, and share that story. And that's what I've shared with you. But in 2021, they removed access. Now, who remembers what happened in 2021? Switch OLED. Cool system. Really love the OLED. Think it was a niftier upgrade. than it got credit for before it came out, and then afterwards everyone was like, oh, this is really good. It's
Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. How many do you actually have a Switch OLED? Because I've never actually used one myself. I don't think I've ever even seen one in person. Is there really like that noticeable of a difference to make it worth the upgrade? Because as someone that barely ever plays my Switch in handheld mode, I heard a lot of people say like the colors pop out a lot more, and I'm just like, is that really like gonna be worth like the price increase or like upgrading from your previous Switch? That is, I don't know. Review copies do not come with the sense of non-disparagement clauses and company approved script. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I've seen one person in public with a Switch OLED. I don't care about visuals. I mean, I care about visuals. I have eyes. I have to use them. I have a soft spot for one because it launched the same day as Metroid Dread. Yeah, I heard Metroid Dread was a good example of like the colors, like the dark colors, like popping out like really nicely. But like in general, it's just like I can understand like doing a review of it, but also just like I don't see a reason why you would really want to get a Switch OLED if you already had a regular Switch. Or like, you know, maybe the upgrade was worth it if you only had a Switch Lite. Switch OLED seems cool, but by the time it came out, I wasn't really interested in upgrade. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just stuck with my regular launch Switch that I got in like October of 2017, and stuck with that until the Switch 2 came out, and I don't think I missed out on anything. There's rumors that Samsung will help Nintendo for a Switch 2 OLED model. That'd be interesting. It's only really worth it if you play mostly handheld. Like, I'd say I play handheld like 10% of the time. So it's like, you know, and the only benefit on TV is like, you get an Ethernet port, like, built in. Cool. But replaces one of the USB ports, so it's just like, eh.
kind of a game changer, and it was. Till the Switch 2. It was a really nice upgrade. Nintendo had not contacted me about a Switch 1 OLED review unit, as they did with the Switch 1. Now remember that the Switch 1 I got like a week before. I had a lot of lead-up time to play, to make content, to unbox, to play Breath of the Wild, all that. OLED, heard nothing from them. Mm-hmm. So I looked and I saw that certain YouTubers were already unboxing Switch 1 OLEDs. Big YouTubers, Beat 'em Ups was one that I saw.
Beat 'em Ups mentioned.
I was like, okay, I'm going to see if I can get one of these. So I found a Switch 1 OLED online before it came out. This was like a couple days before, the weekend before. Like, let's say it released on a Tuesday or something. This was like Thursday, right? So I get this Switch 1 OLED off of eBay.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part where I had to stop the video, because this is one of those instances where I was just like, oh my gosh, they don't want to work with me anymore, but you brought it onto yourself. Because, wow, who would have thought that getting a console before street date without Nintendo's permission and covering it before release would get you blacklisted? Also, for the record, if you post that rumor in my Discord, keep in leaks and rumors only. If you post it anywhere else, I will ban you. Genuinely.
Now, people list games early on eBay all the time. This is not a weird thing. This is common practice for consoles, for games. You can pay above market price to get early access, and I thought it would be cool to unbox the system and check it out and get a review for you guys, for the channel, before it came out so people could know if it was worth it.
And that is entirely on you, though. That is entirely on you! Like, oh wow, I'm covering this game before it comes out and without the company's permission. Oh, we're not going to work with you anymore. Insert surprised Pikachu face. Like, oh my gosh, like freaking... Talk about entitlement to the max. And for the Switch OLED, of all things, of all the things that you could do this for, you do it with the Switch OLED. My brother in Christ, you bought the console early? Bro, didn't read the contract. Like, oh my god, like freaking... It's like people were yelling at Nintendo when like for shutting down like friggin' I think it was like user or anything like that Switch emulator for everything. Oh my gosh, Nintendo's trying to destroy piracy and everything, which, you know, in the vacuum, yes, it is justified. Like the fact that they tried shut down all that stuff off like at a moment's notice ridiculous, but like user was letting people play Tears of the Kingdom early. And they were locking the ROM behind their Patreon. What did you think Nintendo was gonna do? Like, wow. Wow. Nintendo shut me down because I'm giving away their game for free, because I'm locking their game behind our Patreon so they could get the game for free. Fork found in kitchen. Unbelievable.
I was excited about it, and I wanted to see, and I saw other YouTubers, big YouTubers, posting about it. So I was like,
okay, big
clearly
mentioned.
Nintendo didn't send it to these people early. Clearly, they're not going to magically show up in my inbox on launch day and say, surprise, FedEx is delivering today. So I bought this Switch 1 OLED, and I unboxed it here on the channel, and I said what I thought of the system after my first impressions. I got an email shortly after from Nintendo, very upset. Asking,
wow! Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Not when you break the rules, you get the hands. Ain't no way, broski. I can't believe it. I can't believe you bought a console before the street date, and then the people that own the console are gonna yell at you for it. It's almost as if when people get review copies from Nintendo, they cannot cover the game until the embargo ends up lifting. Companies like Nintendo Life, or like freaking, you know, Good Vibes Gaming, like IGN Games, so all of them know this. And so when you're not in that exclusive club and you're still covering it, Dodoy, who would have thought? Who wants to have his cake and eat it too? Either you're friendly with Nintendo and play by their rules, or you break street dates and cover things however you want, but Nintendo doesn't work with you. Yeah, you have to pick a lane, broski. Like, if you wanna friggin', like, if you wanna be that guy and, like, cover the Switch OLED, like, before it comes out, like, nothing wrong with that in a vacuum. But don't expect the company that makes the console to continue working with you after that. Like, it's like coverage 101. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't get the memo, so obviously the others must have not gotten it too. Yeah.
What happened? Why did I unbox this system on my channel? I said, well,
you know what? Actually, no. You know, I don't want to look at you anymore. Give me a moment. Can we just take a look at your cat instead? Like that's the footage that I want to see. Your cat is freaking adorable. I hope your cat is living the best life that it possibly can. Because this cat is freaking adorable. Like I want to know this cat's name. All right. I hope it's living its best life.
I bought this system and I acquired it via somebody else.
Adorable.
So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, if they have a problem.
Yeah, I hope it's chewing on like a nice doggy toy, a squeaky toy or something like that. I hope it's living its best. Looks like an Eevee. Yeah. This is cat ASMR. But either way, you know, it's cutting away, so I have to,
right?
unfortunately.
Because I just bought it. I'm effectively the messenger in this.
We unfortunately have to go back to Zach. Tragic.
They're the ones who got it. How they got it, I don't know. But they got it. And they asked for any information, Nintendo did, about where I got it. And so I gave them the information of where I got it. Now, I thought in my head, this is going to be totally cool. And me providing them the information is just helping and following along with what they've asked, and they're going to go chase after this person, Nintendo Ninja Star them.
Except you bought it from the Nintendo... Except you bought it from the person that you want to Nintendo Ninja Star them. Oh, freaking... I'm the one that bought the console. I'm the one that bought the console from this person that was... somehow, I don't know. I'm the one that bought it and was the one that covered it online Clearly, this is the other person's fault. What are we doing here?
No. I don't know if they ever went after this person, but I do know that they went after me. And by going after me, they sent a follow-up email basically saying that due to me unboxing the Nintendo Switch OLED before release, I would no longer be receiving any access from Nintendo.
Yes! And it's 100% deserved! Because they never contacted you, so you probably weren't of interest to them to cover the OLED. If it was like an entire console, if it was like, oh, the Switch 2, I didn't get the Switch 2 early, then I would still think it's stupid. But as an entirely new console, fair enough. The console, the only difference is the colors pop out more on the screen and you get better battery life and Ethernet port. Whoop-de-doo! Stepped on a landmine, the landmine explodes! It's like freaking Beat 'em Ups was also guilty of this too. He pretended to be shocked because Beat 'em Ups made a video, because he was a Nintendo ambassador initially, but then he made a video talking about oh, here are all these cool mods in Breath of the Wild. And then Nintendo contacts them and they're like, we're not gonna work with you anymore, and he's like, what? And I'm just like, what do you think was gonna happen, broski? Like, Nintendo's never gonna work with me. I'm making an Animal Crossing show in Gary's mod. They're never gonna work with me, but I at least own that fact. And just like, the lack of self-awareness to know the company who is feverishly against people covering stuff outside of their control or covering mods and everything, they're not gonna work with you? Oh my gosh, the sky is blue. The sky, guys, it's a beautiful day outside. Look at that. Like, you can barely see it because like the webcam's like not showing or anything, but there's a beautiful blue sky out there. That is as inevitable as Nintendo not wanting to work with guys that go against their guidelines. That is as much of an inevitability as death and taxes. Crazy work. Oh, man. Well, since Wood still seems to be salty about it, clearly this guy's still salty about it. He looks so frustrated just looking at that when he brought it entirely on himself.
Now, this was very upsetting at the time because of two main reasons. One, Nintendo was not offering to give me the Switch OLED. And why that's...
Oh no! Oh no! What are we gonna do? Oh, poor me! I can't count over a console that's barely any better than the one I already have. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Broski, you have enough money where you could just buy one yourself on launch date. It's not gonna be hard to cover it like 2 days after. It's not hard. Oh my.
Significant is not because I then have every right to go out and do my own thing. It's because if Nintendo provided it, I would have been breaking embargo by posting early. When I would get a Switch OLED from Nintendo.
Okay, hold on. Can I hear that whole thing again?
At the time because of two main reasons. One, Nintendo was not offering to give me the Switch OLED. And why that's significant...
First off, holy main character syndrome, Batman.
...is not because I then
what?
have every right to go out and do my own thing. It's because if Nintendo provided it, I would have been breaking embargo by posting early. When I would get a Switch OLED from Nintendo, or anything from Nintendo, it comes with an embargo, which says, hey, if you agree to get this product, you're agreeing to not post it until XYZ date. So
yeah, and that's true. That's something that every single company that gives people access to, like, early access to, like, seeing movies, or, like, critics and everything, stuff that people, very trusted sources and everything, that's nothing new. YouTubers have to follow this all the time. So that's normal.
So it might be the launch day, it might be the day before, it might be a week before. Nintendo has crazy embargoes. A lot of times there's lots of tiers of like, you can show this and this on this day, then you can show this on that day, but you can't talk about this and this until ever. Or like you could show the first level but no menus and can't talk about the storyline. Whatever it is, they set that embargo. Mm-hmm. Because Nintendo didn't send me the Switch OLED, I didn't have an embargo. I was not under any obligation whatsoever to not unbox this thing.
And yet, well, okay, yeah, you weren't under any obligation to not unbox it, just like Nintendo has no obligation to send it to you in the first place, or work with you, knowing full well that you buy from a reseller before Street Date. Like, yeah, technically you're correct. When you aren't when you aren't being looked over by a company, technically you can do and say whatever you want. That is correct. But like when you've worked with that company all the time before this, and they see you doing this, that doesn't matter to them. Like freaking, oh, so Nintendo didn't send me this thing, so I don't have to worry about their embargo rules. And yet you're still breaking Street Date. And so, of course, Nintendo, the company that cares about things coming out when they're ready to launch, is not going to work with you. Crazy work. This is main character syndrome to the max. Oh my gosh.
I didn't agree to anything. I didn't get any free product. And it sure didn't seem like Nintendo was going to ask me about it. And I was right. They never did. The other thing that bothers me is that other big YouTubers did this. Now, at the time, I was like, that's ridiculous. Why would I lose access when YouTubers with far more reach posted before me?
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, dude. This is freaking the main character syndrome on this guy. I'm saying this. This is main character syndrome. Why did everyone get this shiny new toy but not me? Bro, Nintendo doesn't owe you anything. Nintendo ain't gonna freaking take you out to dinner, little bro. You're not... Nintendo is not your friend, broski. Nintendo's not your friend. Is this why Kane is in the thumbnail? Oh, Kane's there for a different reason. Freaking, it's just like... You are not obligated to get any products from this company. A company might work with you enough, and then like they might send you some products, they might not send you others, depending on like whatever reason. I'm not gonna pretend that I've ever been in the industry where it's just like, oh, I've gotten like free stuff from like, you know, companies all the time. Like the closest I've ever gone was like indie stuff, and that's it. But like, I can imagine if they didn't send you something, they probably were not. I'm sure maybe they forgot or something. You're not the center of their attention, all right? Like if a company like IGN or like GameSpot or like Nintendo Life didn't get like the Switch OLED early, then fair enough. But you're just a guy. You don't have to worry about. You're not involved in the pockets of those corporations. So why are they going to prioritize you over like anyone else? Friggin' Arlo has knocked on review copies of stuff many times, and he didn't complain. Like, account really cannot be this hard. It really is. YouTubers feel like they're the center of attention. It's just friggin'... Take it from Jack's films. We're all just a bunch of a-holes talking to a camera.
Later, I learned that beat-ups also lost access. Now, Nintendo, they're pretty harsh, okay? I've dealt with them for a long time. As I mentioned, early days, it was almost impossible for YouTubers to get anything. But then it got good. For a while, I got to go to cool events. I got to go to see the Switch 1 shown off by Reggie. I got to play it at the first ever...
Oh my gosh, Reggie. He got to meet Reggie. Oh my gosh. Nintendo had soul. They had Reggie. Yeah, they had Wada. Oh my gosh. They had so much soul. Oh my god. I'm just being slanderous for the funny.
First Switch 1 reveal event. I got to go to the first Smash Brothers Ultimate event and play the game there. At E3 back in the day in the LA Convention Center, I'd get to go behind closed doors with Nintendo. I'd get to try out all of their games. I even got to interview Shigeru Miyamoto. The pictures you see on my wall
ain't no way.
From when I interviewed Shigeru Miyamoto, and we had an art contest, me versus him. Guess who won?
There's no
Those are
way.
the pictures he drew for that video, in that video, right in front of me, and then signed them. That video is up on Ghost Robo, but I think I've reposted it here.
There's...
Ghost Robo is my older channel. That's what it was initially That's where he did the interview, but it has a perfect home on SwooceForce. But that was before SwooceForce existed, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, E3.
So Broski met Mr. Miyamoto. He met the guy who's basically the reason why you even get to do this as a job in the first place. You're the reason all of us are here, and you throw that all away because of your entitlement to a barely interesting upgrade. Actually kill me. You've reaped what you've sowed, man.
Before SwooceForce existed, because Breath of the Wild was not out. So it went on Ghost Robo. So I had a lot of really cool perks. I will say...
Yeah! Look at this! Look at this! You had, like, the best opportunity in the world, meeting Mr. Video Game himself, and then you just throw it all away because you wanted a console early, and then you just decide to whine that the company doesn't want to work with you anymore! Pretends to be shocked! Oh my gosh. The lack of self-awareness and the lack of, like, knowing where to toe the line is insane. He signed the pictures as a secret curse mark to force him to become a daily Nintendo YouTuber. Yeah, how do we make this Miyamoto's fault?
Say that Nintendo's perks weren't as grand as other perks.
Miyamoto could chew his mouth like that. You shut up.
Because when Nintendo sent review codes for YouTubers, at least for me, I got them launch day. Now, a launch day review code is nice, and it's free, but to be honest, it kind of sucks. One, you're having no lead time to figure out what content you want to make, what videos you want to make. Two, you can get Nintendo's game via a different country's eShop before they even give you the review code.
Oh my gosh, and now he is trying to claim that, oh no, Nintendo's giving me the game for free on the day of launch instead of giving me it earlier. Where? Oh my, boo, I wish I got games for free. Like, Nintendo would have to pay me to play Everybody 1-2 Switch. And instead of being like, oh, you're grateful that they're even giving you games for free to begin with, something that most of us would love to have, you're complaining that you don't get to friggin' cover it like a few days beforehand? Like, oh, and also, like, what was that point again?
But to be honest, it kind of sucks. One, you're having no lead time to figure out what content you want to make, what videos you want to make.
You do have lead time, though. You can look at all the trailers, all the gameplay footage you've seen online, and consider all the potential options. Like, say, for example, like, you know, say you got Super Mario Odyssey at launch. You could do something like, oh, like, let's rank all the kingdoms in this game. Like, once I finish the game, like, here's all the kingdoms in it, rank. You know, I could do, like, a general review, like, now that I've had, like, my time to sell. I could do, like, a costume ranking. I could do friggin', like, what is it? Like, oh, how fast can you beat this game? Just in general, how many jumps does it take to beat this game? How few jumps you need to do in order to beat that? Those are just a couple of ideas. Just by looking at the game. You have eyes. Use them. Like, oh my gosh. Sonny, all this happened because he thought it was important enough to be above asking Nintendo what's going on before taking... Generally, just ask someone. Like, someone at Nintendo of America can, like, communicate with you about this. It's not hard.
Two, you can get Nintendo's game...
Sonic the Hedgehog. This is when he becomes a Sega chud.
Via a different country's eShop before they even give you the review code. So at times, it feels like waiting for that review code is a punishment, not a privilege.
Oh my god. Oh, this is... Are you a grown child? Like, oh my gosh. Like... Oh, why? Woe is me. Oh my gosh. They're not letting me play their game early. Like, it's a punishment for Nintendo to, like, freaking give you their game for free? Freaking, like, what are we doing here? Holy entitlement. It's a punishment that Nintendo's giving you games for free to cover when everyone else has to pay, but you're whining that you don't get, like, early. Like, oh my, the lack of self-awareness. It's sad that someone like SwooceForce can have so many subscribers and be so creatively big, honestly.
Yeah, you're getting the game free, but you're getting it later than others, and it's not like they send it at midnight. My experience with Nintendo for Switch 1 games was that they would give you the review code that afternoon or whenever.
Yes, this is their sign that you should sleep. This is Nintendo telling you that you should sleep and get a healthy bedtime instead of spending all freaking night just freaking, you know, playing the game, alright? You need to be a healthy human being. I was literally at therapy yesterday, and I was talking about my bad sleeping habits, and now I know a good pattern to hopefully help me get on to a good sleeping schedule. And, you know, hopefully I can practice that within the next week before my next therapy appointment. So, you know, this is their sign that Nintendo should tell you, go to sleep. Go to sleep, little boy. Play your game after breakfast like a good man.
Whenever they found it convenient. And Nintendo would ask me, like, how do you have this game before we send it to you? And I'd say, your Switch is region free. I can go on Australia in the eShop or Japan's eShop or a number of other eShops and buy the game legally with my own money. And that's what I did. And they didn't seem to like that.
What? Playing the game before your own home country has access to it? Crazy. I will say, I am one of those people who's like, are you really that desperate to play a game like so soon you're gonna go to another region's like eShop to download it? I've never really understood that. It just feels like, oh no, I have to wait 16 more hours to play the game. And I'm just like, I have a life outside the video games. I'll find something else to cover for the day. I'll live.
Now, again, that's before I got the game for free. That's before I agreed to any embargo. That's before they sent it to me.
Hold on, can I hear that whole speech again, full?
Game before we sent it to you. And I'd say, your Switch is region free. I can.
Also, he's wearing a freaking, he's wearing a freaking Astroworld shirt, by the way. Did you know that a lot of people died at Astroworld due to Travis Scott's hands? The blood is on. You're being very insensitive to the people who died at Astroworld. The blood's on your hands, Zach.
Free. I can go on Australia in the eShop or convenient. And Nintendo would ask me, like, how do you have this game before we send it to you? And I'd say, your Switch is region free. I can go on Australia in the eShop or Japan's eShop or a number of other eShops and buy the game legally with my own money. And that's what I did. And they didn't seem to like that.
Oh my... You're really gonna be that entitled where it's just like... Are you really gonna be that... Oh my gosh, you are actually a moron, dude. You're actually a moron. I cannot believe this. Oh my... You're telling me that you would rather spend your money to play a game 16 hours early instead of just waiting patiently to just have the company send you it without needing to pay any money? Oh my God. I would never trust you with my bank account in my life. I would never trust you with my bank account in my life, broski. There is no way that you actually thought this through. Dude's burning bridges and he wonders why he can't cross over? Like, freaking, what are we doing here? Like, imagine being so impatient that you spend, like, $60, which is, like, a lot of money. $60 is a lot of money to spend, just out of the blue. Instead of just waiting, like, less than a day for Nintendo to be like, oh yeah, here's the game for free. Like, actual moron. Oh my God, actual moron. Okay? If you can't be self-aware enough to know what's gonna happen if you do stuff like this, you're either, like, have the highest ego, like, in the world, or you're just, like... Or you're just, like, insanely just a big moron. That's just what it is. That's why there's no way to spin it. You're either just have the ego the size of a mountain, or you're just, like, a massive moron. That's just how it is. I get it. When you rely on SEO and access to make a living, it can be stressful when your strategic advantage is taken from you. But it happened. You can pivot and survive and be okay. The thing is that's the thing. You knew we were going to get the game. So why weren't you patient? Like, I get that, like, if a company like IGN or GameSpot like didn't get it and they were like playing by the rules, I get it, right? There are massive corporations, like people go to them to get like reviews and everything. Like, but like freaking, you're just a guy like you and me. You're not this entitled to stuff, and like if you don't get something, you can find other ways to entertain. It's not hard. Instead of relying on being the first person to review something, take a new angle, differentiate yourself. Rejection is redirection. Find a new avenue to cover their games or expand your content. Exactly. I've seen so many YouTubers pivot because of like changes in a lot of stuff. Like one example I can think of is like the gamer from Mars. Like he was like really tired of dealing with Nintendo's nonsense when it came to like constant copyright claims and everything. So he started pivoting away from Nintendo and gaming as a whole, and now just does internet culture stories. You can find a way. It may not be gaming related. Like maybe that's not the best example I could have used. Maybe Angry Joe's a better example when he stopped covering Nintendo games because of their nonsense and covered other games from other companies. It's more than possible to just pivot and do something new. If Nintendo's not going your way, make something else. It's so freaking easy. Getting on time won't get him the views he needs. His content. My mistake. You're right. He can't afford his 40th yacht. My mistake.
Now again, that's before I got the game for free. That's before I agreed to any embargo. That's before they sent it to me. I wanted to play the game right away. I wanted to bring coverage right away. But it bothered them that I was not just sitting there and smiling. And I feel like a lot of what Nintendo wanted from YouTubers, at least in my era, was to sit there and be very grateful for what you got and not do anything else.
What are you talking about, broski? The fact that this Nintendo, like your favorite gaming studio, is sending games for free, that is something 100% you should be grateful for. Now, granted, if you were paid off to shill because of them, that's another thing entirely. But like, I understand if it was like freaking like Nintendo Creators Program. Like I remember there was this channel that doesn't really exist anymore called the Nintendo Power Couple, and they were just glazing Nintendo like every chance they could. Like they were in the Nintendo Partners Program and everything, and like they made like a review just glazing Mario Sports Superstars to the most insane degree, to the point where I think the developer just took him out to dinner or something. It was like their only complaint was like, if you're not into Mario Sports games, this probably isn't for you. And it's just like, I don't believe him. I don't believe him when I watched that review. It was embarrassing. It was genuinely embarrassing. But if you're just being given copies to talk about the games and you're still being honest with them, if you're still being honest about the games you're covering, it's like, I have no sympathy for you. I don't. If you don't want to deal with Nintendo, you can play like Sony games, Microsoft, even indie games. Totally. You have options. And instead you just decide to whine because they're giving you games for free, just not in the way that you want. Is it like that Scott the Woz clip Luigi makes me gasp? Unironically, it really was.
Like to me, not agreeing to an embargo and getting this console from somebody else and posting an unboxing when it's not even a brand new console, right? It's not like, oh, no one had this. It's not like, oh, there were new games. It was just an OLED screen. And I believe at the time, that the OLED had already been shown and previewed to plenty of outlets and plenty of people at Nintendo press events.
Yes, and that was Nintendo Press. You ain't Nintendo Press, little bro. You ain't Nintendo Press. You aren't like that, little gup. Go and swim in the pond with everyone else, with all the other ducks. Alright? And like, just because, the upgrade wasn't like that big of a deal, like it was just like an OLED screen and everything, that's still a product that wasn't released yet. Like freaking, if I was in this position where it was just like, oh, I got a game before a street date, and I was like partnered with this company. If I was like, let's say like the new Super Monkey Ball game like comes out, right? And I wasn't contacted by Sega, even if I had worked with Sega before. I haven't worked with Sega. I want to make that very clear. I haven't worked with Sega or anything. Though if they want to give me the next Super Monkey Ball game, as long as it's not Gen AI, I want to make it clear. I'm up for it. I'm up for it. if Sega was like working with me, and they didn't contact me about the next Super Monkey Ball game, and I found it from like a reseller before street date, right? If I found it from a reseller before street date, and then I decide, oh, I'm just gonna cover the whole game like 2 days before it comes out, yeah, I would hope Sega cut contact with me. Because, like, you don't do that. You don't do that. Oh my god. Oh my, it really is just, am I so out of touch? No, it's Nintendo who is wrong.
Of which I did not get invited to. Now, this was during COVID, so I understand that things were much more limited then, so I don't really fault them for that. This was not a bitter move by me. This was me saying, hey, you're clearly not going to give me early access or a free Switch 2, Switch 1 OLED, so I will get it myself. That's totally fine. I wasn't mad.
Yes, and you could have easily, even if you wanted to get early, you could have easily waited until like the day or the day after the console came out so that Nintendo wouldn't notice. It's so easy, but instead you decide to be impatient because you couldn't handle not getting extra $5 that day. You definitely don't sound bitter. Yeah. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
In Nintendo, I wasn't bothered. I wasn't doing this to get back at them. I legitimately thought that it would be totally fine. Now, I've lost all of that access since then. So what does that mean for me? That means going to preview events. I 100% would be still going to preview events. I'd be going to play Splatoon Raiders with the other people. And I don't do that anymore. I'd 100%...
I mean, that isn't necessarily true. I mean, they can cut you off like any time for any reason, or they just be like, they might have a change of heart. I know a lot of the people who are very innocent YouTubers who got contact with did for like free stuff and press events with Nintendo that just they don't anymore for whatever reason. But you don't see them being as salty as you about it, clearly.
Get offered review codes on launch day, and I would still probably decline them because you can get them a full day early on the Australian eShop, or even on the US eShop, they're out at midnight. You don't have to wait for them to wake up and send out their emails.
You should wait in order to get a good night's sleep, okay? That is way more important than any video game.
Again, no shade. It's a free product. I get it, but I didn't really feel like that was that much of a perk. What is it?
Oh my god. Oh, it's not much of a perk to get free games so you can cover them easily without having to take it out of your monthly paycheck. Oh no. Oh my god. Like if I was in your position, I would be eating it up and respecting the rules every single day of the week. As long as I could still give my honest opinions on their games, like freaking, like it's no problem. Like I vividly remember friggin' Ant Dude is a perfect example. I think I remember this clearly. He got a review copy of Mario Sports Superstars early thanks to Nintendo, and he just admitted, yeah, the game's just not that good. And a video just talking about like Mario sports games as a whole. And then I think Nintendo stopped working with him for like a really long time. But you wouldn't see him complain about it to the same level as you. Friggin', it's just sad. This is just sad. This
a perk, though, is if you're in good with Nintendo, because there were still people that were YouTubers that would get Nintendo games before that launch day code. Now, I don't know how they got that. I don't know what connections they had. I don't know if they were speaking to different people than I was speaking to. But I specifically remember Game Explain as one who would get...
Game Explain mentioned that. That name was aged like milk.
The games before that launch day code and clearly had access, even though they were still YouTubers. Because the line I was fed was that YouTubers get the games on launch day, journalists get the games ahead of time for their reviews. But Game Explain, they were YouTubers and they got them early. And I'm sure there were other channels that got them early as well.
You could tell he was so... Can we hear that again, please?
Clearly had access, even though they were still YouTubers. Because the line I was fed was that YouTubers get the games on launch day, journalists get the games ahead of time for their reviews. But Game Explain, they were YouTubers and they got them early. And I'm sure there were other channels...
Okay, for one thing, okay, again, quit being so salty and just... Stop being a salty little bro and just swim with the ducks, buddy. Swim with the ducks. But also, like, Game Explain was also, like, the middle ground between journalists and YouTuber. Because, like, they had a website. I don't think that's around anymore. But it's just, like, they were kind of that middle ground. Like, now, granted, I don't know what it's like for them these days in terms of, like, getting, like, copies from Nintendo and stuff. Like, I don't know what it's like these days, but I mean, I hope they certainly don't. It's like, freaking, there's no need to be salty Speedway. Oh my god. Hold on. His writing is this fire? Hold on. His writing is this fire, buddy. Give me a moment. Why won't the freaking... There it is. No need to be a... Say that again. Say that again. His writing is this fire? Crazy. Just freaking... Again. The rules, like, Again, I want to make it clear. When he says, YouTubers get the game on launch day, journalists get it early, that hasn't... You're talking about one of the most unpredictable companies in the world. Some people get the game, like, a week in advance. Some just don't see it at all. You were talking with a famously unpredictable company. So it's like, the least you could do is ask them, hey, what's going on? And be like, hey, am I getting a review copy? Am I not? And, like, get some communication that way. But when you're dealing with the unpredictability of this company, of course, like, you're not always going to be guaranteed to, like, be fed them. They aren't your parents, broski. Nintendo aren't your parents. They're just going to constantly just feed you, like, an ever, like, a lasting stream of algorithmic slop. Okay. You have to hold your own. It's just, this is embarrassing.
That got them early as well. So I don't fully know how that worked. I just know that most people...
I will say, I do hope that freaking... I will say, if Nintendo ever paid Game Explain to be shills or anything, I do hope that freaking Andre freaking paid all the people that are at GVG now for the losses. But that ain't happening. No, actually, no. No, let me rephrase that. Freaking, yeah, I do hope with all the money that Andre was able to save, not having to get review copies, I hope he's staying on that well, since he clearly never paid the GVG guys for it. They did show for Mario Kart World. Yeah, I watched that Mario Kart World video that Andre did. It was one of the most embarrassing, like, glaze fest I had ever seen. Like, oh no, people are criticizing Mario Kart World validly. But, like, I'm not having these problems that everyone else is having. Therefore, these problems are invalid. Genuinely embarrassing video. I'm not the most patient, but I'm willing to wait for the game to come out to get the free game on the date. It's not hard. It's just a day's wait. He's complaining over waiting a day. Actually,
we're getting the codes launch day, and most people, like, it wasn't the greatest part. But the events were awesome. The early access was awesome to those, like, that worked. I just know that most people were getting the codes launch day, and most people, like, it wasn't the greatest part. But
Where I'm getting a game for free on launch day instead of paying $60 for it. Where? Crimea River as big as the Marianas Trench. The frickin' the main character syndrome on this guy is insane.
The events were awesome. The early access was awesome to those, like, preview sessions.
If you can't wait a single day, get your free game. That I think you are the most impatient person I've ever heard. I didn't know Game. Yeah, really. I didn't know Game Explain had a dark. Yeah. Friggin' Andre was putting all the guys through friggin' crunch time and like friggin' just not paying them well and everything. And then all the guys left in 2020, and rightfully so. And now Game Explain is basically a skeleton crew, and they got what they deserved.
and review sessions that you'd sometimes get to go to New York or go to LA and get to do that, or in the COVID times you get to see, like, I remember one I saw, like a Paper Mario Paper Mario Origami King, like a live presentation online that then you could record and make videos off of. Anyhow, the question then is, how did this change my Nintendo coverage? Because they basically spurned me. They said, we don't care that you make Nintendo stuff every day. We don't care that you promote our products every single day. You opened a Switch OLED and we don't like you.
Spurned you? What do you mean spurned you? What? Okay, I need to look up the meaning of that. I don't think I've ever heard that word. Decline, refuse, reject. Yeah, they rejected you because you broke their rules, little bro. You broke the rules. It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You broke the street date for the Switch OLED, so you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I can't believe I haven't hit dislike yet. This is insane. This is insane.
And the answer to that question is it changed
And he stole fizzy lifting drinks from their press events on top of that, too.
Absolutely nothing. That has been enough.
Okay, chill out, autism in gaming. Let's not go that far. He's not a numpty. He's chill out.
For 5 years now, and there have been people that have accused me of, on this end of the spectrum, shilling for Nintendo, saying every game is great and everything they do is great, and not calling them out for their BS.
Oh my god! Oh, kill me! Actually, kill me! Actually, kill me! Oh no! We're getting into this territory now. We're getting into this. There's no way. He's actually going to address the vocal minority of morons claiming that, oh, I get paid to talk about Nintendo all the time. I get paid to talk. Oh my. There's no way. There's no way he's actually this termly online. There's no way. Yes. People are going to assume you're a certain thing based on the way you talk about Nintendo. And I'm assuming you've given your honest thoughts, like, before this. So you just gotta ignore those people. I ban anyone who thinks, like, I'm a blatant shill, or friggin', what is it? Or, like, a friggin', like, glazer or a hater. You just gotta ignore those people and stick to your guns. Oh my... This is gonna be a masterclass right here. How's your day been before the stream? It was fun. I watched another World Cup game. France, freaking dropped the ball so hard, literally. Freaking, they played so poorly. Freaking, there was a guy. They were lined up for the greatest goal in the world. The goalie was so far out. And they stall so much to the point where the goalie manages to get anyway, despite being yards out. It was embarrassing, but Spain definitely earned that W, for sure. Local man gets called a shill online. What else is new? Honestly, you ain't special.
And there have been
all
people
of us
saying
get called
you're
shills.
so negative, you hate Nintendo, you're so bitter, what's going on?
I freaking ban them. Ban those people. Ban those people. Like, freaking... You wanna know what? It's so easy. It is so... And then just move on with your day. And move on with your day is the easiest thing in the world to do. It is the easiest thing in the world.
Both ends of the spectrum, and they've probably overlapped and crisscrossed like a moped.
And the thing is, like, here's the thing, like, if this guy was, like, 19 years old, then I would not be doing this. I would not be doing this right now. He'll learn eventually. This guy has a wife. This guy has a wife. He should know better. He should absolutely know better. Unless it reaches a point where it's like, people are actually threatening your life, to the point where you're, like, getting doxxed or something. That's another thing entirely. But if people are just being weirdos about you just freaking sharing your opinion, ban them. Just ban them.
Will be a strip many times over the last 5 years. In fact, I would bet money that there are people that today comment and say, you're so negative about Nintendo, you must hate them. that at one point said I was too positive about Nintendo and I must be getting paid. Well,
ban them. Ban them. Ban them. I don't care. Ban them. Ban them and don't even think twice about it. Ban first and ask questions never.
The last 5 years, nothing was happening with Nintendo. No exchange of anything. Nothing except me buying their games and...
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the bottom right corner. It's the Mario Party 4 tile screen. That was like my first Mario Party game. Can we look at that instead?
Covering them for you, me reading their news and covering it for you, and me getting 0 perks from Nintendo. But I promise you, it did not make me bitter. It did not make
me... clearly you're bitter if you're making this stupid, terrible video.
Make me bash them. It did not make me treat them any differently. There's times where you could say, Zach's really positive about Nintendo.
Also, the cat's gone now because he's tired of your she... I shouldn't assume. They're tired of your nonsense.
Sometimes you could say Zach's really negative, and both times I didn't have access. The last 5 years, the entire run-up to Switch 2, the entire Switch 2 life cycle has been me without any access to Nintendo, and I just tell it how it is. And honesty is sometimes imperfect. Honesty does not mean that you have a super 100% logical, proof in the pudding way of covering things. It just means you go based on what you think and how you feel at that time.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that in a vacuum. Like, obviously, you know, there are a lot of takes in my life that I personally, just, you know, don't think are fleshed out enough. In fact, part of the reason why I'm not going to talk about many video games is because there's a lot of games out there that I haven't played. I want to give a take I'm not super confident on. But, like, at the end of the day, it's your job as the YouTuber to give your take as honestly and thoroughly as possible without worrying about any inside influence, regardless of what people think of you. And if people are upset about that, unless you're straight up, like, lying and spreading, like, disinformation, then boo-hoo to them. That should never hold account to what you hold to your heart. Also, Izomlos, I'm looking forward to Leaf, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. It'll certainly be a better series than whatever this guy's doing.
I've changed and evolved over 5 years, surely. Games have hit me differently over 5 years and over 16 years on YouTube, surely. But when I'm saying that Nintendo's last Direct stunk, in my opinion, and I felt nothing...
Oh, we'll get to that. I have another video loaded up specifically about just that. Because, oh boy.
It's because I felt nothing. It's because I thought the Direct stunk. It's not because I'm getting back at Nintendo. It's not because I'm jaded. It's not because I hate them. I love them.
Yeah, you love them so much that all you want is a 3D Mario to unite the community.
Little do you know, I play my Switch 2 pretty much every day. Lately, I've been playing Mini Shoot Adventures, previously beat Mina the Hollower, Adventures of Elliot. I played Star Fox.
I do gotta play Mina the Hollower, and I've heard great things about Mini Shoot Adventures. Yeah, I do got some games I gotta catch up on.
On the console, I'm looking forward to playing Splatoon Raiders. I'm probably diving back into Splatoon 3. I play the console every day. I love Nintendo. I have Nintendo stuff everywhere. I just got the flower. I just realized I don't have a tiny enough screwdriver to open the flower up. In no part of me do I hate Nintendo.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you hate Nintendo enough to be this salty. You're gonna make a video, like talking about him specifically. I love Nintendo, Charlie. Yeah, I believe you.
In fact, as I discussed in a previous video, me
Did he play Metroid? Let's check real quick. Did he play Metroid? Let me look this up right now. Let's look at Prime 4 in particular. The best Switch game ever? That's a hard bargain to pay. You're playing a dangerous game here when you say that. Granted, I have not played Metroid Prime 4, so I cannot speak from experience. It's a game I want to play because I want to have an opinion on that game. Calling it the best Switch game ever, I mean, it's a take for sure. It certainly is a take. Not what many people are going to agree with you on. Weird way to say Forgotten Land, true.
Criticizing Nintendo is actually the purest form of love because I want them to be the best they can be. I want them to treat their fans and their consumers the best they can.
Hold on, can we hear that again?
As I discussed in a previous video, me criticizing Nintendo is actually the purest form of love.
Yeah, I believe you. Especially when your criticism is gonna boil down to the next video we're gonna watch, which is, where is it? I love Nintendo, that's exactly why I feel nothing. You love Nintendo but refuse to like their games. That's what I'm gonna get when we look at that video. That's what we're gonna get.
Because I want them to be the best they can be. I want them to treat their fans and their consumers the best they can. And I don't just sit there and swallow whatever they feed me. It's such a hard...
But clearly you wanted to swallow everything when they were directly partnered with the company. That's how it feels.
Thing nowadays, because you're positive, you're a shill, you're negative, you're a hater.
Ban them!
There's really no middle ground, so I just
ban them!
I just stay honest no matter what. I don't think I'm jaded. In fact, I'd say I'm loving games more now than I have in about a decade. So I've been playing things across all platforms and a lot of Switch 2.
Okay.
I just have felt how I felt about their lineup, felt how I felt about their Switch 2 rollout, felt how I felt about their games, and I'm willing to reconsider. Like with Mario Kart World, I thought it was okay at launch, and I went back, I've been playing it a bunch, and I'm really, really liking that game, and I think it's better than people give it credit for.
Totally fair! Totally fair! Oh my gosh, I can't believe... A correct take for once! You're not giving in to the blatant grift pieces with 1 million views. Oh my... I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Mario Kart World is a good game, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
So I'll always be honest with you about Nintendo.
8 Deluxe is still better though, so I'll give you that.
I really feel like there's no salt, there's no bitter, and like...
I don't believe you. I do not believe you for a second. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
I'm genuinely excited about Metroid Ravenous. I made a video, I'm genuinely excited about that.
Metroid what? Wait. Is that the subtitle for, like, the game that was leaked and everything? First of all, how dare you talk about leaks before they actually happen? How dare... Disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Let people experience things on their own terms, you dingus.
I've been intentionally holding off playing Elden Ring for the Switch 2 version because I got deep into the game. I had a bunch come up in my life. I didn't finish it. I wanted to go back, and I've waited for the Switch 2 version.
And it's still not out yet. You could have easily been in the game in that time. I'm not married enough to... Like, I love the Switch 2. I really do. I'm not married enough to a platform to wait to play the game on that platform instead of on like, a platform I already have the game on. Like, what are we doing here?
Look, Ocarina of Time, that's the game I got for my 10-year-old birthday. Gold cartridge, got myself an N64 from my parents. Best birthday ever. Loved it so much. I will play that game whatever it ends up being. But I'm also going to be genuinely critical if I don't like a direct.
Wait. He's going to criticize directs? No! No! No, broski! You're supposed to be happy and grateful! You're supposed to like Nintendo games like me! Please, you have to just be happy, bro. Be grateful. Oh my god. Are we watching freaking Nick Jr.? Is this how sad it's gone to the point where you have to stand up and make a statement where it's like, oh, I'm gonna criticize the video game. Wow, I'm a bravest man alive. Bravest man, not the poor multi-billion-dollar... The thumb wrestling! The thumb wrestling, Zach! You have to love it!
Or if I think a game isn't worth the price, whether it's an arcade game or not. Dude, we're not in an arcade. You can give us more content. And all games are replayable at a certain extent. It doesn't have to be short to be replayable. I can replay a game that's 30 hours. The big point here is that I love Nintendo, and I've loved Nintendo when they've stuck by me and when they've abandoned me. And it hasn't changed how I felt about them. If anything, losing access to Nintendo freed me even more to say exactly what I think without any awkwardness whatsoever.
I mean, again, this is literally just... Oh, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. If there wasn't any sort of awkwardness, then you wouldn't have made this video, broski. It clearly you were just upset that you broke the rules and you lost. Good day, sir. And freaking, I guarantee if you were still in contact with Nintendo, you would not be saying this. You'd be more than happy just constantly just be on their side, get all the events in the world. You would not be saying this if you weren't such a dummy and just broke the rules. Just, why are you always lying? Why are you always lying?
Said what I thought, but I had to face these people in person and be like, that direct sucked. Smiley face, thumbs up.
I don't care. I don't care. If I was in partnership with Nintendo, I would say I don't care. I thought this presentation was bad. Oh no, what are they gonna do about it? Like, freaking, you wanna know something? Video game Donkey, right? Back in like 2013, Microsoft was partnering with like a lot of different channels to like sort of like promote their games and everything. Like during like, you know, this summer Xbox Live Summer Arcade thing for the 360. And they gave Donkey access to like a lot of like their game, like, you know, 4 different games to cover like week by week. And he just admitted like the first one, which I believe was like Brother: A Tale of Two Sons, just sucked in his video. And then Microsoft took down the video and canceled the partnership entirely. And that was at a point where he was in a very abusive relationship with his multi-channel network and was struggling to pay rent that month. So if he can do it, why can't you?
Now I don't have to do that. I feel like the last 5 years I've become an even more honest, even better critic and analyst of Nintendo than I've ever been before.
And you say that, but the next video we're gonna watch, I'm finding it very, very hard to believe you.
And that's without any access, which is kind of counterintuitive. But that's how it worked out for me. I'm not mad about it. Like,
I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. Continues to turn more into a corn cob over time.
Let's be clear. There is a world where I cover Nintendo dishonestly and I make bank. And that's not the world I've chosen. So
I mean, if you were in it to not make bank, you mean you wouldn't be putting out daily nonsense and daily 4,700 videos. That's more than any channel needs in one lifetime, broski. Like, if you weren't in it for the money, you would have pivoted into something else or put some more thought into what you were doing, buddy.
So for those that try to say, oh, you cover Nintendo negatively because they spited you, or you cover Nintendo
Is Tale of Two Sons actually good, or is Donkey correct? I haven't played it. He had a pretty unpopular opinion. A lot of people really like that game. I still have to play it. I have it on Steam.
Because you're trying to make money. Neither of those are true. It's actually would be the opposite, but that's not what happens. And I will continue to do it this way. I'd love it if Nintendo wanted to connect again. This is SwooceForce. We've done it for Switch 1, Switch Lite, Switch OLED, Switch 2.
Yeah, you should change it to SteamForce at this point. Glaze Gabe Newell every day. Nintendo ain't gonna take you out to dinner. Sony's certainly not gonna do it after the physical nonsense they're doing. Xbox is basically given up. It's time for you to convert to SteamForce, my man.
Maybe one day they'll send me another console. But the reason that I didn't get on their good side, the reason that I fell off of all their lists is because they didn't give me a console and I got it myself and I unboxed it early and they didn't like that.
Yes. And you brought that entirely on yourself, broski.
So there you have it. Nintendo doesn't really
become a Sonic tuber and convert to Sonic for. I don't really think he would be comfortable doing that unless he got approval from someone else. Because this is the same guy who made. Let me see if I can pull this up. We'll just let this finish out before I say anything.
With me at all? They don't mess with me. They don't F with me, if you want to say it that way. And that's okay. Still buy all their games. Still their day one. Still covering them. And still running SwooceForce. So let me know your take in the comments down below. Curious what you guys think about this.
all of you better not give your take, because like I'm not gonna be the driving force that caused this guy to get harassed. I'm telling you that right now.
In the meantime, stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, stay positive out there. Be honest. I think that's a good thing. Until next time, SwooceForce. Out.
Well, it's a good thing I was honest, and my honest opinion was that this video was terrible, broski. You actually legitimately made a video. You actually made a video where you complained that you did something illegal, getting a console before it came out, no contact from Nintendo, covered it before it came out, and then you're just upset that they freaking don't want to work with you anymore. Bro thought he had a banger on his hands. Oh my gosh. Alright, but yeah, he's never gonna be a Sonic tuber because he needs Nintendo's approval in order to, like, talk about it. Because here's the thing. Like, because he made lots of videos just bashing Sonic Frontiers before it came out. Sonic Frontiers is a waste of $60. Sonic Frontiers is a massive Zelda problem. Sonic Frontiers is already a disaster. I paid $350 to puke at Sonic Frontiers. Sakurai has words for Sonic Frontiers, and he said he liked it. Oh my gosh! Sonic Frontiers is actually going to be great! I can't believe that! Sega's doing such a good job. That's literally what happened. He was just bashing the game. Bashing it so hard to the point of a grift. And then Sakurai says, yeah, this game is pretty good. Oh my gosh, best game ever. So he's already a Sonic fan, shut up. Yeah, absolutely, genuinely atrocious video. A genuinely atrocious video, honestly. This was embarrassing to sit through. Like, imagine being so entitled to freaking say, oh, Nintendo doesn't really have good perks and everything. You met Miyamoto! You freaking met Miyamoto in person! Something all of us would love to do! Something all of us would love to do! And you're acting like, oh, the perks weren't really that great. And so when you do something that is clearly illegal for any company, you got a copy that was gone illegally before the date, you cover it, Nintendo doesn't want to work with you. What? How do I make this Nintendo's fault? Genuinely embarrassing. Genuinely atrocious video, and I think that you should remove it from your channel. I'm not even joking. I genuinely think you should be ashamed of yourself. Genuinely. The lack of self-awareness is actually crazy. Easy. Like, again, I want to make clear. I'm sure that Zach is a fine person in real life. But this just screams narcissism to the max. You meet Miyamoto. You throw it all away. And then you pretend, oh, the perks weren't that great. Yeah, imagine if you did this and you lived in Japan. You'd probably be, like, shot dead. Crazy work. I want to meet the man with the flaming dollar sign. Shut up, dude. Alright, I'm going to take a quick look through the comments. And for the record, I better not see any of you down there. Alright, I want to make it clear. Alright? I was very, very, very harsh towards this video. And I don't take anything back. I'll make that very clear. But I do not condone harassment by any means. If you go to his channel and harass him on my behalf, you're getting banned. I want to make it clear. I don't want you people in my community. I want to make that very, very clear. Respect for keeping on with your channel regardless of how things went. Good for you. Congrats on doing the bare minimum, broski. Glad you gave the info, Zach. Folks need to hear it. Who are the folks in question? Who are the folks in question? Glad you don't worry about the current trend, YouTuber. You need to be and should always be you. Being honest and truthful with your audience will always be the way to go. Congrats on doing the bare minimum, broski. I enjoy listening to sports talk radio, and the most honest commentators inevitably lose access to management and players because they speak the truth and don't hesitate to criticize. And guess what? Despite the lack of access, they offer the most insightful commentary and are the best. It's almost as if you're watching a sports game where the people are going to inevitably be nice to the players versus a network that isn't directly involved in the games. Who would have thought they'd be a bit more nice about... That's just how things work. Same thing happened with RGTA 5. He got an early copy of Metroid Dread by a mom and pop shop. He recorded a review, posted it several hours after the game was released on the eShop. Nintendo tried to have this video struck down, but YouTube stepped in and stopped it. Later, he got copyright strike on a video that showed part of a leaked Tears of the Kingdom commercial before Nintendo released the commercial. Did other YouTube that showed the whole commercial early get their video taken down? Okay. Again, just because a few people got away with it doesn't mean like the rest of it is okay. Again, if it happened after the game was released on the eShop, I'm assuming it was the American eShop, then yeah, that's a low blow. But like, again, if you're getting the copy early, again, that's something you kind of bring onto yourself. And thankfully, I mean, I'm glad YouTube stepped in and stopped it, because if Nintendo tried to take the video down after the game came out everywhere, then yeah, that's BS. But yeah. Either way, just this doesn't have anything to do with RGT right now. I think I prefer your content when it sounds like you're being more candid. Sure. I got my Switch One nearly 3 years ago now, and I really like it. In recent events, it made me realize just how much I appreciate it. I found you out about a month or two before I got my Nintendo Switch, and I love your enthusiasm. You're a genuine Nintendo fan that's not afraid to criticize them as much as I love Nintendo. I don't like a lot of their practices, and maybe you could count how we all ended with Nintendo as a blessing, because you are free to still be a Nintendo fan to criticize them for their impressions, because a genuine Nintendo fan will criticize them for the wrong do as well as praise them. I'm noticing the Mario profile picture, by the way. Does he perhaps want a 3D Mario game to unite the community? Who knows? You have a great evolution with maturity and being more maturity is certainly a word in the English dictionary. Mr. SwooceForce, know one thing: your community love you and will be here for whatever you do. And sure. I don't like Game Explain, but to answer your question, they do count as journalists. They are journalists who have a YouTube channel. That's how they get their. I mean, yeah. I mean, for as much as we crap on Game Explain now, that is true. People are gonna believe what they want to believe. I love your channel, as regardless of being strict and cutting you off. Yeah, they were strict because he broke the street date. Common Sense 101. The completionist casually walking by. Yeah, that did not age well. Nin was moving into the HD era with Switch, and they knew development would take longer, so that's the reason why they relaxed their crazy protection in a way. Because they didn't, they would not have the mass support they would have now. And being nice to YouTube creators and third parties meant that they would have extra time to make and learn HD era development. I think after they master the HD era, they'll go back to their old... What? Okay, Doomer. Can't believe he won't be able to play Tears of the Kingdom. It's tragic. Tragic, honestly. Upvote. You messed up big time? Yep. Alright, let's see. I don't know what you expected. You bought a leaked console because it came out and posted on your channel. Obviously, Nintendo isn't going to like that. If they wanted you to have one before it came out, they will have sent it to you. If you guys worked together consistently in the past, going behind their back and obtaining their product early in an unofficial way is obviously going to catch them off guard. Honestly, yeah, ignore all the mean things I'm saying. Listen to this guy. Listen to Peter. Not just that, he then towed on the person who sold it to him, think he was going to be safe. Yeah, crazy work. If anything, I'm more surprised that the guy who sold this to you wasn't more mad at you. Genuinely. Blame me on that guy. Crazy work. I was just about to say this. He got FOMO and cooked himself. Like, even I know if they didn't hit me up not to make content about it, he's going to a party uninvited by fighting himself over. Crazy. Crazy work. Genuinely insane. There must have been a reason for you not have received one. Doing something like that to a major company like Nintendo was such a bad idea. Younger people's frontal lobes take longer to develop, and so they don't always make good decisions. Okay. I don't appreciate the ageism right there. It's unfortunate that you made an extremely poor decision and have to suffer the consequences for it, but that's how the world works. They're a business run, they're not your friend. They're here to make money. I'm not gonna like because of the ageism, but like, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This guy replied. He replied. Zach, I think you're a smart guy, but come on. You had to know that buying a Switch OLED and posting a video would upset Nintendo. This is your guy. Zach, this is your chance. This is your chance to have some food for thought. This is your chance. Please make the right statement. Please make the right statement. Who cares where he got it? When he got the email, should just delete it. What are we doing here, broski? So you can upset them more. They need integral reviewers and honesty on their product to make a better product. Yeah, go on, you dodging the point of the comment, buddy. Honestly, I didn't know it was stolen. I bought it legal. I didn't know it was stolen. And you got it before release. Those two statements are completely separate from each other. Actually kill me, bro. Actually kill me. There's no way this guy is actually saying this. There is no way. Oh my gosh. I was genuinely just excited to share something cool with my community. The same thing I've done for 16 years. In hindsight, knowing how Nintendo reacted, maybe I would have thought twice. Maybe if you knew to not talk about their product before it was ready to release, you would have thought twice. But I don't think I had an obligation to assume the worst about a legal purchase. Yeah, a legal purchase that you got before the street date. There's no way. There's no way. There is no way. Oh my. This is the narcissism to the max. Oh my god. It wasn't stolen? You bought from eBay before it was the street date. Of course it was. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Remember, you said yourself in the video how restricted and hard Nintendo was to work with back then. They take people's videos down for just using their music. You thought you'd be fine with you obtaining their console before it came out and showing it to the world? You're lucky they didn't find a way to take... yeah, exactly! They could have easily sued him. Consider yourself pretty lucky, honestly. Even if it was obtained legally, you really can't be that... yeah. Possession of stolen goods. Ignorance isn't a defense. Forget. Okay, conspiracy theories, go away. Alright, let me just sort by new real quick. Always gonna be haters, and I'm one of them. All this sounds so entitled. Just because you got your OLED on your own, you know Nintendo wouldn't be happy about early unboxing videos, and you did it anyway for the views on your channel. Yeah, just admit you did just because you want clout. I'd have an easier time believing you. I'd be like, fair enough, get your bag. But you're not. And you're pretending to care. Nintendo have looked after you previously, saying you so many products and access to events, and you didn't look after them on that occasion. Although you were not under embargo, they still saw you as trustworthy enough person to be on their program. That's a privilege, not a right. A lot of gamers watching your channel can't even afford some of the products you're getting for free. Round of applause for SDG Matt in the chat. Honestly. Now you don't have to be a shill fanboy. Downvote. Absolute. Zero brain cell comment. Friggin'. I feel like this comes off more as I feel like I did nothing wrong, but it took me a while to find a way to not make me seem like the bad guy, rather than back then I didn't really consider rules and regulations of being a Nintendo master. It's the sense of entitlement. Yeah, honestly. To the people saying it was an honest mistake, do you realize how much brain power it takes to literally search up a store like Facebook Marketplace and find consoles? It's so easy. Not just that, he bought an illegal console and recorded himself unboxing it when he obviously wasn't supposed to. Would have been fine if he didn't record and post it, but decided to post it because every other Nintendo YouTuber was doing it. This isn't a mistake. You genuinely thought about this and paid for it and everything. It should be common sense that any company doesn't like their secrets or anything being spilled before it's supposed to. I genuinely don't understand how this is a mistake when there was obvious intent around it. You knew how Nintendo despised leakers and all that, and you participated in such a thought you wouldn't get any consequences for it. No, I'm not being toxic. I'm being real and honest. Just like him. Turning it around on him, I see. I don't know what your thought process was behind this. It's not the company's fault you were jealous if all the other YouTubers are boxing their consoles. So you bought one and unboxed it before the release date. You just want to one up on the competition and then it looks silly. I don't think you can recover from that. Genuinely. This is... Oh my, I dropped in what I miss. You miss a generational hate watch on Multiversal Jam. A hate watch for the ages. Oh my gosh. So yeah, SwooceForce, this is literally just, yeah, this is basically the equivalent of, oh, there are two paths I can, this video is basically the equivalent of two paths that I can go at. Either the path of, oh, a clean road with, like, everything just perfectly aligned as it should be, versus a road full of spikes. And then you take the road full of spikes, and then you're like, why am I bleeding? That's what it feels like. You know exactly what you were doing, and then when the company didn't like that you were doing that, you just are like, why don't they want to work with me? The lack of self-awareness is actually insane here. Genuinely, yeah, you brought this entirely on yourself, and you pretend to care about being more honest with everything, when if you were just honest about your opinion about something and you were really harsh about it, and then Nintendo cut ties with you, then fair enough. Breaking street date is not going to help your case. Freaking, if you were just really harsh about one of their games that they sent to you, and like you gave your honest opinion, you're like, oh, I really hate this game, and then they cut ties with you, then fair enough. You broke street date, you did a crime, and then they get upset with you, and then you're surprised by it. Genuine entitlement, and I think you should genuinely be ashamed of yourself. But that's not even it for today, because there's another video from this guy that we're going to watch in just a bit, but I'm going to take a quick break. I need to stretch. I need to eat something. I'm starving for some good food after this generational hate watch. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Anyways, so yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. You enjoy some Kirby tunes. I gotta be at peace for a bit. So see you in a bit. Where is it? And yeah, enjoy the ads. Haha. Alright, gang. Back a little later than I should have been, but that's just how it be. What can I say? Some good cheese puffs are good cheese puffs. What can I say? But now we are going to be back in the building for another video. Another video in the SwooceForce mines. So, just give me a second. I just gotta take care of something real quick. So, the next video that we're gonna be watching today is another SwooceForce video. That is, it's something. It's something. So, you want, SwooceForce's honest opinion? You want SwooceForce's honest opinion, right? Well, here's where we're gonna get his honest opinion. I love Nintendo. That's exactly why I feel nothing. Now, this is a video about the Switch 2 Direct. It's a follow-up to a video that he made, like, I think, a day before, where he said he didn't really like the Direct. Worse even than Nintendo cut me off after I proved myself to be unreliable. Here's my one-sided lie about everything that happened. Depends on who you are. So let's look at the description. I've covered Nintendo every single day for 10 years. You've sold your soul to Nintendo, is what I'm getting at. I was there for Breath of the Wild. I was there for Odyssey. I was there for Animal Crossing New Horizons. I felt... Notice I was mentioning the big three in particular, and nothing else. I felt genuine joy from this company more than I can count. That's exactly why Tuesday hits different. This isn't hate. This isn't clickbait. This is what 32 years of authentic, keep that word in mind, authentic Nintendo love actually looks like. Now, is this video going to be a genuine distaste for where Nintendo was at with that Direct? Is this going to be like a genuine analysis where it's just like, oh, it doesn't feel like this era is as good as it should be? Or is this just going to be, guys, we need a big 3D Mario game to unite the community. This SwooceForce you're talking about, we know it's going to be the latter. So, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's just rip this frickin' Band-Aid off. Sorry, hold on a second. I forgot to frickin' unmute you. Sorry. I mean, it'd be better if we heard my luscious voice instead, but, my apologies, Mr. Zach. You are now, in the presence of the ears of everyone, so take it away.
I've covered Nintendo every single day for a decade. I've covered Nintendo every single day since before the Switch 1 launched. I was there for Breath of the Wild, playing it before release on an airplane, learning how video games could change now that they were in the palm of my hand. I was there when
Wait, what? How video games could change? Hold on, let me hear that again.
Video games could change now that they were in the palm of my hand.
Now that they're in the palm, did you guys know that the Switch was the very first console where you could take games on the go? Crazy, right? Crazy.
I was there when ACNH launched and gave everyone colossal relief from a crazy pandemic, and communities formed in places that they never may have united otherwise.
Playing it before release, and me... okay, I will defend him a little bit. It's not like Nintendo actually sent him the Switch one beforehand. I'm assuming Breath of the Wild as well, so I'll give him a pass on that.
I was there when I was 4 years old, 30 plus years ago, getting my NES from my uncle, and I put a X-Men Beast sticker right on the top, stupidly, because that sticker, no matter how much Goo Gone I used, never came off. So I've loved Nintendo for a very long time. This company has brought me joy more times than I can count. Their directs, their reveals, their consoles, their antics, their success. There has been so much happiness. And that's why Tuesday hit different. That's why the direct made me feel nothing. Not because I hate Nintendo, not because I hate video games, not because only 3D Mario or bust.
He's already trying to beat the allegations right away. He's already trying to beat the allegations right away. This is the perfect face to respond to. My response, I'm not Bing Bing Wahoo Andy. Can you prove it to me with the rest of the 14 minutes you have on display?
But actually, because I genuinely love Nintendo, and I have for over 3 decades.
Yes. Perfect language of a Disney adult who buys every single Disney product, every single merch, goes to Disneyland, even though their movies haven't been nearly as good for like over a decade now. Their last one that really impressed me was like Moana. And the 2016 one, not the one that just came out in theaters. If you've seen footage of like the You're Welcome sequence, is sad. It is actually sad.
What's going on, everybody? It's Zach from SwooceForce. I made this channel because I love Nintendo more than any other gaming company by a mile. So everyone criticizing me for hating Nintendo, hating games, only liking 3D Mario, it's just not real.
I don't know. Can we do a VAR check on that? Can we do a VAR check on that? Give me a second. Give me a second, y'all. Let's see here. If we scroll down far enough, before this direct, you know, best-selling games list has a problem. Great. Yoshi, Switch 2 is good, so why does it feel like nothing is happening? Because you're not playing games. That's what it is. Star Fox and everything. Like, this is the perfect opportunity for you to, like, do more, like, retrospective content. And, like, you know, you're covering, like, the new games. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is right there. Star Fox is right there. You're covering games. You could cover some other stuff, too. Freaking, you know, you did freaking, you know, you did multiple videos of Tomodachi Life. You did freaking Pragmata. And you're acting like nothing is going on. Like, freaking, you say all this. You were, okay, Tomodachi Life. Pragmata right there. And yet, now you lie in 4K. You lie in 4K right here. What Nintendo must announce at the June 9th Direct to silence the critics? Wait. Is that an actual video? Give me a second. Just... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This is actually... There's no way he's actually saying this stuff unironically. There's no way he's actually saying this stuff unironically. Bro is literally just being the biggest shill right here, and then he's eating crow. This is a... Not even M. Night Shyamalan can make a twist this poetic. Oh my gosh, dude.
Look, a genuine love for Nintendo is not blind defense.
It's... No, genuine love for Nintendo is about begging for Mario and nothing else. That's what it is.
Genuine love for Nintendo is not just screaming from the rooftops no matter what happens.
Genuine love for Nintendo... No, genuine love for Nintendo is begging for a 3D Mario.
Genuine love for Nintendo is not celebrating every misstep and blaming those who found critique.
No, genuine love is about begging for 3D Mario.
Criticism is what creates new, incredible games.
Yeah, so just because I'm criticizing it, that means I'm automatically right. That's how it's gonna feel. Like, the weight of your criticism is what's gonna matter, not the fact that you're criticizing at all. Alright? Like, I could say something as stupid as, oh, freaking, I don't know, let's say Nintendo has like no games. Nintendo died with Iwata. Like, I could easily say that and get golf claps and get praised because, oh, I'm criticizing them. That criticism is objectively BS, but it is criticism. Am I just going to applaud people for just criticizing just because they can? No, it's the way of your criticism that's what matters. A review of a review can be a work of art in its own right. How many people gave Doug Walker crap for his review of The Wall? And yet Doug appreciates that because, he cares more about, the discussion going than his ego being bruised, which is very admirable for him.
Criticism and
A genuine love is be quiet baseball with the thumb wars thing.
critique is what allows for opportunities to change and evolve. Love means holding someone to the standard of their best work.
And so what you're saying is, if it's not 3D Mario, it's not worth anything. That's what you're saying, right?
And I've been there for Mario 64. I've been there for Splatoon 1 before anyone knew what a Squid Kid was at E3 playing this new multiplayer game, as Nintendo didn't really know who they were.
Yeah, I was there for Splatoon 1 as well. I saw it happen in real time in E3 2014. I always was very cautious about going in. Kinda, yeah. It was very mixed for me at the time. You ain't different from anyone else though, bro. Everyone had childhoods just like you. The only difference between me and you is that you just happen to make money off of this.
I've been there for motion controls. I've been there for
Nintendo's best work certainly ain't Breath of the Wild or 3D Mario. No, it's Kirby Air Riders, obviously.
handhelds, for Game Boy cameras and Game Boy printers. I've been there for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild existed because Nintendo was hungry, and they needed a change. They needed a new fire to be lit after the Wii U failed them.
No. Breath of the Wild just happened because it was perfect timing. And Anuma wanted to Breath of the Wild was announced in the E3 2014, Nintendo Spotlight thing. I forgot what they called it back then. But, friggin', they announced it in 2014 through a soft tease, yes. But they announced it before they announced, oh, we were going to move on from the Wii U. They announced that they were working on the next console, the NX, in 2015. If Nintendo was clearly hungry, they wouldn't put out Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival like Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, and announced that a year later after Breath of the Wild. You're actually lying in 4K. Freaking, these people like to pretend that the Wii U didn't exist. I was there when it was written, okay?
Mario Odyssey existed because Nintendo was bold, and Mario needed a new direction. He needed something exciting. After quite a while without a Mario game, and 3D World being more of a blast from the past, although great, Odyssey was a step in the evolutionary direction.
Now notice how he has specifically just said Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey. And those are the only two games people bring up with how much they glazed 2017. They don't mention frickin' what? ARMS. They barely mention Splatoon 2. They barely mention Mario Kart 8. They refuse to mention Xenoblade Chronicles 2 because they don't play RPGs. They refuse to mention any of those games because they're not Mario or Zelda. And both of those games are great, don't get me wrong, but the rest of that year is just port jobs, smaller titles. It's just it's not nearly as great as a year as people say that it is, in my experience.
That hunger and boldness.
Okay, to be fair, this is the video he made after the video about the Direct, so he's gonna get to his point.
That allowed them to create Splatoon, and allowed them to then make Splatoon 2 and 3. That's the hunger and boldness that I feel is missing right now.
The hunger and boldness in question. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, right there. Xenoblade Genesis announced in the same direct. Xenoblade Genesis announced in that same direct. That boldness not there in question. What are you talking about, broski? Just say you want 3D Mario, broski.
Look,
You're actually lying in
love
4K.
JRPGs. You genuinely love this direct. And that's okay. That audience has a place. That audience is welcome. That audience deserves to have their moment.
Yes, the audience who loves a Japanese company seeing Japanese games getting announced in the direct. If they looked of poor quality, then fair enough. Nintendo fans are not being the I don't like RPG allegations. Friggin'... what is it with frickin' Scott the Woz at this point? Where it's just like, he's the literal definition of every Nintendo fan, but self-aware enough to, like, poke fun at it. He wants to close the borders. He does.
But Nintendo's entire audience is bigger than JRPG fans.
Yeah, that is correct. But you're conveniently ignoring the other games that existed in that direct. Ocarina of Time remake got announced. Switch Sports Resort got announced. Whatever you feel about those games and their quality, that's one thing. I'm going to be making a video about Switch Sports Resort very soon, because I am concerned about that game. Like, oh my gosh, like, yeah, if I conveniently leave out the other games that were announced at that direct, we only had one type of game in the direct. That's how this sounds.
Nintendo's entire audience is global. For everyone else,
you're acting like RPGs don't exist in America. You're acting as if Final Fantasy VII, the game from a franchise that was always Japan-centric, sold better in America than it did in the East.
there wasn't much here. And the stakes were high no matter what anticipation or expectation you had.
Yeah, I've heard that same thing said about every single Nintendo Direct. You hype up yourself to such an unrealistic degree, and here you are reaping what you sow.
A big counter to yesterday's Direct is you shouldn't expect so much, and you wouldn't be disappointed. Well,
yes! Yes! Are you just mad because they're talking about you? Don't expect so much or you won't be disappointed. Maybe stop hyping up these directs as if Jesus Christ is gonna come back and, like, tell the good news.
Well, inevitably, after 9 months without a general Direct, and truthfully this being the second major Direct of the Switch 2 era.
That is a lie. This is the third. There was April 2025, the first Direct, then there was September, and there was this. It's the second Direct after the Switch 2 came out. You're correct. But this is the third.
Everyone should have expected quite a bit. Everyone should have expected new games.
Yes! We got new game. This is literally just because the Ocarina of Time leak happened. This is literally just because, like just because there weren't any games out in that Direct that you weren't interested in doesn't mean you get to pretend that there aren't new games. Like, and I know he's going to say, freaking, oh, you know, why are we seeing all these third-party games when they should be showing more Nintendo games? Because some people only have a Switch 2, okay? And third-party support is at the highest third-party support is at the highest we've ever seen from Nintendo since arguably the SNES. And so, showing those games proves the legitimacy of their console and gives Nintendo more time to put into the first-party games that you desperately want so much. The ones that you know are going to come. It's not that hard to figure out that just because a game isn't for you, or you're not immediately wowed by it, or you can't make a million videos that'll get a 1 of 10 on the YouTube dashboard on it, that doesn't mean they don't exist.
And this Direct was filled with a lot of looks, or not looks, at things that we've already heard about. Got a lot of Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave. It looks cool. I'm excited for that game. We got nothing of the Duskbloods. Don't know why we can't see gameplay when it's...
Okay, I mean, yeah, that is fair enough. Admittedly, like, I was confused why they didn't show anything of the Duskbloods.
Supposed to come out later this year. It was an odd direct also because Nintendo has massaged the way they make announcements different than ever before. They've used Nintendo Today. They've used pop-up directs to announce Star Fox with 10 minutes notice. They've tweeted things out about big games that previously would have held a shining spot in the Nintendo Direct.
Can I hear that full thing again?
They've used pop-up directs to announce Star Fox with 10 minutes notice. They've tweeted things out about big games that previously would have held a shining spot in the Nintendo Direct.
Okay, first of all, that's nothing new. They've done this a lot, especially during COVID. Like, friggin', there was no, like, full-on Nintendo Direct other than, like, a mini and, like, a partner showcase here and there throughout, like, 2020. There was no, like, general Direct for, like, over a year. So that's nothing new. They announced friggin' Paper Mario the Origami King through a tweet. And second, like, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not confused a little bit. I am surprised why they only gave, like, 10 minutes notice about a Star Fox Direct. I'm just like, what are we doing here? The strategy is strange. But this is going to turn into an argument of, it doesn't matter that the game you want got seen. It's a matter of it wasn't announced correctly, in the right spot. It's like when I saw people complaining about Rhythm Heaven being like the first game they showed off, like at the beginning of the Direct. Like, first of all, the game had not been shown for like over a year at that point. So it was nice to finally see it in action. But to them, like, it didn't matter that they were seeing a game they were excited for being shown off. They cared that it wasn't bringing the hype. You want to know what's more important than hype? Learning about the game and waiting to play it. I know, scary thought, right?
So it's not just the games that were announced or were not announced or all the JRPGs. It's the caliber of announcements and the way that the show was crafted to not yield excitement for the average or broad stroke Nintendo fan.
By average or broad stroke Nintendo fan, you're talking about you, right? Admit, this is just self-projection.
Look, there's definitely a Nintendo Force that is out there saying this was their favorite Direct ever.
Oh my god, friggin', oh my gosh, the only people that liked this Direct were clearly fanboys. Like, bro, you're SwooceForce, not Nintendo, broski.
How could you hate Ocarina of Time, Xenoblade, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all on the Switch 2?
Ban them!
But there's also
ban those people.
Tons more people saying that this Direct was confusing, not appealing, and made them question what Nintendo is even thinking.
What were they thinking?
Made them feel similar to how I felt. Nothing. Or feel angry, or feel confused, or not understand what Nintendo is at this point.
Nintendo is a company. No, Nintendo is a video game company. I know what they are. They're a video game company. They're not a Mario company, they're not a Zelda company, they're a video game company. I know that's a scary thought. Oh, Nintendo fans' worst nightmare. Oh my gosh, Nintendo games! Trigger warning! Jump scare! Oh no! Oh my god, you want the 3D Mario game to unite the community? Oh, where's the plumber? Where is he? What? You're all the same. Y'all are the same.
The truth is, they appealed severely, strongly to one audience. But the same truth is, 4 Xenoblade games carrying that Direct is cool for Xenoblade fans. But Nintendo is not solely made up of Monolith Soft.
Xenoblade racism. Xenoblade racism. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is my lucky day. This is my lucky day. Oh my gosh. Okay. Freaking. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Xenoblade Chronicles carrying the entire direct. This is so unacceptable. Oh, but when Mario did it last time, yes! Nintendo, please lick my feet! I love you so much! I guarantee if they showed the 3D Mario, he would not be saying this. He would just be glazing him and doing backflips. 100%. This is literally just... Xenophobia! Hold on. His writing is this fire? Oh my gosh. That, yeah, generational comment right there. Generational comment. Brother, at this point, just say you hate all games that aren't Mario. At least that feels like a more honest take to me. If you only care about... Look, if you're someone who's like a single-issue Nintendo fan, if you just like Mario, nothing wrong with that. But if you aren't but you have to at least be a bit self-aware about that. You have to at least be a bit self-aware. You cannot just shame other video games because they're not what you specifically want. And like, freaking, the fact that Xenoblade was like the biggest thing, you want these to be like... You want Xenoblade to be a big franchise? Let Nintendo treat it like it's a big franchise, okay? This isn't like... You're acting as if the Switch 2 lineup is nothing but like Mario Tennis Fevers and Star Fox remakes left and right. If it was, then sure, I'd be with you. Just say that you're scared of video games that don't have a red hat or a smash ball, buddy. I'm so upset I accidentally brought the chat up again.
And despite Xenoblade Genesis looking awesome, I'm not sure we should be championing 3 re-releases with $10 upgrades or $60, $70 full retail versions.
I don't care. I don't care. I bought Xenoblade Definitive Edition, Xenoblade 1. I know it's scary, haha, I don't care. I bought Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition. I agree that the pricing structure is like very specific. And when you say like, oh, we shouldn't be championing $60 to $70 re-releases, first of all, you're implying that you have to buy the game again, like you had to do from like the Wii U to the Switch, which no. Like, these are like $10, $20 upgrades. Again, we can argue the price if you want. Like, again, like I do think some of the prices are a bit high. I haven't paid like $20 for Bell Bell Park just because like, that just seems like too much for what you're getting. But like, of course this is exactly what you do. You're gonna stretch the truth and leave out bits of information and makes things sound like they're actually worse than they actually are. Or like $10. Okay. I did skip over the $10 upgrade one. So like, fair enough. But like, again, you're acting as if Sony doesn't do this as well. They charge for PS4 to PS5 upgrades like all the time. I'm not saying it's great, but it's like, it's not an exclusive thing to Nintendo. And you could buy a used game, then upgrade the 10. Yeah, totally. People are conveniently forgetting. Like, people are always saying, like, oh, games are so expensive nowadays. Which they are, don't get me wrong. If you're consistently buying new games, you are. You're making the argument that people can't get games secondhand. Which Sony is obviously trying to destroy with the physical game market. But, like, for like a physical game, you could easily like find a sale, or like go on Facebook Marketplace or eBay and get it for like much cheaper. It's so easy. I could do that right now. This applies to GameKey cards as well as top of that too. I know digital storefronts have sales all the time as well. It's like, yeah, you're acting like they pulled a freaking Shadow Generations or like Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition, where if you bought the Switch 1 version, oh, too bad. You have to pay full price for the Switch 2 version now, and it's a GameCube card. I was not supporting that. This is like relatively minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
I know people enjoy their games getting better graphics, better frame rates.
Yes.
But Nintendo is not Steam. This is not meant to be a PC.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, I'm disliking the video. Are you kidding me? Are you actually... I'm actually going to blow a gasket. Oh my god. Did I hear that correctly? He's saying that Switch 1 games shouldn't go and, again, upgrade to the Switch 2 because Nintendo doesn't make PCs. Oh, freaking. Oh, so what you're saying is no, not a single bird should fly because penguins can't? What are we doing? If he mentions the Steam Deck, I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go insane. This is like, the video game company is not a place to have video games. It really, this is absolutely. So what you're saying is they shouldn't take advantage of the upgrade power of the Switch 2 to run their games better? You're acting as if this is replacing a new game from happening, bros. Oh my god. Where's the logic in that statement? Oh my gosh.
Nintendo is a fun hub and a birthing ground of brilliant ideas that affect gaming worldwide. And this show did not cater to that in any way.
You're acting as if every Nintendo game needs to do that. You're acting as if Nintendo is the only video game company that can come up with innovative ideas. Completely ignoring games like Uncharted, God of War, Halo, Journey. You're acting as if Nintendo is the only one that's capable of making good... At this point, just say you hate the Switch 2. Just say that you hate the console. I'd have an easier time believing that.
Some others will say that, hey, third parties were here and you just don't like games because you only...
You don't like games because they can't get you views. They cannot get you a 1 of 10 on the algorithm. Zach, you can't do this to me. You can't do... I'm speeding this up to 1.5. I can't take you just talking so freaking slowly. Please.
Wanted something specific from Nintendo. You didn't appreciate what they brought, and the third parties were there in droves. Yet again, third parties were there in a capacity that I felt was much similar to the Switch 1 era than it has been at any other time in this Switch 2 life cycle. DMC5 is cool to get on Switch 2. It's coming out.
Yeah, I agree. I did pick up DMC5 on Switch 2. That game is fire. Seriously, it's a brilliant port. Runs super smoothly, runs really great.
Soon, that game released in 2019.
And yeah, but on the Switch 2, now it's the first time on a Nintendo system, most people are only gonna have one video game console. So it's like, oh, it's too late. It literally is just old game derogatory, isn't it? That's just what it is. More people get to play it. Yeah, like, freaking, what are we doing here? The gatekeeping is insane.
Stellar Blade, hey, that was like a Sony thing, and now it's going to be on Nintendo, that's cool. But the sequel was just announced, and that has not been announced for Switch 2.
Maybe it's just not powerful enough to run. Maybe they haven't optimized it yet. I don't know the logic.
We spent years saying that the Switch 1 was a port machine for older games, and now we're championing them getting Dragon's Dogma 2. I mean, nothing wrong with Dragon's Dogma 2, nothing wrong with Rise of the Tomb Raider, but these are the games that we said, what are they doing back in the Switch 1 era, and now we're saying, rah, third-party, rah.
Can I hear that again? Can I hear that again, please?
Games that we said, what are they doing back in the Switch 1 era, and now we're saying, rah, third-party, rah.
Oh my gosh, these Nintendo YouTubers are not used to getting other games on their platform. No normal human being has said this. Yeah, oh my gosh, freaking Nintendo YouTubers are the only people who see, oh, good video games are now coming to my platform, but they're not published by Nintendo. Cry me a river, broski. Boo-hoo. I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts on the Switch, too. Sue me, I don't care. I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts to come there. I'm glad that people can finally play the whole series on Nintendo platforms, and play portably, for that matter. I know. Scary, right? Yeah, believe it or not, people can play games at any point. You're acting as if games stop existing after a month. Just admit this is a grift, broski.
And I do believe that Capcom and Square Enix and others have really bolstered their array of third-party entries on Nintendo Switch. There's been some huge ones and great ones. And
That's
it's undeniable
correct.
that third parties are strong.
Yeah. Capcom and Square Enix have been doing a wonderful job.
Than ever
If only
on
they
Switch
stopped
2.
with the game key cards, but take it or leave it.
Evil was amazing to play through on the system. Pragmata was amazing to play through on the system. People loved Cyberpunk. People are excited for Alien Isolation 2. People are excited for Resident Evil Veronica and this upcoming Rayman Retold. There is a lot of stuff that is day and date and that is new. But many games from this direct, Final Fantasy XIV, Kingdom Hearts 3, these games are not new.
I don't care. I'm excited for Kingdom Hearts 3. I'm excited for more people to get to play it. I'm sorry that they don't have a Red Hat or a Smash Ball, but I don't care. I'm glad people could play Kingdom Hearts 3. Sue me.
These games are what we would have looked poorly upon if they filled up a Switch 1 Direct, and now...
Who's we? Who is we, broski? Oh my god. This is... Just say... Oh my god. I have no bing bing and I must wahoo. That's what this is. That's what this is. Who is saying this? Who is saying this? Oh my... Earlier this year, Wizard 1 got ported to Switch. Yeah, that's great. No, you notice how he only mentions Kingdom Hearts 3 and not Kingdom Hearts 4 because it doesn't support his point that none of the announcements are new games. Yeah, he's not going to mention that because, you know, it's an RPG. So that goes against his point.
The tune has changed. I mean, Minecraft, Lies of P, those games really should not be holding up a Direct. That hasn't happened in 9 months.
Okay, I agree on Minecraft at the very least. It was silly that was like, you know, the end of the... It was at like the end of a game. It was at the end of the Direct. Why would they announce like... That just seems very superfluous to me. Like, you know, just put the update now. I don't get that one. But Liza P, even if I'm annoyed with like with the company that makes it, I think they're trying to do some AI thing. Just like, who cares? It doesn't matter, like, if the game is good or not. It's like... Why am I arguing with the brick wall?
Just my opinion. But I feel...
Yeah, just my opinion? Yeah, as if you are a freaking... As if that opinion's valid.
I feel like it's actually a pretty prevalent opinion. What I actually...
No, it's just you. It's you and everyone else that just wants to get 1 out of 10 on the algorithm.
What we want is very clear, even though it seems unclear to some. It's not 3D Mario specifically.
It is. It 100% is. You would be glazing this direct if it was shown.
Listed 15 franchises on Twitter yesterday that I would have been happy to see a game from, and people still say you only want 3D Mario. Look, guys, I don't care
Show the proof, or I don't believe you.
if Mario was even mentioned in this direct. In fact,
You do. You do. You want that high. You want that high of 2017, and you're never going to get it back.
if Nintendo made creative strides in new IP and new directions, I would have been more blissful than anything the plumber could have possibly put forth. Creative ambition. A game that makes the world stop.
Creative ambition. A game that makes the world stop. And you're showing Pokemon Pokopia right there. A game that is like the best-selling standalone game on the Switch 2 right now. Mario Kart World still tops it because like it was in bundles and everything. Pokopia. People bought Switch 2s just to play this game. So many people, myself included, underestimated this one. This kind of made the world stop a little bit.
Breath of the Wild was a wonderkind.
Oh my, okay. No, I'm skipping ahead. I'm not listening to another 2017 Glaze Fest. I'm skipping ahead. I'm not doing this anymore.
Clearly proven before that they can be the most inspired game developers in the world. They have games that have changed our lives. Why is the hype for Ocarina of Time so huge? Because that game was legendary. Because that game was revolutionary. We have no clue about that game, despite Link has visible toes.
Okay, like, again, I do agree. It was very strange that they announced it and showed nothing from it, especially with it coming out this year. I agree with that. But when you say that Nintendo is known for making legendary, world-changing video games, first of all, you're implying that they do this, like, all the time. You're implying that Nintendo... Have you ever owned a Nintendo console in your life? Because I would argue, like, only about 20% of their games would be like legendary. Would be legendary. Like if you're asking me, like, I'm going to poll you guys, chat. How many games came out on the Switch 1 that you would argue were legendary Nintendo titles that you couldn't pass up? We can ignore the big two from 2017. What were the other ones? I'd probably say Animal Crossing, New Horizons. I feel like I would say, yeah, Kirby and the Forgotten Land would be one of them. Pikmin 4, I'd probably say. But he's not going to mention those last two because they didn't sell gangbusters. Metroid Dread, you could argue, but, like, I haven't gone around to playing that one. Xenoblade, sure. You could say Smash Ultimate. I'm surprised I forgot about that one. Xenoblade 2, ARMS, Astral Chain, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah. Like, maybe I am underestimating. It literally, because, like, there are a lot of genuinely really amazing games Nintendo has put out. But because they're not Bing Bing Wahoo or Elfman, you pretend they don't exist. This is just... I don't know what to tell you.
The graphics look really good, and the Deku Tree has a nice grumble. But everyone's saying this is the best, biggest version, this is a huge expansion of the game, there's so much new. They don't know that. Nintendo opted to show us next to nothing of two of their most anticipated games, the Duskbloods and Ocarina of Time.
That is true. That is true. Again, they should show more. I think people saying, oh, this is going to be amazing right off the bat. I feel like you gotta wait and see on that.
Those two that were intended...
Would ports and remakes count? I would say consider them when they released.
...to carry this presentation ended up, in my opinion, helping it to fall flat. Notice I haven't mentioned leaks just once, because it's not about the leaks. It didn't matter that Ocarina of Time was leaked or not leaked. It mattered the way in which they revealed that game.
I mean, it would still be deflating if it didn't get leaked. It just felt even more so that it did. So, but at the same time, knowing that there is an Ocarina of Time remake, if it didn't get leaked, I'm sure there would be a lot more excitement surrounding it. But because it did, it just made me feel a bit more uneasy with how little they showed of it.
And it's different from them announcing a new game. People have said, hey, when Smash Brothers showed the Inklings getting invited to the party, that was praised, and yet this trailer was not. That's because Smash Brothers...
Yeah, because, like, Smash Brothers, we didn't know if it was going to be a new game or not. We know what Ocarina of Time is going to be. It's a remake. With Smash Brothers, we didn't know if it was going to be a port or, like, a new game until, like, E3 2018. 3 months later. It literally feels like, oh, I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles? That's just what it feels like.
Ultimate was a new game, and it was going to be brand new no matter what, and it was indicating how it was expanding. Ocarina of Time is expanding graphically, yes, but we don't know anything else. And for a remake of a game that everyone pretty much knows, the ones and twos about, the A's and B's, the things that define that title are known. Show us the dang game. Maybe
that is, again, I agree with that. We'll probably see more of it soon. Again, yeah, it was very strange. By the way, I am going to continue streaming Ocarina of Time very soon, by the way. I've just had other things I wanted to do in the meantime.
They're saving it for later. Maybe they've got another direct. All I can evaluate is what's in front of me. People criticize myself and some others for giving Nintendo the benefit of the doubt, yet here you want infinite benefit of the doubt when they didn't provide the evidence.
The evidence in question. 1,000 great games. The evidence in question. No 3D Mario. There's no games. It literally just feels like... It literally is just the J-Schlatt question. Where it was like, oh, SwooceForce, do you want unlimited bacon but no video games? Or games, unlimited games, but no games? He chose the second option because Mario wasn't there. Like, what argument are you trying to make here, broski?
I just feel nothing right now. Because Nintendo seems like they have abandoned the creativity and the gusto and the boldness that filled their Switch 1 era, and instead have exchanged it for 4 Xenoblade games in the same direct. And it's not...
Why are we getting really good games that are about anime, guys, instead of plumber hat guys? Oh, where's my binky? Where's my binky? Oh, man. Why is the bun hurt my finger? That's how you sound! That's how you sound! Oh, God. At this point, just say you hate Nintendo. Just say that you hate Nintendo. I cannot act like that you are a Nintendo fan if you just like Mario and Zelda. You're just a fan of Mario and Zelda. You're not a fan of Nintendo. I'm gatekeeping when I say this. I don't care. All right? This is less a Nintendo fan, more of a Nintendo adult. It really just is. Just say you hate Xenoblade. Just say that you hate it. Just be perfectly honest instead of dancing around it. And you're acting as if Xenoblade isn't like some of the most acclaimed games Nintendo's ever made. Like, all the games have like such a passionate fan. Microsoft is probably the most consistent developer Nintendo has right now. You know what? If I make a highlight video, if I make a highlight video about this showcase, I'm just gonna title it "SwooceForce is a xenophobe." Am I cooking? Am I cooking? Get rid of me. Actually, get rid of me.
To pick on Xenoblade because I do think Genesis looks incredible. I do think
you did just pick on Xenoblade. Don't lie yourself. You don't have the right to backpedal.
I think that Fortune's Weave is going to be very good. I do think Ocarina of Time has a chance to be legendary once again. And Kingdom Hearts 4 was a big get. I noted that in my video about the Direct. That was a huge moment and showed third parties really coming through in the clutch.
Yes, in the clutch. You mean the fact that Nintendo gets to take more time with their games now instead of having to rely entirely on themselves with half-baked tiles like they did in the Wii U? Crazy, right?
But most of the other third-party moments were from yesteryear. And most of Nintendo's moments were chronicled around one type of fan and one type of audience.
It's almost as if video games are for everyone. And not every game is going to be made to appeal to a certain person. And not every game people are going to play at the same time. You're acting as if Kingdom Hearts 4 is, gonna be like, maybe that's not the best example because it is like a multi-platform game, but you're acting as if freaking, oh, Persona 5, right? Freaking, oh, it was on PlayStation for the longest time, and then they show Persona 5 is gonna be on the Switch. Who cares about this? People already played it when they're on the PlayStation. Just say that you're privileged. Just say that you're like the most privileged white guy in the world. Because, like, the only person I could imagine actually saying this and think they have a valid point is the type of person that already owns every console in the world. Most people, especially in this economy, do not own every single console. The Switch 2 is my only console of choice right now. As far as, like, the main platforms are concerned, I do have a PS4, yes. I did pick up Persona 3 Reload on there. But I'm not going to shame Nintendo for showing that 3E Reload is going to be on Switch 2. Because, like, yeah, that's more people that get to play one of my favorite games. What a shame. Like, just say that you're a gatekeeper, bro. Just say that you're a gatekeeper.
It's not because it was Xenoblade specifically. It's not because it was JRPGs specifically. It's
because it's JRPGs specifically. You're a Nintendo YouTuber. You're obligated to hate JRPGs.
Because that's all it was. And looking at Nintendo's graphic highlighting the game.
Yes, the Japanese company is prioritizing games that are made in Japan. Fork found in kitchen.
It is nothing but those types of titles. You go through the list and you say, Xenoblade Genesis, Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, Kingdom Hearts 3, Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen 2, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition Switch 2, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Switch 2, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Switch 2, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Lords of the Fallen 2, RuneScape Dragon Wilds, Atelier Caria, Kingdom Hearts 2.8, I believe it's called, Kingdom Hearts Another Collection, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5, Final Fantasy Resonance, Dragon Quest, Monsters, Muramasa Revenant Blades, Tales of Eternia Remastered.
Yeah, all those games. More games on your platform. Amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. Look at it. Piku Niku 2. I diagnose you with Piku Niku 2. Play that game. Piku Niku 1 is fantastic. 2, I cannot wait to play. I can't wait to play that one. That's the reason why this is watched. He refused to mention Piku Niku 2. That's what's going to save gaming.
It's filled with the same type. And this system is supposed to be...
Yes, because if you specifically cherry pick certain games, yeah, it's only that type of game. Conveniently ignoring stuff like Splatoon Raiders, or friggin' Devil May Cry 5, Piku Niku 2, Fitness Boxing 3. I'm sorry that not everyone one of those games is going to be the game changer that frickin' Bubsy 3D was, but maybe if you actually played video games instead of talking about them, you would have your mind opened more.
Bold. This system is supposed to have it all. And the show itself needs to convey that.
No, the system is supposed to have games. I know games, scary, right? Is Piku Niku 1 still on sale? I'd have to look that up.
The show itself is not just for a niche group of fans. The show itself is to expand upon why the Switch 2 is worth $500. Why the Switch 2 is a generational, amazing, awesome library littered with new titles.
And I can say right now, it is more valuable to get one than Xbox Series X or a PS5. I know I'm not being the shill allegations from people I'm just going to ban anyway. This already has more exclusives than those consoles have gone their entire lifetimes. So just more the merrier. I'm sorry that video games scare you so much.
And I felt like Nintendo, whether by their own undoing because of strange announcing mechanics and unconventional ways and lanes to present them, or because of titles that aren't ready yet, or titles that got delayed internally, or reworked internally, or maybe it was just an overconfidence, a cockiness, a position of strength, and Nintendo behaving very differently, dramatically differently, when they're at the front of the pack versus the back of the pack.
I do agree that Nintendo does act very strange when they're on the top of the food chain. But on the flip side, you really want them to showcase a 3D Mario game in the Direct that you know is inevitably going to happen, and it might not be ready until like 2029. That's what it feels like. Like, to be clear, a game like freaking Rhythm Heaven is obviously not gonna wow anyone on the or like Rhythm Heaven is obviously not gonna be as big of a deal as something like 3D Mario. But 3D Mario is a game I know is gonna come. Rhythm Heaven is now, and that's freaking sick.
I'm not gonna sit here and clap because they put forth anything. We don't owe them that, just like they don't owe us any specific release. And to those saying,
yeah,
I
they
just
don't owe you
hate
any.
Nintendo now.
You do.
Look, I've given every day of my life to this company for years, and it extends way beyond SwooceForce. Back to the.
You've churned out daily slop for 10 years. Wow, amazing. Anyone could do what you do.
Ghost Robo days, back to my teens and my youth, where I spent every allowance dollar on GBAs, N64s, GameCubes. I went to the Cube Club. I dragged my parents.
Good job. You had money. That's something a lot of people wish they had.
Out of bed at 5 a.m. We waited in line at Toys R Us. I love Nintendo, and I don't believe that they've fallen for good. I don't believe that they are a lost cause. It's not doom and gloom. I feel nothing.
It sure does feel like it. You are immediately going to turn around when they announce a new 3D Mario or a new Zelda game. That's how predictable these people are.
Right now. But I felt everything with Nintendo before. And I genuinely believe that I will again. And that right there is true love. Not hate.
True love is when, Mario is kissing you on the cheek goodnight.
Hate. That is Nintendo love. Sometimes they stumble, but you're still there.
I'm sorry. I love Nintendo, but I like the Direct. Boo-hoo. Sorry. I'm excited about Kingdom Hearts 3 being on the Switch too. I'm excited about Devil May Cry 5. I'm excited about the Xenoblade games. Sorry.
And sometimes, you gotta say, you can do better. And I believe they can.
Yes, they could do better by announcing
they will.
Who.
Yesterday was not it, but they will be back. Thank you so much for watching.
They never left, buddy. They left in the Wii U, but they're back more than ever now. But yeah, that's it. That's it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Freaking, let's just go through the comments and freaking go. Okay. Oh boy. What do you want Nintendo to deliver before the price hike hits? Here's the stitch. Everyone cried too long to get into modern graphics. Well, when you are the same as the rest, you get the same as the rest. Nintendo has been behind on the graphical times. This is the catch-up period. It will sell into a better place. That's the same thing that happened with the Wii U. They tried to get into HD graphics, and it took a while to get there. Sounds like a toxic relationship to me. It's fun to speculate what's coming down the pipeline, and I love hearing the latest from Nate the Hate. I don't. Burn him alive. But if we want even offer to ourselves. What he's doing absolutely decimates the passion Nintendo puts into surprising us. True! Couple that with the effects of tariffs, price hikes, and an insatiable fan base, and what you have is Nintendo pick up the pieces in real time. Nintendo's like the Harry Potter of the gaming world. Celebrate hero one day for winning the Quidditch Cup, yet hated by everyone 2 days later. Are you implying that Nintendo is transphobic? I mean, you're kind of, I'll give you a like, but, like, very strange word when you say it like that. Let's see here. I love Nintendo, and have cherished them since the Wii era. I have had fun with a lot of the motion control. It's a Wii, baby, so you know the take's gonna be washed. I felt everything with each Nintendo Direct during this new generation, because Nintendo did something it had never, ever done before, by making a more powerful system that could handle more demanding AAA games. This is the fastest AAA third-party support that we had ever seen. More so than the OG Switch, which had 16 games within the first year and Star the second. However, only 4 of those were big budget titles. The number of third-party games for the Switch 2 within that same time frame was still 16, but all 16 of them were big budget games. That's quite an impressive feat. I also championed for Nintendo for introducing and releasing upgrade packs for the previous generation of games. Upgrade packs haven't even been on Nintendo's radar until this generation. Unfathomable, even. Nintendo has shown us that they now care about how their games look and run with this gen, compared to the last, and I am all here for it. For many years now, I, along with basically everybody, have witnessed Nintendo falling behind when it comes to big, bold AAA titles with notable graphical fidelity and frame rate. It's been a while, but now, slowly but surely, they're becoming like an Xbox or a PlayStation, where they hit the modern video game standards of 2026. Now, as a fully figure out how to effectively utilize them on graphics, but this is where the third-party studios can pick up the slack. Switch was a big and bold system, because to deliver those graphics and frame rates for those third parties they have grown accustomed to with other platforms. To summarize, I cherish the Wii era and the motion controls that came with it. Nintendo's fallen behind during that time when it comes to big and bold systems with AAA graphical fidelity and frame rate. Slowly but surely, they've shown us that third-party support can show up, the fastest support we have ever seen to pick up the slack, while Nintendo figures out how to utilize the graphical fidelity more effectively with their own upgrade packs to improve the graphics and frames for the previous first generation titles. I cannot wait to see what's in store for my Nintendo next. Guys, can we give Skipler the biggest true of the century? The biggest. Does this guy have any videos on his channel? Does this guy have any videos on his channel? No, it doesn't. But you know what? I'm gonna subscribe out of respect. You've earned it, champ. What do you want Nintendo to deliver before the price hike hits? Doesn't matter, I can't afford to Switch 2 now. Raise the price even further. What they already are, literally. There's been a first party or couple of such game nearly every month since Switch 2 launched, with a large proportion of those being enjoyable to me. That's 100%. They refuse to bring that up. You third parties took my only game slot. Now I'm gonna starve! If nothing on that list appeals to you, that's your prerogative and taste. But I have way more than enough games to play. More that I could finish before the next, honestly. The problem is exactly what you open this video stating, that you've covered Nintendo every single day for a decade. There is a fundamental difference, one that is difficult to recognize when you're inside of it, between covering things and just turning off the internet and enjoying video games. Can we give this man the truth nuke of the century? People would rather talk about games and hype up what's next instead of playing them. Give this man the truth nuke of the century. Give this man the truth nuke. I have lived to see this day in real time. This is actually... The writing is so fire, it came from Grumble Volcano. It came from Grumble Volcano. Oh my gosh. If you actually spend time playing and enjoying video games instead of whining about and hyping up ones that don't exist, maybe you would like the Switch 2 more. Crazy thought. Play Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. Play Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. This is the only version that's a true physical release, because the other versions are still downloads despite the discs. Crazy, right? I've seen this time and time again over the course of my much, much longer time interacting with Nintendo and video games than you. You cover them for a decade? Respect. I was here before the NES existed, though. I was here before consoles existed. And I'm saying this for your benefit. Young man! Oh my gosh! Take my old head advice. Just enjoy video games. How do you make what the statement, let people enjoy things, a statement that I hate so freaking much, actually the biggest truth nuke of the century? Just enjoy video games. That's what they're there for. Not this constant loop of infotainment and endless hype cycles that persistently disappoint because your hedonic adaptation and dopamine receptors are saturated and incapable of experiencing joy anymore. Oh my god. Okay, that's mean. That is mean, okay? This is as mean. This is just mean to a T. Oh my gosh. And Nintendo does deliver that for you to play any of the literally many thousands of video games that exist, catering to more niches and tastes than at any time in the history of the industry instead. But one way or the other, relearn how to just have fun. That's the point of any of this. It's all for nothing without that. Forget anything I've said throughout this stream. Just listen to this guy. He's spitting more facts than friggin' any of those videos where, you know, they're playing a song in the background and he's like, oh, like, love him or hate him, he's spitting facts. This is... To me, this is best direct ever since we got Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. We waited for 4 years. Good for you, man. And we're waiting 8 years for the... Oh no, we got a SwooceForce fan in here. I'm not even gonna bother listening to this consumer, I will say. I'm just gonna like out of respect and then dislike out of disrespect. That's just how it has to be. More quality, optimized games at affordable prices. Yeah, true. You only love some of what they do. I mean, that's fair for anything, right? Switch 2 port of a bumpy ride. That train game currently available on Steam. Is he based when he says that? A bumpy ride. Let me see this. A cozy arcade train driving and exploration game. Let me see this right here. Take a jaunt into the world of a bumpy ride. A cozy train driving and exploration game, inspired by railroading of the 19th century with a whimsical spin. You'll adventure around the open frontier. I trust your little friend. I have autism. I'm obligated to put this on my wish list. Thank you. You have done. Thank you. You have done more. Train Kid SP 4449. You have done more to contribute to a meaningful conversation than this guy has in the past hour. I think the issue is for guys like me, longtime old Nintendo fans. We're at an age where we have enough money to game on other machines, and hardly any of us would buy third-party games on the Switch 2 instead of a PS5 or PC. I would, because I could play them portably. So we're only really here for mostly for third-party efforts, and on that issue, this Direct was absolutely horrendous. You got Xenoblade Genesis, downvote. Fortunately, Switch 2 just had a record-breaking first year, so your feelings are utterly irrelevant to Nintendo's success. Okay, don't be a cornball. I want Halo on Switch 2. Don't scream at me. Downvote. Why want Nintendo to deliver before the price hikes hit? Kirby Yapper. I'll give a like out of respect. I want them to visit older IPs that we haven't gotten games of. Star Fox, Donkey Kong are right there. Downvote. You love Nintendo, so that's why you feel nothing. Explain that, all of us. Let me see here. All right, let me see here. We are getting tons of third-party AAA games day and date. Kingdom Hearts 4, Call of Duty, Alien, etc. And we've been getting others. This was unheard of during the Switch one. Yeah, we are still getting old third-party games as well, but they're still modern, huge titles. He literally is just using old game, parentheses, derogatory, end parentheses, as if the take is valid. There are lots of great games that couldn't run on Switch 1, so getting them at all is better than not getting them, and there will be plenty more to come. That's not a bad thing, it's It's just more stuff to play. Devil May Cry 5 is... Kingdom Hearts is not going to remove your precious 3D Mario from you. It's just more stuff to play. Scary, right? I think this direct would have been a grand slam if they held off announcing Star Fox and Platoon Raiders until now. And if we got actual gameplay of Ocarina of Time. Metro. It's the way they cycle out the news announcements this past year has really killed any hype this direct could have generated. Fair enough. We need to remember that this new era of Nintendo is taking 6+ years making these wonderful games. I personally think they're constantly working on these games at all times. Considerations of gaming in general are so different now, but I understand why more. I'm thinking like many others who will be getting a Zelda 40th Direct, and they're saving it for that. As for Mario, they could show that at any time, so they will wait for it to be perfect. It's gotta be perfect. I wasn't expecting anything besides leaked Ocarina of Time remake announcement. 10 when revealed 3D Mario in the same direct. Their focus is on Ocarina of Time on the holidays. Fair enough. People have opinions on things, different point of view, even about this months ago. Same way too. For me, the direct was a 50-50 for me. There are some games I'm looking forward to, but some meh. It's just that I don't get why people have to go overboard on saying that they despise the direct. It's performative. It's for views. It's for clout. That's what it is. I get certain games were announced, but here's the thing. Nintendo did cover certain genre type of games like RPG adventures, chilling around. Yeah, if I only focus on the RPGs that were announced in the direct, then RPGs were the only thing that were announced in the direct. That's how he sounds. Chill and relax, and that's what they did showcase certain games that people may look forward to. Whenever a direct is announced, I'm a little bit excited, but I don't try to get my hopes too high on a diving board and then just leap into something I'm not looking forward to. I would just say things like the direct was alright, at least they've announced something. Maybe they're saving their big announcement for a later direct. I'm not predicting. I'm just guessing at this point. We just need to be patient about these things. We can't revert to piss forces every time they don't announce a certain game we want. Real. Let me skip ahead here. Even though I love using procs because it brings joy to me, I gotta admit every company behind our favorite procs do have their issues. Fork Found Kitchen. I'm a bit of an outlier. I'm more of a PlayStation fan. I only got the Switch for Breath of the Wild, the second Zelda I ever played. I also got the Switch because of the third-party lineup. What killed the Wii was only focusing on a few first-party games and no third parties. The first Switch not only fixed that, but kept with that. The Switch 2 was continuing with that. Not all the games excited me, but there were enough games that did. I want Stellar Blade. The new Fire Emblem looks fantastic. I do plan on getting all the Xenoblade Switch 2 editions to be excited for the new Xenoblade. Don't tell that in front of him or he might yell at you. Tomb Raider: The Rise of Tomb Raider on the Go is great. This was a great direct for me. Awesome. Before the direct, there were 5 games I was planning to get. After the direct, the list is now 16, and only one of them is a Xenoblade game. Crazy work. I think the direct was fine. Switch Sports Resort is kind of hype. I love the Wii version. Being able to explore Wuhan in HD game is actually pretty cool. Ocarina of Time should have been longer. I 100% agree. However, it was current to be a 26 game, so we're going to be playing it this year regardless. I never played a Xenoblade game before, but I will be honest, I think the new game looks cool, and I'm interested to check out the series now. They want more first-party announcements, of course. I want more GameCube games, the new 2G Metroid, Luigi's Mansion 4, etc. But I can appreciate what they showed. We know there are more directs anyway. There's always one in September. It's not like Nintendo will never announce anything else. Wow, isn't it nice when you have an open mind towards the games that were shown instead of scoffing because they're not what you specifically want? Novel concept. I don't think a gaming company can make me feel angry or confused. It is what it is. Try Sony now. Try Sony now with the physical games. There's everyone's friendly reminder that Breath of the Wild is not a Switch game. Yep. Breath of the Wild would have been great anyway if it was just a Wii U exclusive. The Switch didn't change that. I always hated I could play third-party games on my Switch 1, and I always felt like I missed out. I'm always happy and excited to see third-party games on my Switch 2, whether old or new. In fact, Celebrate was on my curiosity list for a while I might pick up. Be careful when you say that, because Zach will assume you own a PS5, and therefore it's worthless to bring the game to the Switch 2. Criticism is needed, not needed. Everyone has opinions and likes and dislikes. But most of the time we see that the vocal minority could change things for the worse, not always the better. Ocarina of Time remake gave me genuine goosebumps. It felt a wave of emotions. I'm excited. I've been holding off getting a Switch 2, but we'll get when Ocarina of Time is released, hopefully, with a special Ocarina of Time console. And I'll buy Breath of the Wild and Tears carts, Alien Imprisonment for on your cart too. I'm all for new games, obviously, but most of my games are PS5 single-player exclusives. The only multiplayer games I play are Call of Duty. Most directs for any console are not bothered by about 90% of what they show. Everyone is different and into different things. You're very valid points, but none of which affect me. I'm not the type of guy to want to play any and everything just because it's new. I'm not played many games that are very popular and are great games and franchises because I'm just not compelled or interested in ever playing them. Side note, Ocarina of Time is going to be Ocarina of Time with better cutscenes, including voice acting. We'll see if they have voice acting. The cutscene showed it at the beginning. We'll see. Man. So, let's just sort by new real quick. You know nothing about Nintendo. I only know Bing Bing. You only love the money that Nintendo pays you. I'm gonna be nice. We all know Zelda will be delayed. Nintendo rarely delays their games. It's time to stop watching directs. I'll catch up with the trailers afterwards. Say that when the next direct comes out and you're hyping it up. Nintendo could do better, and they should be doing better, especially after a 9-month period and no news. As if the Star Fox direct didn't happen. As if the partner showcase in the indie world and like all the little trailers they got for games, the Yoshi and the series books, so happened. Downvote. I stopped watching you and even unsubscribed because you were glazing Nintendo constantly, but this video popped up on my feed and I'm happily surprised that you are finally admitting that Nintendo was not even... They are trying. They're just not in the games that you like. This guy just can't open his eyes. If his expectations weren't so high, he wouldn't be disappointed. Stop coping. Maybe the problem is with your uncle and not Nintendo. Okay, I don't endorse that. I don't endorse that. I mean, mind you, the King Hearts thing is huge. The only way to play on the Switch is via cloud, which everyone hated. Now, Square Enix is finally giving Switch 2 folks what they want, and the first game natively on Switch 1. As for Stellar Blade, Blood Rain, no platforms have been announced yet. Fair enough. People said you only want Mario because 8 of the 15 games you listed on Twitter were Mario spin-offs. That's funny. Love your videos, love Nintendo, but you should know how long did Nintendo struggle to bring third-party games to the console starting with the Wii. This is well-deserved for Nintendo in their golden age and is yet to come back. And oh, it's coming. It is. It is. I don't get it. What exactly did you want to see? There's plenty here in the third-party sports fantastic, and you need to understand what that means going forward. Nintendo literally revealed the remake of the greatest game of all time. Breath of the Wild is better. Downvote. I'm bored out of my mind in most directs, but this one I liked because I'm a huge fan of Three Houses in Xenoblade. I haven't been this hyped for release since Baldur's Gate 3, so I like this direct. I can understand not like it as well, but I know Three Houses fans are as vocal about their dislike of directs that don't cater to them. Yeah, because Fire Emblem fans actually play games. Why every game they show look like it's made by uni students? And I bought... What are you talking about? Nintendo Money Grabbers, I'm ashamed I bought a Switch 2. Why did you? God forbid letting JRPG fans have something good. Yep. The direct was 4 or 5 at best. Couldn't believe they completely skimped down, revealing even just 10-15 seconds at a time. True, when it's coming this year, and this also applies to Dust Bloods, and there was too much of a focus on Kingdom... Go away. Having critiques is very good, of course, but I think we're on a decent pace for this console. As these big games become more expensive and time-consuming to make, the production time for games is going to increase. Look at Tears of the Kingdom. But so far within the first year of the Switch 2's life, the things we've had released, Mario Kart, Pokopia, Donkey Kong, Yoshi, Legend ZA, Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, Ocarina of Time, SwooceForce, Splatoon, Raiders, Wind and Waves, and Star Fox. And the Dust Bloods is an exclusive. We know 3 Mario is coming. We know Smash is coming. It's just a matter of when. But so far, most other Nintendo IPs have been represented. I think, honestly, the biggest problem is just what they choose to present when, like, for example, Splatoon, Raiders, and Star Fox were announced for the first time during the Direct, and Fire Emblem was announced sooner and not on the Direct. The Direct would have been more impactful and not like, oops, all JRPGs. Valid criticism! Valid criticism! And showing that the console is fine. The biggest critique here I agree with, though, is that I want to see something new, creative, less coasting with safe titles. Kirby Air Riders. You didn't even mention Kirby Air Riders here. Stop pretending that game doesn't exist. Alright. What I can't figure out is why is it so hard for people to understand why so many people get upset when they see a direct filled with third-party games, even if there are bigger games. Because the vast majority of people buy Nintendo consoles for first-party games. That is correct. That is correct. But as you say in your next statement, the truth is all these third-party games that are releasing on the Switch 2, I would bet money the majority of people buy them for Xbox or PS5 simply because they will run better than they will on the Switch. No, people buy them on the PS5 and Xbox because those are the consoles they have. You're implying that people buy more than one console when most of them don't. This is the problem with these people. You're acting like everyone's already played these games when the fact of the matter is these consoles are so expensive. The fact that, why would you think people are begging for Persona 5 to come to the Switch 2 for so long? Or like the Switch in general, if they actually had a PlayStation. Let me see here. This is the last one to read. I was very happy with this Direct. There was a nice selection of different types of games. I've been disappointed with Directs over the years, but there are so many games for different people. I don't really like Mario Kart type games, but I love Zelda and I really enjoy Pokemon games. I'm maybe personal, but I used to enjoy watching your videos, but lately you seem depressed, and it seems to be showing in your videos more and more. I'm so sorry to say that I'd love to see you happy again. Listen to this guy. I'm convinced this guy's never been happy in his life. So, that's it. That's it. Don't expect another generational hate watch like this again for a long time, if at all. So, overall, Mr. SwooceForce, I think you're one of the saddest examples of a Nintendo fan who sold his soul just to make a quick buck. Because when you say stuff like, I feel nothing about this Nintendo Direct, I don't believe you. Because with how you run your channel, with daily nonsense, and just, which these views are really disproportionate compared to the subscribers you have, of course you're going to feel like you have absolutely nothing to play when you're only talking about Nintendo stuff and just want Mario. And it's always a sad reality where it's like, not only do you feel so entitled towards Nintendo's games, to the point where you are blaming them because you bought a console early from a secondhand seller, mind you, to the point where you blatantly broke Street Date knowing full well and then pretend that you're the victim when Nintendo doesn't want to work with you anymore. And then you get fed this console with so many different games to play from all these different publishers and pretend as if there's nothing to play. I don't feel sympathy for you, especially when you're making daily videos covering this stuff. And basically getting people to watch your videos because you're basically making them excited for... Let me rephrase that. Let me start over, okay? Let me put it this way. Making videos because you want to get money off of them, it's not a bad thing in a vacuum. I'm not upset with people that are making videos that just because they want to like gain in the algorithm and stuff. But when you're role playing as a business vulture, as if you know better than Nintendo themselves or any company for that matter what they should be doing with their products, not to say that you shouldn't criticize them, but when you're acting as if Nintendo should cater their lineup towards you specifically, especially when you're a YouTuber who yaps about games more than you play them, when you're this entitled to big games to the point where you're basically self-admitting that you do not see the value of a game if it can't put food on the table for you, then why should any of us value your opinions on anything? You are a YouTuber just like you and me. You're a guy. You are not beholden to what a company does, or like anyone for that matter. Like when Nintendo Life is covering Nintendo, they're basically tied with the company, kind of. Like, Nintendo Life is a massive corporation that has direct ties with Nintendo, so they have to always toe the company line. You've never had to do that. That is something like you have the privilege of doing for the longest time. And when you sit here and pretend that there is just nothing to play right now and nothing to cover, and why you feel nothing, especially since you've been doing this for as long as you have, and so naturally you were there for the Wii U era when Nintendo actually had nothing to show, and you're pretending that this is the first time you've genuinely felt nothing, then why should any of us value your opinions on anything? You can have your opinions. I think your opinions are dog wash, but I can respect them. But at the end of the day, look, if you're not interested in some of the games that are available on the Switch 2, nothing wrong with that. Why are you making this all of our problems, though? I'm sorry that Xenoblade got announced instead of 3D Mario. I'm sorry that a good game got announced instead of a good game that isn't finished. Sue me. And the fact that you lack literally any self-awareness as to what you're doing and make your issues everyone else's problem, that is one of the biggest failings of a YouTuber to me. And with that, I'm sentencing you to 1 million hours in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And maybe then your joy and whimsy will come back and your bing bing will be no more. And that is all I have to say about that. Get out of my face forever, dude. Get out of my face forever, honestly. And for the record, when you have breakfast tomorrow morning, make sure that you pour the cereal before the milk, because otherwise you are a heathen beyond reality. And that is my take on drama that doesn't matter. Get out of my face, dude. Now, I hope you liked that, guys. We are not doing a generational hate watch as crazy as that ever again. Like, at the end of the day, just play other games. Play other games so that you don't become this guy. I'm begging you, on my hands and knees, don't ever bring up SwooceForce to me again. How did you make me miss Nintendo Land? How did you manage to accomplish that? At least he has a little bit of self-awareness as to what he's doing. A little bit. But, yeah. This is tragic. But either way, you know, I'm done with the hate watches now. The generational hate watches. The drama was absolutely crazy. Thank you guys for coming out. I promise we're gonna do some more calm stuff very soon. I'm in calm now. It feels good to just get that out of the system so that we can finally move on to much calmer things.
Daisy, give me your answer,
Does anyone else hear that?
I'm half crazy. All for the love of you.
What's going on?
A stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage.
Is there someone in my house that I just don't know?
Look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
What is happening? Wait.
Daisy,
No, don't. What is that? No! No! Not the circus guy! No!
I can't afford a carriage, but you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle boat.
Is it safe now? Is it safe? Am I mentally in the circus now or what? 'Cause, I guess we're here now. I guess we're here. Welcome everyone to, the guy behind the amazing digital circus. We're back in a much more dangerous building than SwooceForce could ever accomplish. So, alright. So, on the next docket for tonight, we got, Mr. Alex Rochon! This guy, so he is... So, the reason why that happened. So, this guy is actually the voice of Kane in the Amazing Digital Circus. But I knew this guy long before that. He got to start doing, like, a lot of countdown videos, actually. About all sorts of video game stuff. But he eventually, you know, retired from doing that. I think it was called, like, the Autarch of Flame. Something like that. He has a history of doing, like, lots of old, countdowns and stuff like this. Game characters, you know, Metroid games, you know, a lot of stuff like that. But eventually, he decided to, pivot away from that in terms of doing more voice acting, stuff. But every now and then, he would do a little relapse, do a more casual gaming video. He did that for a little bit of an arc. And I thought it'd be interesting to see what Mr. Kane himself has to say about Smash Brothers reveal trailers. Does the guy that run the circus, that runs the amazing, not terrifying digital circus, he might have tortured his guests, but does he have correct Smash opinions? That's all that matters to me. Now, this video came out in 2021, July 2021 specifically. So this was before Sora got revealed to be in the game. So we're not going to count that, which is a shame because Sora was my most wanted character. So I'm guessing this is going to go through like Smash 4 and Ultimate specifically. So this will be a much more casual, laid-back session. Where, hey, does this guy have the most based opinions in the world? Or do we throw him into the Amazing Digital Circus? Let's find out. As soon as I fix the unmuting, anyway, I gotta get into a rhythm with that. Let's get started. ENC Sora, that's what got me into Kingdom Hearts all. I was already on the Kingdom Hearts train, buddy. So I'm very glad more people got to experience that joy. But without further ado, Alex, take it away.
What's going on, everybody? So, you might remember that a long time ago I used to make videos on this channel, videos where I, like, ranked media based off how much I liked or disliked them. For a while I stopped doing that because I needed to take a few steps back and really figure out what I wanted to do with my life, and now that I've established myself as a freelance voice actor and video editor, I decided to return to the fold and make videos that are kind of similar to what I used to do, but with more of, like, an improv kind of style that means I don't have to script everything or...
It's kind of what I do with this second channel.
Meticulously. Just something that's easier, that allows me to put out content and share
casual
stuff that
videos
I like
upload
out
frequently.
into the world. So with that out of the way, the first one I want to do in this series is a video about Super Smash Bros. Trailers. One of the biggest ways that Nintendo has been able to drum up hype for itself has been through Super Smash Bros., starting with some of its first...
Oh my gosh, hyped about the stuff that you actually see and not for stuff that doesn't exist. Novel concept, right?
First trailers back in Super Smash Bros. Brawl in 2006 through 2008. I guess what I look for in a good trailer is something that changes the game in terms of what people expect from this series. Perhaps it opened the floodgates for different kinds of reveals down the line, maybe a different animated style, things like that. So we're gonna start with the one that started out.
Okay, hold on a minute. I do want to quickly If he's gonna do this in like a tier list format, then I might as well prepare my own tier list myself. Give me a second. Some of these, I gotta make sure. Okay, we got everything. All right, so yeah, I'll prepare this myself as well so that we can bounce back and forth as well. So where is he gonna start?
Everything. E3 2006, the big reveal of Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
Okay, 2006 Brawl. Okay, yeah, this one was Okay, we're specifically talking about like trailers, right? Because I don't think every individual character needs that specifically. Here we go. Here's something a bit more accurate. Okay, I got it. So, yeah, the Brawl reveal trailer. I remember this one, like, all back in the day, because Brawl was, like, the first time I was sort of looking forward to a game and getting hyped for it. This trailer announced, like, so many... Honestly, I think this first one deserves, like, S tier, just because of, like, how rapid fire it was with, how, they just revealed, everything. Like, Brawl was just, like, how punchy it was. Just how punchy it was to really get into, like, the excitement of, like, a new era of Smash. Since it had been, like, 5 years since Melee at that point, with a new art style. They showed off so much in terms of, like, I'm Sis trophies. They showed off Final Smashes for the first time. We got the reveal of Meta Knight, Pit, Zero Suit Samus, and Wario in that trailer. It was just rapid fire, and I don't think we're going to get a trailer with that many reveals ever again.
We had technically 5 reveals in this one. We had Meta Knight, Pit, Zero Suit Samus, and Wario. That was already big news for fans of Metroid and Kirby like myself. But then you have Pit, who's got a completely new redesign that'll eventually be used in Kid Icarus Uprising.
A way better redesign at that.
That game is great. Please make a sequel, Sakurai. After you've taken a break for God knows how long you need. You've earned it.
And nope, he decided to rightfully ignore your request and make a better game in Kirby Air Riders instead. So we got the good ending in this timeline.
But then there was the 5th one, the big reveal at the very end. Solid f***ing Snake.
Okay, now Snake was definitely an interesting one. Very low-key with how they announced it, because this was the first time we ever saw a third-party character in Smash. And so I think there was just a lot of... maybe a bit of confusion as to why Snake was the first one, but definitely is enough to, like, get people, like, interested. I'd put this one B just because, like, the confusion of Snake was definitely bizarre, but it really showed that it was anybody's game, for sure. And just the low-key way they announced it, where it's just like, why is there a codec call going on? And then freaking, what? What is it? Yeah, just Snake and, like, what? It was, like, the Colonel, right? Talking about, like, oh my gosh, we got an invitation to Smash Brothers, and then freaking boom, Snake shows up with, like, Mario in the back. It's just like, what's going on? And it's just that Snake was definitely a bit out of left field to a point where it's just like, you would expect Sonic to show up first. But the fact that it was Snake definitely made it very, very interesting, for sure.
This set a precedent in so many ways, like how unpredictable Sakurai could be, trailers that were thematically made to show more about where they're from, like with Snake's Metal Gear Solid 2 style talk with the Colonel, and then popping out of the cardboard box with that great game over theme that becomes his victory theme in this game for some reason. It's a wonderful reveal. So where do I put this on the tier list based off the ranking categories I've made? I'm using tiermaker.com for this, and
well, good thing I'm already prepared. Good thing I'm already prepared.
The standard formula for this is it goes from S rank to D rank. For this list, I've added 2 extra categories, S+, and F. I think F is pretty self-explanatory, like reveals that I just think did not work.
I'm not a fan of the plus and minus format myself. I'd rather just put in a singular letter tier and leave it at that.
At all. And S+ is basically the category where I just say, I am totally biased here, I cannot rank these fairly. These are the ones that just made me the happiest, the most excited. S is generally where I'm going to put the ones that people would probably say are objectively, whatever that means, the best reveals.
Yeah, whatever
For example,
that means,
where I'm
objectively.
going to put Solid Snake. Snake is going into S tier for basically pioneering the whole idea of revealing Smash characters in these dramatic fashions. So with that, let's get on to another huge reveal, Sonic the Hedgehog. When I checked the Smash Dojo and saw Sonic right there,
oh boy, this one is
big news. The biggest rival for the longest time to Mario and Nintendo. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. He'd already appeared in a bunch of games for Nintendo like Sonic Advance and Sonic Adventure 2, but to see Sonic on stage with Mario duking it out, it just kind of proved that it wasn't a one-trick pony with.
I mean, yeah, this is S tier. Like what are we doing here? It is like the guy to dethrone Mario's monopoly in a game that wasn't the Olympics for a change. This was generational right here. If you actually put this anywhere below S, you're lying. You're actually lying. It's just a shame that his moveset in Brawl and just Smash in general is not great.
With Snake, you could add anybody at this point, could you? So for that, I'm putting Sonic in S tier. It's gotta be. That pretty much brings us to the end of Brawl, because most of the reveals for new characters for that game were also on the website, and I'm not gonna include those because while there were a few that I was really excited about, like King DDD, they didn't. My
man, he's a King DDD, man. I always knew he was based. King DDD, my main, let's frickin' go.
Didn't have videos to show them off the same way they did with Snake or Sonic. So we're gonna move on to Smash 4. Now this is
this is where the hype really went to maximum overdrive. They had reveal trailers for every single character, other than like the clones, like Dark Pit. I don't think I think they just soft announced him later, but yeah, this was big news.
Game that really like changed the game for how Smash characters were revealed. You got like the big splash screens with the name and a funny little pun that describes kind of what they're all about, and a full new animation made specifically to show off the character. So we're gonna start off with the first of Smash 4's reveals, Villager. Now, speaking personally, I don't have much connection or attachment to Animal Crossing.
Okay. Oh gosh, dang it. This is racist towards me. I have to unsubscribe. You know what? I'm gonna subscribe just so I can unsubscribe out of spite. Animal Crossing is like the greatest thing to ever happen. And mainly, the way it was revealed, it was just soft revealed like that. It was very strange. I knew it was Smash because like they did like the swing, woo, like they typically do in the trailers, and then showed the Animal Crossing stuff. And it had been so soon after New Leaf, it would just be like, why would they announce another one now? But like I feel like it could have done a bit more with it. I think they could have shown Villager in a more interesting way. But I do think it was funny the way they showed him with like the demon eyes catching Mario and everything. This was still a great trailer, showing off the 3DS version and then the Wii U one. Like to show like the graphical difference and everything. I thought this was great.
So this was just kind of alright, but I liked the new style, and all the memes about Villager being a crazy killer with the axe and the net and the glowing, creepy, dead eyes. It's a pretty memorable
It was
trailer.
funny.
So, for what it is, I'm gonna put it at B. The next trailer is the one that everyone remembers. The big reveal of Mega Man.
This is just... this one's just perfect. If you put this below S, you're lying. Like, this is like... Yeah, this is like... Like, I'm not even a Mega Man guy like that. I don't even, like, I've never beaten any of the games, but I knew just how big of a deal this was. This was easily, like, the most requested character I saw from Smash 4 speculation back in the day. And the fact that it actually happened right off the rim is just... and the way they revealed it with, like, just the way they just show up out the mountain, and you see his hair, and then suddenly gets the helmet, and then you immediately know. That was my first exposure to Nathaniel Bandy when I saw freaking, that trailer happen. It was so good. Generational trailer right here. It's showing off all the moves they had taken from the Robot Masters. They're freaking fantastic. I have nothing but good things to say about this trailer.
And this one is going straight to S tier for me.
Yeah.
Like, not only was this a thrilling reveal of a new character for this game, I think it honestly might have changed Capcom as a company and how they perceive their fan base. So a long time ago, Capcom really lost its goodwill with a lot of people as a company. It hadn't released a new Mega Man game in forever. It canceled Mega Man Legends 3. Mega Man wasn't in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And on top of that, you've got a lot of really shady business practices, like on-disc DLC. Or how about the time Asura's Wrath's true ending was DLC? Things got so bad that one of the creators of Mega Man, Keiji Inafune, came out of retirement to basically say, well, guess what? I'm gonna make my own game if Capcom's not gonna do their own. What's hilarious...
Yeah, and then frickin' that game ended up bombing because it was Mighty Number 9. Just absolutely diabolical. But yeah, I remember being around that time. Like, Capcom's reputation is not nearly as strong as it was today. Like, Resident Evil was being treated like dirt. Well, with like 5 and 6 being like the big action games instead of the horror the series was at that point. Yeah, I remember seeing all those Mega Man games getting canceled and everything. So like, people were really rooting for like Mega Man, like Capcom, like come back. Excuse me. People were really waiting for like Mega Man and Capcom like come back to their glory days, and thankfully they kind of have now. But like Mega Man's reveal in general, I feel like, yeah, you could argue was the catalyst for that. They kind of needed the W in that time. Like, Monster Hunter was, like, the only thing they were basically really good at the time with Capcom. And even then, it wasn't nearly as accessible as it is today. But, yeah, no, it's just... Yeah, like, why would you buy Elden Ring for Switch 2 if you can play it on PC? Because my PC can barely run... I think you might be behind on the stream a bit, Mr. Mrs. whoever you are. Captain Pasta Base or something like that. We're talking about Smash Brothers now.
Curious about this is, since then, the landscape has completely changed. Inafune's new game, Mighty Number 9, turned out to be an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah.
And not long after all of this Mega Man hype for Smash Brothers came to light, Capcom actually started to clean up its act a lot. They brought back a lot of their famed franchises like Resident Evil. It's better than ever with Resident Evil 7, 8, the remake of 2, and to a lesser extent 3. It was okay. Devil May Cry 5, and of course, a whole new Mega Man.
And I did pick up Devil May Cry 5 recently on the Switch 2 as well. You know, I can't wait to play more of it. It's really freaking fun. I can see why people want freaking Dante in Smash now. Me personally, though, if you're asking me, from what I have played of the game so far, all I'm saying is that Nero would be pretty sick as well. I'm not gonna lie. Nero would be pretty freaking sick. Like, being able to, like, swap arms, like, to give, like, different powers, alongside the swordplay, that'd be really freaking sick.
Game, Mega Man 11. I kind of wonder if it coming back at all has to do with this trailer being such a success, because it made them
I think it's a
know
fair statement
that
to say.
people love Mega Man. They want to see him back in action. With all these tributes to his past, this was satisfying to so many people. And then the trailer itself...
Not to mention freaking Street Fighter Cross Tekken using the ugly box art Mega Man 2. Crazy.
It's amazing too! Like, it's lovingly rendered in 3D with all these great references to Mega Man's past weapons, the silhouette of him on the top of that cliff. The music! It's great. It belongs in S tier. So the last big reveal of E3 2013, I think, was the Wii Fit Trainer. And this was kind of your standard, like, funny, unexpected trailer.
Yeah, this one, Wii Fit Trainer, a lot of people really got upset about Wii Fit Trainer. I found it funny. I found Wii Fit Trainer to be, like, really freaking funny. I just this off-the-wall, just character from this fitness game, just coming in, and I'm just like... The trailer itself was far from anything super special. It was funny to see Mario, Link, and Kirby doing, like, the yoga pose, and then, like, Wii Fit Trainer just doing a thing. For me, I think it's just funny points. For me, it's just, like, funny points, for me. I'd put this one, like, C. It's not, like, an amazing trailer, but I think it's fun for what it is.
It was fine. I mean, I don't think the character drummed up a lot of hype for a lot of people, though it is funny to see a character not meant to fight actually kicking people's butts. The trailer itself was pretty funny to see, like, Mario and Kirby unable to reach over their own heads. I think for the humor factor, it deserves at least a C. Not a bad trailer, just kind of... meh. Rosalina and...
He's still cooking. He's still cooking. And then, like, Sonic getting revealed again. We don't need to talk about that one. It's just whatever. Rosalina, okay, this one I have beef towards. This one I have beef towards. The Rosalina trailer, I have beef towards this one. Because, like, you see it, they didn't do the smash symbol like they usually do. You just see the space sky, and then you hear the Kirby Air Ride theme, and then frickin', you know, Kirby's flying through the sky, and it was like, oh my gosh, are we getting a Kirby Air Ride sequel at long last? And then you see Rainbow Road, and you're just like, oh wait. Are they putting Kirby in Mario Kart 8? That's kind of cool, I guess, but, you know, it would have been cool if we got Kirby Air Ride too, but it just, like, didn't happen. And then it just goes in, it falls on the floor, and then, like, oh, it's just Rosalina and Smash. Just, my soul died that day. Like, this one, okay. Now, luckily, we are in an era now where Kirby Air Riders does exist. So I don't feel as passionately hateful towards this trailer as before. So I would have put an F, but I feel like this deserves a D because they lied to me twice in the same trailer. They gave me two 9/11s in 20 seconds. Genuinely.
Luma. This trailer, I think everyone kind of expected would happen at some point, given how much Rosalina had become an icon after Mario.
Rosalina, I mean, I do think like, Rosalina was deserving to be in the game. Like, I'm gonna give you that.
Kirby's zooming in on his Warp Star. You see him making friends with Luma. Rainbow Road looks nice. It's kind of a standard trailer, much like with Villager. I'm gonna put it in B. Okay, so the next trailer is...
For me, it was more mostly about the context of it in that direct. It was tragic. Tragic how they handled that.
For Little Mac, who unfortunately isn't very well received in the competitive community, but he had a great trailer. I mean...
Yeah, the Little Mac, you know, I was hyped when I saw Little Mac, you know. I wouldn't say, like, you know, in hindsight, this was as big as something like Mega Man or Sonic to me. But freaking, you know, Little Mac was pretty fun. Just the idea of, like, the art style was, like, really freaking sick. More stylized than before, which was the first time we would see that in any of these trailers. Yeah, the moveset, the way they show it, there was some good humor in there. I like this one enough in hindsight.
This trailer actually had a unique animation style, which set it apart from everything else at the time. So, in that sense, it was kind of a trailblazer. And then you've got the funny little Samus comparing heights with Little Mac, and Little Mac just rightfully punishing Samus for that.
Real.
Doc Louie as well. I'm gonna put this one in A. The second reveal for Sonic, just kind of them saying...
Oh, so he is talking about Sonic. Okay. Because this happened before, and I'm just like, wow, Sonic's gonna be in the game again. Wow, I can't believe a fork was found in the kitchen. Yeah, it's fine.
That Sonic is back for Smash 4. I mean, honestly, if you're gonna reveal Mega Man for this game, you might as well have Sonic back. So, I don't think anybody was really too blown away by this. It was nice to hear Sonic Heroes, but for what it is, I'm gonna put it in D. I think everyone kind of knew Charizard was going to be in this game in some form, whether or not as a part of Pokemon Trainer, like in Brawl, or on his own. There's a lot of hype around Charizard being like one of the most popular Pokemon. Whether or not his game performance reflects that is another story, but I think it...
I mean, I was kind of annoyed, because, like, I felt like they were going to do this anyway. The fact that they brought Charizard back, specifically, and not the Pokemon Trainer, I get why, because it was, like, you know, 3DS limitations and everything, and thankfully with Ultimate, that wasn't a problem anymore. But it just felt like a jerk move to me, to just only have Charizard and no one else. Greninja, though, was kind of cool. It's probably my favorite of the Kalos starters, easily. I love the design, I love how they mix, like, water attacks and ninja attacks together. I think it was cool. Yeah, I think it was a cool enough reveal. Balancing out, I'd give this one, like, I'd give it a B. Below Snake, above Wii Fit Trainer. Greninja is Aura. More than Lucario, I'll tell you that much.
It was pretty cool to see Mega Charizard X appear as a final Smash. So, for that, I'm gonna put the reveal of Charizard in C. But as for the rest of the trailer, I'd say it deserves at least a B, because it's a neat little trailer with lots of action.
Man, we are agreeing so much, dude. We're agreeing so much. I need to feel angry again. I need to feel a rush of adrenaline in my life. You have to give me a diabolical take here eventually.
So many Pokemon showing up out of their Pokeballs. And then the reveal of Greninja in the shadows, which a lot of people for some reason thought was Mewtwo. I mean, Mewtwo doesn't really hang from a tree branch.
I don't get how people thought it was Mewtwo. The proportions were so off.
What's kind of funny is, for some reason, in a Pokemon-themed trailer, no less, I thought it was going to be Rundus from Metroid Prime 3, because the water shuriken kind of...
Oh my gosh, he's a real Nintendo fan. He's played Metroid. Oh man, crazy work. Crazy work to have that comparison of all things.
made me think of ice. Yeah, I know, that makes no sense, and, like,
Hold on,
this
can I
from
get the
Metroid Prime
thing?
3, because the water shuriken kind of made me think of ice. Yeah, I know, that makes
Sure.
no sense, and...
Why not, right?
I guess it goes to
I
show
could think of
just how
worse
much
comparisons.
we starve for anything good Metroid-related recently. Greninja looked cool.
Well, I mean, this was right after, you know, they revealed Metroid Dread, so we were on the up and up with Metroid, so, you know, fair.
I think a lot of people were surprised by the fact that a X and Y Pokemon came in so soon after the games were just released. Especially knowing that Sakurai just made the character based off concept art. He did really well with what he was given. So.
Yeah, totally. Like, I believe it if this character was in development for years. They handled the character so freaking well.
To put it in B. Okay, this next reveal, I think, is a lot of fun, even though it might not be considered a traditional...
This one, the Mii's going, like, top of the food chain. Like, people glaze Reggie... Oh, Nintendo had soul, me Reggie, me what? This is one of those cases where it's just like, we're never seeing this again. Two actual leaders at Nintendo fighting each other in a fist fight is one of the greatest things Nintendo has ever done and ever will do, and I will not be taking any further questions at this time.
Additional reveal. It's the Mii Fighter reveal. I'm gonna put this one in A just for the sheer comedy of Reggie and Iwata fighting in person. They're doing JoJo fisticuffs and, like, Iwata charging in, clearly, like, green screened or CGI'd in. Then you got the reveal of the Mii.
I mean, honestly, A tier, and you get that. The once in a lifetime opportunity. Alright, we're starting to feel the disagreement. It's a coward. Coward, honestly.
Amiibo as well, custom moves. Funny, it revealed a lot of things, and I think a lot of people expected Mii Fighters were going to be in this game, given how ubiquitous they've become. Just with all the memes about Reggie being playable in Smash, I think this is probably the best way they could have done it. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, the Mii Fighters were just fun to have in the game in general. They were a really fun reveal. They revealed Amiibo for the first time, and, like, I argue that Smash Wii U was, like, the best use that they ever made for Amiibo, and they launched with that game, so it's kind of sad, honestly.
So, for the entertainment factor alone, it's going in A tier. Next up, we have got Palutena.
This one, Palutena's trailer, I'll have, this one's just kind of whatever to me. Like, I love the animation style of it being, like, kiddick or surprising. I just think the way that they ended the E3 2014 with that specifically, and then left Pac-Man to a private event where we had to learn about through Twitter, and then, like, no one outside of that little theater had an authentic reaction to it. I just felt that was kind of lame. And, like, you know, and Palutena, I mean, the fact that the trailer started with, like, oh, you just see Palutena, like, you know, from, like, the mouth down, it kind of felt like, okay, we already kind of know what character this is. Cool reveal. I've never understood how to play Palutena, but this trailer, especially at the end of a really good E3, it didn't really do too much for me.
And this is one of my personal favorite trailers of them all. But even apart from my own bias, I'd still put this one in S tier for one reason.
Oh my... Okay. I am awake now. I am awake. S tier. Okay, I know this guy said he likes Kid Icarus Uprising because he wants a sequel to that game. But, like... S tier? For Palutena, yeah? Oh my... This is... There is no way... You're not going to convince me of this, Alex. I'm willing to hear you out, but you're not going to convince me.
and one reason only: the anime aesthetic. The battle.
Oh my, it's a weeb! It's because he's a weeb! No, oh my gosh. Absolutely washed. Absolutely washed. Oh, I can just imagine just Kane, like, during the show, just bothering everyone that was trapped in the circus with all sorts of, like, My Hero Academia, JoJo references all the time. I can picture it now. I can picture it now. This is either that or freaking, you know, Minecraft with Gadget, because apparently he read all the lines that Inspector Gadget said word for word, bar for bar. Tragic. Oh my god, it's so Kane over. It really is Kane over.
Between Pit and Link just looks gorgeous in that style.
The art style is really good, though. I'm definitely gonna give you that. For me, I think he's more so just judging like the trailers in a vacuum, which fair dues. I'm thinking about the concept. I'm thinking about the trailers within the prospect of when they actually happened and where I was when they happened. And when this happened, I mean, it was cool to see Palutena in the game, but just like, is this really gonna be the what you end your presentation on before the Star Fox tease? Like, I don't know. I feel like if anything, it would have been better if Palutena was the first character shown at the beginning of the presentation, and then reveal the Mii's last. I feel like that would have been a much more interesting way to go about it.
It's very upfront with the fact that Palutena is going to be the reveal character for this one, but
yeah, that's
her
part of my
coming in
problem.
Just, whoo, and the reveals of all her new attacks are really cool.
well,
Her
hold on.
coming in just, whoo.
To be last character, please. Well, you got another Square character, and a way better one at that. I haven't played Nier Automata, so I can't judge the quality.
And the reveals of all her new attacks are really cool. Also, Dark Pit's there too. I love the character. I love the anime.
If anything, that's why you should play in D tier, because eventually Dark Pit was going to be in the game, the worst character ever made.
I think it belongs in S tier. Okay, the
Crazy
final
work.
reveal from that E3 is Pac-Man. The trailer was fine. I mean, it was nice seeing Pac-Man's moveset.
Oh man, for me, Pac-Man, I'm gonna put this one in like A tier. I'm gonna put it right below Lil Mac, just because like it was pretty low key, very low key compared to like the Mega Man one, which is like, oh, you got Mario gameplay representing red, you got Sonic and Mega Man representing blue, and then yellow comes in and just, you know, the circle opens up and you're like, whoop, and then you see Pac-Man, and it's still really cool to see like all the moves representing like Namco's history. In terms of raw energy, I don't think it matches the Mega Man one, and also, yeah, I feel like, yeah, why didn't you show this in like the end of the direct instead of freaking, you know, saving Palutena for that private party? Just that will always be very strange to me.
Because I think a lot of people had questions about that. The whole red, blue, yellow thing was a little less impressive. I think
Yeah.
because it was mostly just footage from the game itself, kind of a
Yeah.
saving measure. But I did kind of like the little history lesson at the end, comparing the age of Game & Watch.
That was definitely
Pac-Man,
cute,
and
though.
the
It was
reveal of
a nice
Pac-Man
little
through the
gag.
Yellow circle. I think that's kind of cute. For what it is, I think I'm gonna put it in C. Not the most creative trailer, but it's got a few little cute moments that I appreciated.
I think I was just happy to see Pac-Man the game, because like freaking Namco was developing the game. Why would Pac-Man not be in there? But it was just nice to see him in action. He looked really happy, and seeing him in his traditional design and not the Ghostly Adventures one, I think that definitely helped quite a bit.
After that, Nintendo did a few reveals just on their own. No Nintendo Direct or anything, just revealing a few characters right then and there. So we had the reveal for Lucina and Robin from Fire Emblem Awakening.
This one is one I was a little bit salty towards, because I was rooting for Chrom to get in. And we did eventually get him in Ultimate, but, like, I was a little bit annoyed. Why did we choose Lucina over Chrom? It was a little less deflating knowing that friggin', like, Robin got in. And also, you know, Captain Falcon showing up again. So that was nice. I'm putting this one, like, low B tier. I think the style of animation was really freaking sick. Just, like, the Fire Emblem deck was matched to a T. Captain Falcon worked really well in that style. Just the Colosseum deck, too. just sort of soft announcing like Lucina and Robin in the same thing was kind of cool. And Robin is one of the more unique Fire Emblem characters with all the wizardry and casting spells and stuff. He's part of the Shadow Wizard Money Gang, and we love casting spells in there.
I think it has to be stated that Awakening really deserves to be in this game. Not only did Awakening save Fire Emblem from being cancelled as a series, it made it a juggernaut overseas
I still need to finish Awakening, though. That game, from what I played of it, is really good.
and in America. So to have two characters in this game was well earned in my opinion, especially after having played it myself and really enjoying the changes it made to be more accessible to new audiences. It had a lot to live up to, and I think this trailer did a great job of drumming up hype not just for these characters, but renewed interest in Fire Emblem as well. The trailer itself is edited by the same team that did Awakening's cel-shaded cutscenes, and it looks beautiful.
It really
Especially
does.
seeing Captain Falcon looking kind of intimidating with the glowy eyes, fighting
Yeah.
off Rom.
Yeah, Captain Falcon actually looked kind of scary here, which is like, that's something I was never able to say before. I just thought he looked cool and that's it. I just thought he always looked cool and that's it. But like, see him look like a genuine, like, real threat here was like, it was really cool to see.
Lucina and Robin, of course, poor Crom getting his little meme at the end. Yeah, this was a really good trailer. I think it belongs an A. Next up is Shulk, and I know a lot of people really, really love Xenoblade, so just the fact that he's in this game at all is wonderful, and I still need to play it.
Okay, so he's played Fire Emblem and not Xenoblade. Granted, this was 2021, so he might have played it since then. I still need to play some more Xenoblade, admittedly enough. I got the Switch 2 edition of 1. I gotta play it this year. Shulk's trailer was a little bit deflating just because, you know, that giant leak happened with all the characters getting revealed. And Shulk's trailer basically confirmed that that was happening. So for me, it definitely was a little deflating seeing this actually happen. Because, like, the surprise was gone. The surprise was gone right there. I'll put this in high C, though. The action was really freaking sick to see.
Honestly, introducing this
Chugga. Oh my god, the Chugga Conroy glaze.
to play it. Honestly,
Chugga Senpai. Oh my god. Not only are you weeping out with a senpai, the Chugga Conroy reference. Oh my gosh, crazy. All the countdown guys were like glazing Chugga like so crazy. You love to see it.
introducing this character who's, for Nintendo anyways, relatively obscure, was kind of cool to see.
Chugga is cool though, so it's like, you know, I'm not gonna fault him.
Especially with all the little quirks and memes that the Xenoblade universe has to offer. I'm gonna put it in B. Plus, you've got a guy with a laser sword in the game. That's just cool, alright? Next up is a trailer that I was actually quite surprised by. The official reveal of Bowser Jr. I say official because at this point the 3DS version of Smash 4 was out, and everyone knew that Bowser Jr. and Duck Hunt were going to be playable.
Yeah, at this point they were just kind of filler. It was cool they still got trailers, but just like, at this point we already knew they were in the game. I would have been more excited about Bowser Jr. had he not been leaked, as is, the trailer is still alright for what it is. It's intimidating to see, like, Bowser Jr. and the rest of the Koopalings showing up, like, with the moon behind them and everything. That was kind of cool. Okay, actually, you know what? I was going to put this in C, but because, you know, Mario just looked so intimidating, just shielding while Bowser Jr. was drilling into him, I think I got bumped this up to B. That was, like, so sick to see.
But for what it is, this trailer was actually really good. Like, it actually made Bowser freaking Jr. with his clown car actually look menacing.
Yeah, this shot right here. This was insane to witness. Just the shielding and everything. This was so rad. This was actually so rad.
Along with the silhouettes of all the Koopalings on that same Mega Man cliff, it looked great, honestly, and it complemented the reveal of 8-player Smash perfectly. I'm gonna put this one in B tier. Not really earth-shattering, but for what it is, I really enjoyed this one. In the same Nintendo Direct as that Bowser Jr. trailer, though, we got something truly special. The reveal that DLC was going to be in Super Smash Bros., with the reveal of...
Oh boy. Mr. Mewtwo. Mr. Mewtwo. If we're talking about the trailer as a whole, it's fine. I'd put this in, like, C tier. because like the actual trailer came after the reveal that Mewtwo would be coming back. But like Mewtwo in general, yeah, just the shock that everyone sort of had that Mewtwo was coming back. Just freaking, that's how freaking like Etika like sort of came into the limelight with his reaction. Like that was just, it was mind-boggling. Just, can we go back? Can we go back to that time, please? Give me a moment. I like to remind you all of the moment in history that was, you know, this deserves to be preserved in a museum for generations to come.
Time for a special announcement.
Okay, I'm ready.
Just the sudden just catching me like, all right, and then just immediately seeing the feet, and already he's lost his mind.
I'm ready.
Rochon! Rochon! Oh my god! Rochon! 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 Oh my god! Rochon! 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 Holy shit!
It's just the most iconic thing of all time. The most iconic thing. Man, the world really lost a lot of hype when Etika went the way he did. Like, this was beautiful to see in motion. This was beautiful. Like, oh my gosh. Like, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's gonna be 10% my reaction when Waluigi joins Smash. My brother, you're under the assumption that Waluigi is ever going to join Smash. The cope is crazy. Missing out on Etika reactions is one of my biggest regrets being in the Nintendo space. I was there when they were written. It was one of the... Like, you know, obviously, you know, I was sort of, like, really getting into a lot of this Nintendo stuff around the 3DS and Wii U era in terms of YouTube. You could not escape Etika. Even people who weren't fans of Nintendo knew who this guy was. Just an absolute, just generational reactions right there. And most of them have not hit the same. The closest I think I've gone was, like... Can I pull up, like... One of my goats, Mighty Keith, when Sora got into the game. This is like the only chance I'm really gonna get to talk about this in particular, because like this video came out before Sora did. So this was beautiful to witness.
What did Mario just... Bro, is that a... Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? They did it! Oh! Oh no! I was in this game! Oh!
And there's Mewtwo in the back!
Oh! Oh! I believe! All these fucking years, I believe, goddammit! I believe!
Just the I believed right there. It felt like he was witnessing, Jesus come back down to life. Which, to be fair, like, I saw some guy reacting to Sora and literally said, "It's baby Jesus!" So maybe we're not too far off. But like, yeah, like this is like the closest I ever felt. Like, and this is how I felt when I saw, like, freaking Sora be put into the game. I was with my brother Ethan when he got revealed, and, like, that was just one of the most poetic moments of, like, our lives, because he's a big Kingdom Hearts guy, too. And I'm just like... This is, like, the only reason I would want Smash Brothers to come back at this point. For moments like this to happen again. Yeah, it's so wonderful to see. It's wonderful. But let's get back to you, Alex.
Of Mewtwo's model being slowly shown. This belongs in S tier. I mean, everyone wanted Mewtwo back because he was a fun...
I didn't. I admit I wasn't. I was just gonna be like, oh, Melee fan service, and then when they put Dr. Mario in, I was like, okay, what are we doing here? Mewtwo was cool to see, but like, you know... If we're talking about the reveal of him coming back, maybe I'd bump him up a bit higher, but like, as far as the actual trailer that we saw more in motion, that's like C tier.
Fun character to play as in Melee, if not the best. The fact that DLC was officially going to be in Smash Brothers, offering new characters beyond the development cycle of the game. That's really, really cool, and as we're gonna see, pretty worth it in my opinion. Okay, maybe in Ultimate, less so in Smash 4, but we'll get there. And it made so many people ridiculously happy. Like, you needn't look farther than Etika's reaction to the whole...
Oh, I literally just pulled it up! I just pulled it out! I mean, oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe I was Kane the entire time. Maybe I was the one that put Zubul through so much emotional trauma through therapy.
Thing. God bless the man. Next up, we've got the reveal of Duck Hunt, which, compared to the Bowser Jr. reveal, at least sort of having a point complementing the 8-player Smash reveal, this was just casually shown off in a Nintendo Direct, and, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just... Again, since we already saw him, it would have hit more if we actually didn't know about him, but like, as is, it's like... Yeah, I'll put in C. The trailer is fine. It's funny, for what it is, but nothing more.
I guess no hype whatsoever because we already knew that Duck Hunt was going to be in the game, but the trailer was cute. It kind of explained how the zapper worked for a lot of people who might not be familiar with that. It was nice to see Duck Hunt rendered in 3D like that. I mean, I grew up with that game. I played it a lot with my cousin growing up. For what it is, it's fine. I'm gonna put it in C. Side note, I think Duck Hunt is hilarious, and just the whole idea of making a tribute to the light gun games and doing it in such a weird, wacky way. I love this character. It's a lot of fun. Now let's talk about the DLC for...
Duck Hunt is far from my favorite of the retro characters. I'm definitely more so of a Mr. Game & Watch sort of guy. But Duck Hunt, I do think, has his own merits. I just think it's funny to have, like, a combination of the dog, the duck, and, like, the guy zapping with the gun. I just think that is a really cool concept to, like, bridge all those three things together. It's a really cool representation of the game, honestly. Like, Smash 4's characters in general represent the games they come from so much better than any of the characters from previous games. It makes playing as characters from, like, 64 and Melee feel very, very dated, honestly. Which you cannot say about the characters of today.
Smash 4, and most of these trailers aren't great, to be honest. I mean, you can kind of tell that they were running on what little budget they had left. Mewtwo's trailer I actually think is okay. Everyone knew it was coming because of the previous reveal, but seeing it actually have a final Smash was really cool to see. I think it belongs in C tier. Unfortunately, I can't really give much praise for Lucas or Roy.
Dang. I mean, for me, Lucas, emotionally speaking, Lucas goes into, like, A tier for me. That was the only character I was sad about not returning in Smash 4 from Brawl. And the fact that he did come back, you know, it was really nice. Maybe he probably should have been the base game to begin with, but it was cool to see him back. And I actually have a physical copy of Mother 3, the fan translation, available in my library. And I really, really do want to finally get around to playing it soon. And as for Roy, you know, it was definitely deflated. Roy and Ryu were leaked beforehand. And Roy's reveal was just like, eh. We already had so many Fire Emblem characters to begin with. I was just like, Roy's cool, but just, I didn't really care for it. Lucas comes out of nowhere. The writing is that fire.
Just kind of blend together, honestly. It's reveals for past characters. They don't really have too much special. I mean, Roy does have the bit where he kind of dunks on Koopaling Roy, which is a bit funny, but mostly just recorded footage from the game. I'm putting them both in D.
Dang.
Ryu's trailer, again, not bad. I think the tribute to Street Fighter 2's opening is pretty nice.
Yeah, again, this one was deflated for me because of the leak and everything. But, like, in general, I think with Ryu, yeah, I'll put this one in. I would say I'd put this one right above Mewtwo. It was cool to see Ryu get in. Street Fighter just makes perfect sense to add to Smash Brothers. But in general, like, I mean, the trailer was just kind of fine.
Then you got the whole reveal that he can do command inputs just like in that game. For the first, like, proper DLC newcomer for these games, I think it's fine. It gets a C. It's just that it can't top the reveal of Cloud.
Cloud's reveal was insane. Cloud's reveal was absolutely insane. Just starting with Reggie going, "I sense a new trailer approaching," and not even doing the smash like symbol. Starting out with like how Final Fantasy VII opens with like the opening bombing mission song, with like the little bits of like stars just in the air. It's just going down. With a lot of people, myself included, didn't really recognize that at first. I think the only person I saw who reacted to trailers, who was able to immediately pinpoint what it was like Maximilian. I'll pull that up right now. Let me see here. Final Fantasy VII. Cloud Smash. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this was like the only guy I found out who was able to recognize like the stars like right away. And like, cause I think the Final Fantasy VII, last time I checked, this is his favorite game. So
No.
let me scroll behind a little bit. Just the instant change from like, just the instant change in facial expression. Just casually watching, then he's scared. He's so scared.
Fuck you. No. No. What the fuck?
And then, yeah, seeing the Smash logo after that has got to be like the biggest dopamine rush of his life.
What the fuck?
Yeah, seeing the Final Fantasy VII right there, that was when everyone was like, okay, what are you doing here? Because again, my hope was like, oh, we finally see Sora in Smash. To see Cloud instead, when Final Fantasy VII has had much less of a presence on Nintendo platforms than Kingdom Hearts did, that was a huge shock to my system. That was a huge shock to my system. It was so sick. It was so sick to see. And the trailer itself, like showing Midgar, like all the summons too, were like probably the most creative use of like the battlefield format of a stage I'd ever seen. And to this day, I have still seen. And then this Cloud just beating up Ike as if he was Sephiroth. That was really funny. And then the Chocobo Mii hats and everything. That was really cute. Genuinely, like, brilliant trailer. Brilliant trailer right here.
Cloud barely even has a presence in Nintendo. I mean, the most you could say is that Final Fantasy used to be on Nintendo consoles, and then from there, once Final Fantasy VII happened, it just went straight over to PlayStation. And what's he doing here? I mean, the most Cloud's been in a Nintendo game is maybe Chain of Memories? Side note, add Sora, even though you're probably not going to.
Won't you look at that? Aged like a fine wine, my brother in Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am getting a barbecue. I'm getting a nice pool. And we'll be singing Daisy Bell all day long, buddy. All day long. Oh, my man. I knew this man was base. You know what? I'm convinced that the reason those guys were in the digital circus was because they were not Sora truthers. They were warped in there because Kane needed to educate them on one of the best protagonists in all of gaming history. Let's freaking go. My man. Base department. I am calling the base department as we speak. Unfortunately, they take a while to get back to me. So, I'll report back with my findings once they get back to me. But as is right now, actual profit right here.
Will make my girlfriend really happy. But yeah, just
I hope your girlfriend is having the best years of her life, assuming that you're still with her. If not, then I hope she's in the streets.
This is another game changer because, like, it was mostly gameplay footage, but at the same time, it's really all you need. Cloud is in Super Smash Bros. You've got some of the music by Uematsu in the game. Midgar looks great. There's the Omnislash tribute at the end. For its low budget, it shocked everyone. It belongs in S.
Yeah,
What
100%.
isn't top tier is the reveal of the Geno Mii Fighter costume.
Does this one even count, though? Are we counting Mii costumes as separate, though? Okay, as someone who has played Super Mario RPG since then, Geno was a cool character, but, like, Mallow's way more based. That tadpole deserves so much more than Geno is... than Geno has ever gone, honestly.
I'm putting this one in D. Geno! The character who's absolutely going to be in Super Smash Bros. Because Square Enix cares so much about him. They care so much that he's just a hat. You see the weird, awkward...
Mallow was always the better character anyway.
And you just think, this isn't...
Geno Cope is very funny. Waluigi Coper Pot calls the Kelp. Okay, yeah, you've saved yourself with that comment, because I would have called you out easily.
like a great representation of Geno, and as we'll soon see, other, I guess you could call them premium Mii Fighter costumes, do this a whole lot better than Geno did. Pretty disappointing for those who want Geno in the game. I'm gonna put this one in D, which is still better than Corrin. Oh, Corrin. You are going straight to...
Yeah. This one... No explanation needed, honestly. I'm just gonna let him say, what I would say, but in his much more sexy voice compared to me.
F. Spoiler alert, this is the only trailer I put in F tier because it's not good. The reveal trailer itself is just footage slightly altered from Fire Emblem Fates. It had just come out in Japan and it wasn't even out in America yet, so it felt really like it was money grabbing. It's really not helped by Fates' reputation years later, because Fates has become pretty controversial even in the Fire Emblem community for being a lot of missed potential, and the character Corrin themselves is not very popular as far as some of their actions go, and people like to complain about one of the reveals later, but I think for me this is probably the weakest one because it just made me think, really? Do we not have enough Fire Emblem at this point? I'll dive more into my thoughts on that once we hit Ultimate, but yeah, just not great.
Yep, basically said everything that I could possibly say, just in his very cathartic voice. Yep, and I haven't played Fates. I don't know when or if I will. I've always heard very negative things about it. I have many other Fire Emblem games I'd rather play instead. Awakening, Path of Radiance. I'm gonna get Fortune's Weave, so I'm not exactly in a rush to play Fates anytime soon.
It just smacks of corporate mandate to put this recent character in, and to an extent, so does a later reveal. Again, we'll get to that. It's not a reveal that was done with any kind of preparation for what people were going to think about it years later. It belongs in F. It's the worst Smash reveal, in my opinion.
Yeah, basically just the only... Yeah, 100%. It is the only Smash reveal that I could call a blatant money grab. Just pure marketing, and that's it. Like, at least with Byleth, yeah, it was annoying, but at least Three Houses was already out worldwide by then. So, there was that at the very least. And Three Houses is generally much more liked than Fates ever was, so that too.
Thankfully, the reveal of Bayonetta was a little better. I think a lot of people were surprised that she was handled as well as she was, given that she's from a rated M game. The trailer's alright. I mean, again, no new CG footage made for it, but some of the banter from the Kid Icarus cast is entertaining as always.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, this is just speaking personally. I've never played a Bayonetta game, and for personal reasons, I just don't really have any desire to do so. I was very shocked when I saw Bayonetta be like the last character revealed. It was kind of cool in the moment. Of course, given how Smash 4 would end up being, with her being the most overpowered character in the game, a lot of people have a distaste for this character. But in general, like, I do think some of the banter was kind of cute, but overall, in terms of Bayonetta, I just don't really have any strong feelings towards her. I'm not the biggest fan. I'll put it in C. The trailer's fine.
Which is a neat little tie-in to how Bayonetta probably wants to kill Pit. I'm gonna put it in C. Okay,
Yeah.
time for the main event. We are at Ultimate now, and we are starting off very, very strong with the first reveal trailer for the new Smash Bros. Game for the Switch. It, of course, revealed Inkling as a character, but just the fact that there was going to be a whole new game at all, the logo in the Inkling's eye just made people go nuts like you wouldn't believe. And
Yeah, like, this is... Okay, S tier is a crazy shout, but, like, to me, like, I was definitely of the mindset, like, when I was seeing that trailer in action, they already showed so much Splatoon stuff at the end of, like, the March 2018 Direct. It was, like, a Splatoon 2 thing, Splatoon amiibo, and my first thought was, like, for the final announcement, it was just be, like, when they showed all the splatting and everything, I was gonna be like, don't you dare. Don't you do another, like, Splatoon thing? Like, the third or fourth Splatoon-related thing. And my mind was like, are you actually doing a Splatoon 1 port? Because Splatoon was already... Because, like, the Wii U... The Switch was already very port-heavy at the time. So many Wii U games going to the Switch. I would have actually been very freaking frustrated if they announced, like, oh, Splatoon 1 is on the Switch now and everything. But then I thought about that more as I was watching. And the CGI looked really dang good, and I was like, wait, is this Smash Brothers? Because, like, if you were going to have to reveal any character for a Smash Brothers first, it was going to be the Inklings. You don't try to hide it. Splatoon was inevitably going to be in Smash Brothers. It was 100% going to be. And, you know, Inklings were definitely the best way to do it. I'm glad they didn't waste time doing a trailer for the inevitable. So, but yeah, in terms of, like, the reveal and everything, it was cool to see. Also seeing that tease, like, the Smash Brothers logo in pure fire. You saw Breath of the Wild Link a little bit. It's a cool trailer. It did show much, but it was a cool trailer. It didn't show much, but it was a cool trailer. And for many, that's kind of all anyone needed.
Tier, easily. And you'd think, how are they going to top that, right? They top it with the best...
Okay, this one is S tier, though. We're not going to lie here. Let's not kid ourselves here. Every character in history coming back, it's just like... And the way it's paced, too, was so freaking insane. Where is that Smash Brothers, Smash Ultimate E3 2018 trailer? Just the way this was paced was phenomenal. Bring back every single character that the series had seen up until that point. Where is... Yeah, everyone is here. That everyone is here trailer. Like, you look at this. It's just glorious. You know, you see Mario pop in, obviously. You see, you know, your typicals and everyone. Then we'll skip ahead a little bit. You see Zelda's got a new design. That's kind of cool. You know, Mewtwo's back already. Okay, Sonic, obviously. Okay, nice to see that. And then you see the Ice Climbers popping in. Where, like, there's a little bit of build. Because, like, the Ice Climbers were not in Smash 4 because of 3DS limitations. But now they're back here. And we're like, oh my gosh, this is cool. It's nice to see them back. And then you start to get more suspicious, okay? You see the Inklings in action. You know, as, like, the newcomers and everything. Captain Falcon, Zero Suit Samus, Wii Fit Trunks. They're just showing so many people at this point. Ness and Lucas, you know, not DLC. Then, you know, Ryu and Ganondorf. Ganondorf getting a new design, and Ryu just right off the rim. And then Cloud back, which you wouldn't have expected to see, like, at all. And freaking, because Cloud, like, the Square Enix thing with how little they did with him in Smash 4, you might have expected that. So it was like, that was cool to see him back already. And then as soon as that happens, Snake. And this was where everything set in. This was the moment where it was just like, oh my gosh, you actually got Snake back. There was no way you actually did it. and everyone was here, it was like, there's no way. You're actually bringing everyone, and it really set in the second you saw Pichu immediately afterwards. The worst character in Smash Brothers history. And he's brought back, and I was actually happy. This made me happy to see 3 Links. Because, like, you see Toon Link right here, and Young Link. Because before, when it was just like, you know, Young Link in Melee, Toon Link in Brawl and Smash 4, I was like, ew, why are there 2 Links? And here I was being like, yes! 3 Links! Let's freaking go! And then, you know, Pac-Man back, Shulk, and then freaking Wolf comes in at the last minute, and then Mega Man as, like, the last one right here. With, Zero and Base, wait, no, Proto Man Base, my mistake. And then freaking, you know, Smash Brothers Ultimate. That's when it really all set in. And as a joke, you know, Luigi can never get away scot-free. And then the mural at the end was just brilliant. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about it. The Cloud and the Mies trailers, I'm going to put higher just because, you know, just the pure shock of seeing, like, these impossible things be possible, and also, like, the Mii thing just being really funny. That was more meaningful to me, but it's still really freaking sick.
Trailer ever. Everyone is here. What can I say other than it is perfect? Every single Smash Brothers character arriving, the swelling orchestral music, the reveal of Snake that sent Rabid Luigi sliding out of his chair.
I never saw that one. Oh my gosh, yeah, Rabid Luigi brings me back to good old days.
Ecstasy. I can't say anything new that hasn't been said already. This trailer is a masterpiece. Like, probably one of the best E3 moments.
I got excited just that you were looking back at it. Then I've done my job! I've done my job. We're never getting a moment like this again. This was like, people that glaze, oh, 2017 was so good. Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey. This is the real moment right here. This was the moment that united the community as one.
Ever see. And when you know it, the rest of the presentation on Smash Bros. Ultimate was really good. We've got Daisy.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. I do gotta...
Being...
Give me a second, guys. Hold on a moment. I got a little bit of something right here. Give me a second. Daisy is an interesting one. I would like to give the opinion of a man I really trust. Kane, who is your favorite Super Smash Brothers character?
Daisy, Daisy.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'll put Daisy's reveal in, like, you know, these weren't really trailers, as more so just, reveals in, like, the sizzle reel. Daisy was cute. I'll put it in C. She's fine.
Revealed as an Echo Fighter, which is, okay.
Better character than Waluigi.
I mean, she wasn't really given much of a fanfare. D tier. Nice to have her. But the way it ended... Ridley is going to be the first character that I place in S+ tier.
Ain't no way, broski. That much? That much? Okay. Okay. Here's the thing. The reason why I don't feel much passion towards the Ridley trailer is because my heart was destroyed earlier that day. Because they showed Bomberman as an assist trophy, who is like my most wanted character after Sora. And that just crushed me and just pretty much destroyed my mood for the rest of the presentation. So I couldn't feel much towards Ridley, and I was also in the he's too big camp, so it was just like, okay, cool, you did it. In hindsight, yeah, the trailers was good. I'd put it in like B tier, honestly. But yeah, just my emotions in that time, they were just not. They just didn't feel right to me. It just didn't feel right. But like in hindsight, objectively speaking, it was a good trailer. Just because I was so deflated by Bomberman's reveal beforehand, and at least he got a Mii costume later on. I was just sort of like, yeah. I will say Alex is dodging the Nintendo fan allegations. He clearly has played Metroid.
because while it's not a game changer like anything in
Just say you've never... Shut up. Actually, shut up. I've never beat Metroid, okay? I have played Metroid. I've never beat it, okay?
here was... It's Ridley. The one character I wanted more than any other in Smash Brothers. As a huge Metroid fan, this made me feel so validated. They were able to make this character work. Menacing, fun to play as.
They did make him
just-
work.
The moment I saw Ridley's tail, I lost my mind. Also, important PSA, when considering Smash Fighters and who the last one might be, please hype responsibly. Before the reveal of Smash Ultimate, I made a bet that if Ridley...
That is something that people could understand watching Nintendo Directs. Hyping responsibly, so that when you get good games and not your plumber slop, so you won't have a meltdown about them. No, I'm not talking about anyone in particular.
somehow made it into this game, I would chug hot sauce live on camera. I did. I ended up doing that.
No way.
I hurt. Ghost
I can-
peppers are considered weapons.
I
in
can
certain
imagine.
countries.
You use a ghost pepper? You used a ghost pepper. There's no way. My dad always talked about ghost peppers being some of the most insanely hot things you could ever have. I'm surprised that you lived to tell the tale. Honestly. Crazy work. Crazy work. Oh man. If you could survive that, then surely you can be the one who runs the show, honestly.
Needless to say, when I made a bet on another character appearing in Smash later, I didn't do that. For now, though, we've got Simon and Richter. Again, like with Mega Man, this trailer gave Castlevania more love than Konami had given them in a long time.
And they still haven't, honestly. The Simon trailer was absolutely wonderful, honestly. Honestly, I would put this one above the Everyone Is Here one. Honestly, above Cloud, too. Screw it. Yeah, this is the highest one for me so far. I'm not even a Castlevania guy. I picked up Requiem recently on my PS4. That's a combo pack with Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. I want to play that eventually. But just the Halloween vibes, the spooky atmosphere, Luigi getting like straight up chopped up and killed by the actual death itself. And he doesn't revive by the end. And Simon comes in and it's just like, oh my gosh, no way. This is actually freaking sick. And then Richter comes in after. I'm just like, who's this guy? Because I never really was familiar with this game beforehand. And now I am. And I think Richter is one of the coolest characters in fiction. Genuinely amazing trailer right here.
Now you've got the Castlevania animated series on Netflix, which is glorious to watch.
I
And
forgot about the Netflix series. I need to watch that.
this trailer with these incredible recreations of NES Castlevania. You've got Medusa, the mummies, Death himself, Luigi getting terrorized. It's
Oh yeah, and I foreshadowed the plunger in Luigi's Mansion 3. Thanks for bringing that up.
everything you could want. And then Conan the Barbarian himself, Simon Belmont, the icon of Castlevania that everyone kind of expected was going to be in the game, and a lot of people weren't.
Were they, though? I mean, yeah, it was cool to see Snake come back, but is he another Konami guy? I mean, Konami loves money, we know that much, but just... Definitely wasn't the first character to come to mind when I think of third parties, I guess, because Castlevania is very iconic on, like, the NES and everything, and, like, retro gaming as a whole, but, like, he wouldn't be my first choice, I'd say.
Too hot on his design, but then they showed off Richter, and people lost their minds. I mean, if you don't want to play as Conan, you could also play as this handsome beefcake instead. Needless to say, a lot of people were very happy with that. Plus,
I mean, Richter is the better of the two Belmonts anyway, so, you know, not wrong.
he says the line while fighting Dracula. It's everything you could ever want from a Castlevania trailer. All the memes are here. Everything is here. Everyone is here. They're going into A tier. Also, can I just say, this Smash Bros. Presentation was incredible because, on top of everything from the previous one, we had 5 separate character reveals.
Yeah! That was an insane presentation, honestly. And then we got Chrom and Dark Samus. I was really happy to see Chrom come back. Dark Samus made perfect sense as an Echo Fighter. I'm gonna put this one... at the top of C. Obviously, they're not huge reveals. They're just mostly sizzle reel stuff. But they were really cool to see. They were really cool to see.
Simon and Richter, and now the next two,
All good multiversal jam. Take it easy.
Chrom and Dark Samus. Metroid fan as I am, I actually think I preferred the reveal for Chrom in this one. I love how he just drops in, the orchestral music is playing.
Just right
he got
away.
His chance. It's great.
He finally had, and I was so thrilled.
Dark Samus, though, I'm a little less enthused by because I think they probably could have done more with Dark Samus as a character.
Sure.
It's fine for what it is.
Dark Samus is kind of a weird one, for me. It's just because like it's basically Samus, but she floats now. Cool. That's kind of it. I feel like they could have done more.
Put it in C, I think. Certainly more of a reveal than Daisy got. And now we come to another S+. This is a character that I'd want...
King K. Rool. Yep, this one is just... The fact that, you know, King K. Rool finally got his chance. The energy was so high. This shot right here with Donkey Kong, Donkey, Diddy, and, like, King K. Rool just pounding it at the sun. And then the fake out with King Dedede with, like, the greatest reaction images of all time. My favorite Smash Brothers character in Dedede. Getting that moment right here, laughing at the viewer. And then K. Rool just comes in, just sets the scene. Great stuff. Great stuff.
...since I was a kid, and it was glorious!
Okay, calm down. There are kids watching this, okay?
K. Rool, or Karul, as you pronounce it for those who grew up with the weird Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. S+. Even putting aside for the fact that I wanted this character in the game forever, to the point of coming up with some ideas for moves for him, this trailer is hilarious! This is some of the best comic timing I have ever seen in a Smash review.
And the fact that Sakurai voices Dedede, Sakurai was laughing at you, basically. It was great.
Expressions on DK and Diddy's faces. King Dedede yucking it up.
This was a profile pic for me for, like, the longest time. It was one of the most glorious things. This moment right here was what video games have led up to.
Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong's eyes bulging out so fast and so hard that they break a window. It's great! It's so funny! To top it all off, the Blast-O-Matic Final Smash at the end just... Mwah! As a kid, I thought...
I have, like, no complaints with this trailer. It's so good, so well-paced. It's just so funny. Just a character so many people wanted. It just... doing stuff you didn't expect with it. I have nothing but good things to say about it.
That would be the perfect final smash for him, because you never got to see it fire in Donkey Kong 64. All you got was it charging up.
Sis and Kane wishes. Real! 100%! Hold on. Oh, Sis and Kane is like the best movie of all time. The K. Rool trailer in Smash Brothers. They all went silent
during the game over screen, and that was that. Can't scar the kids, can you? Well, now you can scar them by kicking their asses in battle! It's great! S+! Fucking love this one! Next up, we have got Isabelle, and... honestly, I could not give less of a I mean...
This is the part where I would be offended, because I am the Animal Crossing guy, but I never really cared much for Isabelle. She's a fine character and everything. I've always preferred Tom Nook, though. It was very low-key the way they revealed it, too, and I was just sort of tired of the teases for Animal Crossing at this point. I felt like this was going to be a Smash Brothers thing, and thankfully Tom came in to say that New Horizons was going to be a thing. The trailer itself, you know, it was cute for what it is. You know, I'll put it like, I'll put it below Shulk. It's fine.
She's cute and all, but the trailer goes on a little too long, I think. She mentions Smash, and I'm just like, okay, get on with it. Just reveal her. She's a character. The most exciting thing about it is the fact that they revealed that New Horizons was going to be coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Right at the end. Just completely overshadowing the reveal of a Smash.
Even though it got delayed until 2020, but, like, yeah, it did overshadow the Smash reveal, definitely. But yeah, it's fine for what it is.
Smash character, and yeah. I'm putting this one in D. Sorry.
Dang.
I just didn't really care. Next up is one that a lot of people...
I'm not gonna fight you on that. I think that's a little harsh, but I'm not gonna fight you.
I think we're frustrated by, that being the reveal of Ken and Incineroar.
I was more so relieved in the fact that the whole Grinch leak thing was fake and everything, and the one character that I actually liked from that leak, Ken, was the one that got revealed. I was annoyed at Incineroar, though. It's just Pokemon flavor of the month to me, and Incineroar just, like, it feels like a fake firefighting type to me. Just like, they claim it's not a fighting type, it's a fighting type. It's like a professional wrestler. And I don't like how Incineroar plays either. I wasn't into Incineroar at all. I just think it's a cheap and lazy design. I think it just feels like their way to, like, get another firefighting type into Pokemon. After, like, having 3 firefighting types in a row in Gens 3, 4, and 5. In terms of flavor of the month Pokemon, I've always preferred Greninja. But combining the two together, it definitely helped. Ken's presence alone, I think the presentation of the trailer, the villager boxing at the end was really funny. I would say I'd put this one at the top of, like, high C for me.
Crushers of Dreams, the destroyer of the Grinch leak, and honestly, the trailer's pretty good. Seeing Ken be badass, Incineroar coming in and showing that it can actually work as a Smash Brothers fighter. Got a proper wrestler in the game
You
now.
come back to Mr. Rochon, the best guy to ever do it, indeed.
Now, I think a lot of people were very mixed about Incineroar, mostly coming down to its design, and I think this probably changed a lot of people's
Shut up.
minds. I mean, this isn't in the trailer, but look at Incineroar. He just wants to entertain the kids. I think C tier is fine. And
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, I wasn't convinced. I was just annoyed. It felt like it was sort of rubbing it in my face, so it is kind of tongue-in-cheek. I can appreciate that, but,
entertaining. I think a lot of people were disappointed, but I think it was fine. Piranha Plant. What a strange way to start your DLC cycle. I get that it's like a...
You gotta alright. I'm gonna be real here. It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. I love Piranha Plant. The Piranha Plant is just like one of the... I had to take a moment to process it when I was witnessing it in motion. And then, like, once, like, the logo popped up, I was like, this is amazing. This is, like, the dumb stuff that I live to see another day for. It was beautiful witnessing freaking... Just out of all, like, the characters you could have picked for DLC, and you choose Piranha Plant, and I'm just sitting here like, this is amazing. This is, like, the funniest thing you could have possibly done, and when you play as him as well, he's just really fun to play as well. Like, and just the way, like, the trailer starts, like, Mario just with this, like, pimp and walk. Like, what are we doing here? And then you see the plan, and you see popping out, and I'm just like, wait, what are we doing here? And then you see him actually beat up Mario, he does his taunt, and then you see, like, Piranha Plant pipes in, and I'm just like, what are we doing here? This is what I live to see. Waluigi fans stay crying, 100%. I'm laughing at you every single day of my life. That Mario Party 3 render of Waluigi holding the Piranha Plant, that was his son, and he was proud to see him get in.
bonus character, and the character actually did end up being pretty fun to play as, but just what a strange idea.
Why do Piranha Plant be in Smash?
I think a lot of people were confused.
Hold on a second. Okay, I know it's the Polygon thing. I've heard that series was pretty good when it was a thing.
Idea.
Hold on. Can we hear that again?
Why do Piranha Plant be in Smash?
I think he was channeling his inner Kane before the inner Kane actually happened. Oh, man. That is something that I could tell. That was behind the scenes. When Kane was talking with Zubul about his feelings and everything, that was probably the first thought that came to his mind easily.
I think a lot of people were confused and felt a little underwhelmed and maybe even a bit insulted by the fact that Ken...
If anything, I was laughing in the face of those that were insulted. You never learned to take a joke in your life, and this wasn't a joke. This was Jesus coming down from heaven.
Incineroar, whatever the hell these spirit things were, replacing trophies, Piranha Plant.
The second Direct wasn't as good as the first Smash Bros. Direct. I will say that much for sure.
I didn't know what to think at first. In the end, I think it's fine, but for the sheer WTF factor, I'm gonna put this one in D.
You know this is serious when I take off my headphones. The funniest character in Smash Brothers history. And you put him in D tier? You know what? Give me a moment. You know, you see this? You see this chair? You see this chair right here? You did this to me personally, Alex. You did this to spite me specifically. The blood of this chair is on your hands. You personally did this. Kane literally broke into my house. He jump scared me in bed and told me Piranha Plant mid! And then he knocked over my chair. That was because of you. That was because of you specifically. You have to do a lot to win me back. You have to do a lot to win me back.
Okay, if there's any trailer for Smash Brothers that actually might be better than the Everyone Is Here trailer, it might be the Joker reveal from the Game Awards 2018.
Okay, the Joker reveal. Okay, this was an interesting one to me. Okay, so I was out during the Game Awards, right? I was out at the GameStop waiting to get my copy of Smash Ultimate because they were doing like midnight launch, but because I'm in Arizona, they do around like 9 or 10, right? And some folks have been watching the Game Awards, right? In the line that I was in. And people were saying, oh, Joker gone to Smash. And I'm just like, no. They didn't put him in a Smash. They didn't put him in a Smash. And I pull out my smartphone and I search specifically Joker Smash Brothers. And I was like, they put him in Smash! And I was just like, there's no way. There's no way that this actually happened. Because like Persona 5, like Joker, I saw that people were being like, oh, we should add Joker in Smash. I'm just like, okay, really, dude? I'm sure Persona 5 is a good game, but I'm just like, okay, God, you're just reaching like pie in the sky. You're just like, you're just gonna freaking set yourselves up for so much disappointment. Just quit being such a daydreamer, guys. And then like people were saying that in my line, and I was just like, well, I guess I have to eat crow now. I guess I have to eat crow. Because, yeah, that's just what happened. So I didn't see the trailer as it was happening. But, like, in hindsight, I was just like, yeah, that was wild. That was wild. The reveal was absolutely insane to see happen. I would say, like, in terms of, like, the reveal, yeah, A tier. That was freaking phenomenal. As far as the actual reveal, as far as the actual character trailer itself goes, it's serviceable. I'd put it, like, below B.
Because it had one thing that the Everyone Is Here trailer did not. Presentation! The Phantom Thieves
Okay, Megamind.
themselves hijacked this room. They broke the fourth wall. I'll never forget this. I'm sitting with my girlfriend watching the Game Awards, and she hears the line, "We're not sending out the card this time. In fact, we've been invited." She starts freaking out, and my dumbass doesn't register what just happened. I'm like, okay, what's going on? What do you mean? What are you talking about? And then I see the envelope, and it's just like,
Yeah.
this is how you should have done it! That is how you start out the Fighter's Pass. Beautiful. Just perfect reveal.
Yeah.
S tier. And wouldn't you know it, the actual reveal for Joker as a character, really damn good too. I'm gonna put this one in S tier too, because as a Persona fan, seeing the love for Persona 3 and Persona 4 is...
I mean, maybe it's just because I'm thinking about the trailer in hindsight when we already knew the character, so like actually seeing the trailer in motion, it's just kind of whatever. Because like we already know the character exists, so I wasn't really on a high. But like, I guess in hindsight, like seeing the actual stuff in the trailer, like the Memento stage, the music, the final smash. Okay, immediately with the final smash being like the all-out attack, yeah, I'll bump this up a bit higher in B tier. I'll put this above Greninja, below Ridley.
in all the stuff they added to Joker, just the animated cutscene with him with the envelope. This was the sign that they were going to show so much love to these new characters they were going to be adding to this game. For the most part, I think it's paid off, because guess what? The next few reveals were really damn good. Hope you're not tired of me doling out S ranks like they were candy, because guess what? I'm putting Hero in S tier too. Let me explain, because this character was
Okay, so I think he's probably going to explain for me.
murmured about for the longest time.
Yeah, it was
and
rumored.
A lot of people really were not happy about that, because...
Yeah, because they don't play RPGs. Granted, I was sort of that way. I just sort of didn't really care about Hero in the moment. I still haven't played a Dragon Quest game enough, but like, the trailer's fine. I think it's very cinematic with like the fantasy atmosphere. The fact that they got like all different kinds of heroes from the series. It's pretty cool for what it is. In hindsight, I would definitely put this in like... I'm going to put this below... right below Joker. I think it's still a really cool trailer in its own right. It's just the rumors sort of deflated it quite a bit for me, and I think a lot of other people as well.
Dragon Quest is a non-entity overseas and in America. It's supposed to be enormous in Japan, but I had no idea just how big it really was. And
Yeah, freaking, you see reaction videos from people in Japan, they were going nuts over Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is like a religion over in Japan. People would skip school just to play the new Dragon Quest game that came out. It was a cultural phenomenon over there. And, you know, I do owe it to myself to actually give the series a shot someday.
so I didn't have the perspective about it. And then I did research. So as it turns out, this franchise pretty much shaped every beloved RPG you know.
It has, yeah.
Dragon Quest 3.
It's Japan's GTA, kind of, honestly.
Ever. The big reveal midway through the game, where, like, the main villain is defeated, and he's just revealed to be a puppet for the bigger main villain. There's more world than just this little map that you've got at the start. It's a giant world out there. The job system, the impact of this game, whether people realize it or not, is enormous. At the time Dragon Quest 3 came out, copies were stolen constantly. The stories that I am telling about this game are selling it short. So the moment you see the hero from Dragon Quest 3, blurred and in shadow, coming in...
Yeah, it's like literally, like, I think I can definitely say Dragon Quest absolutely deserves to be here. I just think, you know, us Americans forgetting that other countries exist sort of made it feel kind of deflating, but I think the leak beforehand didn't really help, which luckily the next character didn't really have to worry about.
Into view must have been ecstasy for so many people in Japan. Convince me otherwise that it doesn't belong in S tier. If you don't know anything about Dragon Quest, look up Dragon Quest 3 and its impact for yourself. I guarantee you there is so much more to how influential this game is that I'm missing. And now we come to the big...
Okay, but S tier though, that is sort of a crazy shout. Because I think his reasoning is like, he's putting it S for the cultural events and what this means for people in Japan rather than his own personal enjoyment. I don't know, something about that just doesn't sit right to me. Because the only way, at the end of the day, you feel the way about a trailer, you feel the way about a trailer. Like, I put Ridley in B tier. Like, for most people, you would put it into S tier because of how beloved Ridley was to, like, finally get in after the whole Ridley is too big thing. But just personally speaking from my perspective at the time, it had to just be in B. Because Ridley was cool, but, like, I was deflated by Bomberman and was just like, yeah, it's whatever to me. So Dragon Quest, you know, while cool in hindsight, you know, I personally speaking, and I can't speak for everyone, you know, if you feel like the cultural impact matters more, then sure. But just for me personally, I didn't really get much out of it. And with Banjo, Banjo was definitely really exciting to see, just because, you know, how he's been stuck with Microsoft for the longest time. I'm going to put this one in A tier, just because it's sort of repeating the same points of the King K. Rool trailer. I get, you know, they're both like rare characters at the end of the day. But, I'll put it right above the main Smash 4 trailer. Because, like, I think the Grant Kirkhope music really did sell the idea that it was really, really exciting. And, like, oh, he's finally coming back home with, like, the rest of the Nintendo guys and everything. And I am playing Banjo-Kazooie. It is a fun game. But, yeah, I think it's just repeating the same points of the King K. Rool trailer. And not doing... And doing... interesting thing in its own right. I think the fact that it is mostly a repeat, just with some subverted expectations, I can't confidently put it in S.
Big one for me. The reveal that, honestly, probably should have warranted me a noise complaint, although it somehow didn't. I really wish I recorded my reaction to the reveal of Banjo and Kazooie because it makes my reaction to Ridley look tame. My girlfriend and I were watching this together. Both of us were screaming at the top of our lungs with sheer ecstatic joy because the main heroes of my favorite childhood game were in Smash Bros.
He was a late 80s, like early 90s kid. He was in the Countdown community. He probably watched a lot of JonTron. Naturally, this is going to be his favorite game.
Others, they play just like a typical character from the N64.
Meanwhile, my brother and I grew up on nuts and bolts. We didn't even know about the previous Banjo games for the longest time. So take that for what you will.
For Smash Brothers, no real gimmicks, just character you love fighting. Everything about this, like the jiggy bouncing, the stuff with Duck Hunt, K. Rool, Donkey Kong, and Diddy Kong being so happy to see their old buddies again, the lovingly recreated Spiral Mountain, the music by Grant Kirkhope himself, which, by the way, that man lied. He said, don't get your hopes up about Banjo being in Smash. He was in on it the whole time! The Mad Lad!
You love to see it.
Grant. Side note, if you...
I met Grant Kirkhope, actually. Really, really pleasant guy to talk to. Very chill and funny. Him and David Wise I saw at a convention a couple years ago. Very, very sweet people to talk to.
Ever meet Grant at a con or anything like that, he is a gentleman. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can speak from experience. Yeah, like, the dude's genuinely so kind, self-aware, funny, and everything. Yeah, genuinely a great guy to talk to from my experience.
Banjo-Kazooie was one of the most influential games, if not the most influential game, from my youth, apart from Donkey Kong 64, and honestly, it still holds up to this day in my opinion. When you look at the level design in Banjo-Kazooie compared to something like Super Mario Odyssey, it's remarkable how similar they are, which kind of shows to me that the game flow of Banjo-Kazooie holds up to this day. More like that, please.
I gotta finish Banjo-Kazooie, though. Like, that game, when I played it is really fun. It is really fun. Call it Unk Slop or whatever, I don't care. I think the game has held its legacy for a reason.
Yeah, this is my favorite reveal, bar none. Next up is Terry, and honestly, I don't have a lot of history with Fatal Fury. The first time I'd ever heard...
I never played Fatal Fury either, but, like, okay, the chair is coming back to life. My knees are killing me. My knees are actually killing me. Like, oh my gosh. Like, okay. Woo! Yeah, I already feel so much better already. He's getting back into the swing of things with this. Terry is actually... I actually really like Terry as a character. If it weren't for Sora, he'd probably be my favorite character within, like, the DLC. I just think he's, like, really fun to play. I think he has such a cool personality and everything. Like, the... What was it? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've played Smash, so, like... Whatever meter is, like, that charge-up meter, where you can do, like, a super powerful move if you, like, take enough damage. Really freaking sick. I love a lot of the music that they put in. As a reveal, not only was this another one that was kind of leaked beforehand, but it was sort of like a half reveal where it's just like, oh, they cut after they do the title drop, and then they say, oh, we're going to show you more at a later date. and Terry was kind of forgotten about for a bit because, you know, it was the same Sakurai presentation. That same Direct had the same Sakurai presentation. Okay, there. The Direct where they revealed Terry was the same day they not only dropped Banjo in the game, but also they revealed the Sans Mii costume, which kind of deflated a lot of interest in Terry. And then they show the actual reveal trailer in full a couple minutes later, and it's good. It's fine for what it is. But, yeah, at that point, it was just too little too late. I'd give this one, like, I'll put this one below Shulk.
Of Terry Bogard was through a stream that Varg Skeletor Joel was doing with a bunch of bootleg
Vine
fighting
Sauce
games
mentioned?
in it, and Terry was in one, and his
I don't even think I even heard of Terry until like people were talking about an SNK character getting in the game. So that's how little I know about it.
name looked like it was spelled Terry Bogaro, although I'm probably just reading it wrong. His trailer was fine. The Neo Geo tribute was nice. It wasn't finished when it came out, so that kind of docks a few points. I think what I'll do is put the original version in C and the final version that shows all of Terry's gameplay in B. But in that Nintendo Direct, that's not what everyone was paying attention
Yeah.
to. Oh,
Okay, I don't have any Mii costumes on here, but the Sans reveal just coming out of nowhere, that was wild.
no. That would be the simple addition of a Mii fighter costume of Sans from
Sans!
Undertale. Yes, the Sans Undertale with...
Oh my gosh, he's a cosplayer too. I know he got the role of Kane thanks to like the Deltarune dubs and everything. Oh my god, he actually went the extra mile. The dedication is insane.
With a costume that looks like it was just taken straight out of the game, but in 3D. Sans was too lazy to become a fighter himself, so he got a costume that is brilliant. It actually looks good, like you can kind of imagine that you're playing as Sans because you don't see the Mii faces, so you might as well be playing as Sans at that point.
Okay, actually, you know what? This brings me back to a nice point in history. Oh, this brings me back to a nice point in history. Because I was watching the Direct through one of my friends back in the day. Some of you might remember a YouTuber by the name of Balrog, actually. He did a lot of videos, like, you know, doing, like, you know, what, covering, like, you know, all sorts of Nintendo games. Very goofy, very wholesome videos, right? So, oh boy. So this, he reacted to the stream where Sans got revealed, because he was a big Undertale guy, right? So I'm gonna pull up this real quick.
In letters.
So he's there with another one of my friends, Abif. This was way before she ended up transitioning, so keep that in mind. So I was friends with all these guys back then, actually, and their reaction to Sans was so insane, and like I ended up calling them during the middle of the stream, and I was just sitting there like, let me give me a second. Wait, where is the Sans? Where is the Sans? I'm not seeing any Sans right here. Where is the Sans? Okay, I apologize. This is specifically, where was the moment? Here we go. Yeah, their reaction to Sans was diabolical, and I was just filled with so much disappointment. Just so much, like, frustration in the moment. Where is it? Come on. Why is the YouTube player not doing well for... Alright, here we go. Team Rocket and everything.
Finally!
Dope as hell.
You know, the game launched. All the third-party Mii costumes were taken out from Smash 4.
Team Rocket!
Oh, wow.
All
that looks
right.
really cool.
I love that.
Alright.
Dude, that looks sick.
Here we go.
That's cool.
Sans! Sand! They play Megalodon! Sands!
I'll lower the volume a little bit for you. I'm sorry about that. I probably should have given a warning.
Okay. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. That's it. They killed me.
Megalomania's in Smash!
I'm actually gonna pass out. Sands! You can buy Sands today!
Yeah, it was available today too. So like, I'll go ahead and skip ahead a little bit. Where was the part where it's just like, I pop in, right? Oh man. Alright, where is the part where they sort of get into it?
Turn on notifications, everybody. Okay, I made it back to Smash. Sands and Smash.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the specific part. Sorry for the detour, but
There it is. Sands dunks the competition.
alright, here we go. Yeah, I think this is the part.
Sands singles online. This boy
Sands
just
killed
could
this.
not. That.
Where's the part?
Here we go. Is it? Is it though?
Okay, here it is. This is the part where like I pop in.
Yes, I got it. I got it. Here we go. Hang on, let me get in voice. Matthew.
Are we on?
Yeah.
This is the worst day of my life.
Sands!
Is it though? Is it?
Oh,
Look how beautiful he looks.
guys,
Says desktop background.
I need an ambulance.
How upset were you when it got announced?
Excuse me, what?
Oh, that's another one of my friends on the chat.
Barry, thank you.
Another one of my friends, pre-trans.
Man just made Sands in Smash
I
my
felt
background.
every range
I lost
emotions.
my mind.
I don't think
You
I've
have no
ever
clue.
screamed that hard.
We
At anything.
screamed. We screamed at the top of our lungs at the same time. Our neighbors probably think we died. It was great.
Oh man.
Waleed, if you check Twitter and have a lot of notifications.
Oh, let me see. Oh my God, Nintendo of America.
Yeah, this was. Oh man.
Emotions.
Oh, let me see what my note.
I think I was just annoyed at like Undertale brain rot and everything. We're just like, oh, they don't deserve anything. And when I just saw this, I was just so scared. I felt like I was just so scared in that moment. We're just like, there was no build up or anything. It just sort of came out of nowhere. I was just stunned. I think I was just in stunned silence for a bit. My reaction was never recorded for that, but yeah, it was. It was something.
I wasn't here.
What have you done?
It's not that I ever thought the game was bad or anything. It's just that the fan base is obnoxious. I liked it when I played it.
I was watching the direct with Logan. I wasn't watching the stream. I don't know how you guys reacted when you first got revealed.
Here, let me put it up.
Wait, dude, go back. Dude, go back on the.
Oh man.
What is this Picto chat?
I don't know.
Oh, this was a really good direct.
That was so good.
This was an insanely good direct in my opinion.
Yeah, this is like my top 5 easy, if not one of my
Oh,
favorites.
man.
Like it was so good.
I almost cried at Jedi Outcast.
Okay, so what is that game?
Okay, so the rest of this is just sort of general stuff. I think it was just like stunned everything, man. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. Yeah, funny thing is, I do still talk with Balrog to this day. He doesn't really have an internet presence anymore. He's been away. He hasn't streamed since like 2020. He has is more focused on his personal life these days, but we still talk every now and then. Same with Abif as well. Yeah, they're great people, genuinely great people. I'm very lucky to be friends with them, and yeah, I'm just wishing, both of them the best and everything, and everything in life. I'm just really, yeah, I'm glad that I could still be kicking in like the video train. Abif still makes videos, but in her case, it's much more infrequent compared to like me. But yeah, just wishing them the best. I think about them all the time. Great people. But yeah, let's get back to frickin' Kane Digital Circus. Now, we're almost done with this. And I still got one more video to talk about. This is gonna be a long stream.
It's brilliant. Screw it. I'm putting it in S+. Next up, we have probably the most controversial Smash reveal of them all.
Yeah. Byleth. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think Byleth's reveal is worse than Corrin's. I genuinely, like, hate this trailer with a passion. Like, I do prefer Byleth as a character. There's nothing wrong with him as a character. But the fact that they dedicate an entire presentation to just this trailer, an entire Smash presentation dedicated to just this trailer and this trailer alone, and a presentation and everything. The fact that they made a presentation just for that, and it's the 8th Fire Emblem character that they added. But also just that the pacing of it was horrible. Genuinely just abysmal. Like, it was just like, oh. It was just like, oh, we already know it's a Fire Emblem thing because we know we came here for a Smash presentation. If they just showed this without the Smash symbol, then that'd be one thing. But, like, the fact that we already know it's Smash Brothers, and we see, like, the three houses' art style, it just deflates it so much more. And then, frickin', yeah, they drag out things out to a huge degree. They did a huge build-up and made a huge deal about adding the female version of Byleth for whatever reason, even though we already would have expected that given how Robin and Corrin turned out. The joke about too many swordsmen in the game just came off as incredibly tone-deaf and honestly not funny. And then people just spamming, like, the mad meme, like, beyond that. It was just, like, get me out. Genuinely probably the worst discourse in Smash Brothers history at that time. Not mentioning what ended up happening around EVO, but we don't talk about that. But, like, friggin', yeah, just... And not to mention this being the final character in the first Fighter's Pass, when the rest of them were third party, this just screamed tone deaf to me. If this was the first or the second character in the second pass, then maybe. But this was just incredibly deflating, incredibly annoying. The only benefit I saw was like, oh, they were going to put Three Houses music in the game. And that's kind of it. I will say, though, there is one reaction to that trailer that lives rent-free in my mind. Where is the Luigi Kid Byleth reaction? This reaction is generational. Let me skip ahead. This reaction is generational right here.
Please don't disappoint me, Sakurai. Oh my god! Oh my god! Star Wars! Star Wars! What? Star Wars! What the fuck? What the fuck?
The fact that he was convinced for like a good 20 seconds!
Was it? It was Star Wars, wasn't it? What? What? Oh, it is actually... It is actually Fire Emblem. I swear to God, I've seen the laser sword. I'm sorry. And not a final character.
Yeah, no, that was generational. The fact that he was so convinced, despite the footage showing blatantly otherwise, for like a good 20 seconds. And he wasn't even the only guy! He wasn't even the only guy! This one might be even worse because of like the way that he reacted to it. Roger's base. This one is just...
What? Fire Emblem? Kylo Ren!
And the fact that he said he thought it was Fire Emblem at first as well, and then he immediately pivots into Kylo Ren. It's so good. It's so freaking good. And the funny thing is, he actually was really excited about the rest of the trailer. He was singing the Three Houses theme and everything. Oh my god. That was... Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Go get an instant replay of that.
Fire Emblem? Kylo Ren! Oh my god. It looked like Violet's sword. Hold on. Wait. So we're gonna get...
finally come to unleash the...
Yeah, just... It's so good. It's so good. Like, generational. Can we get... Sorry, side tangent. Can we get a compilation of, like, mispronouncing Smash Bros. Characters? Wait, people getting Smash Bros. Characters wrong. Yeah. If there's 10% of what the Smash hype cycle gives us, then please give us teaser of Smash 6. Even if it's not ready for 10 more, that'd be great.
Boy, that shit was... Yo, no way. No fucking way they added Mickey Mouse.
Oh, the thought. Mickey Mouse is the first thought. Clearly he's never played a Kingdom Hearts game, I should say. Alright, we already saw this one.
Link from Odyssey!
This is enough. Okay, I actually want Smash Bros. To come back. I need another 5 years of people just giving the most insane reactions to this stuff. Link from Odyssey, yeah? Oh my god, it's so good.
Oh my god. He's actually fucking here. The creeper?
The creeper! Super Link Odyssey, where he goes through all the kingdoms like Hyrule and Lorule and Midroll and the sea. I wasn't a Kingdom Hearts fan. Did you at least know what Kingdom Hearts was? At the very least. At the very least. Come on, man. Oh no. Wait, this is another Star Wars one.
Darth Vader!
Okay, first of all, why is he in a basement? Like, why does he look like he's under a bunk bed? No one's even seen anything yet. Why is his first thought Darth Vader?
Travis? Travis Scott?
Actually kill me. Actually kill me. Oh my gosh. Where do you get Travis Scott from? Hungry Bucks. No More Heroes music is in the background. I think you should have known better. Just I faulted on like the American side. I think they have to rate the ESRB rating higher for M-rate games, so that's why they just list Travis instead of No More Heroes. But even then, I'm just like, and the way he pronounced it, like, oh, Bond, James Bond.
Travis? Travis Scott?
So good.
Wait.
Master Chief!
He's so happy about it too. Okay, we already saw the Star Wars one. We're going that. Oh, this one's diabolical.
It's another Fire Emblem.
I'm disappointed in you all. This one's probably my favorite.
It's baby Jesus!
See? I told you it wasn't a coincidence. I told you.
Bayonetta 3.
Bro just had nothing to say. You're so uninterested. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's wrap this up.
That being Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Sorry for the big
generous
tangent.
and put these two in D. Because I didn't hate this reveal the same way a lot of people did, but I do think it was kind of a poor way to close out Fighters Pass Volume 2. There's a lot of
basically
suspense
all
and
right.
mystery about
Why
who
I
this
said.
character was. The final character in Fighters Pass Volume 1 could have been like a Big Bang, Sora, or Dante, or Crash.
Well, we got Sora. We got Sora, baby. Kane really is a prophet. Justified tangent? Fair
it's
enough.
Another core Nintendo IP character, so a lot of people were not thrilled about that. But hear me out. I'm not putting this one in bottom tier alongside Corrin because, honestly, Three Houses deserves it. It is a phenomenal game.
I do still need
the
to play
story,
Three
the
Houses,
themes,
so
the
fair enough.
gameplay,
The
social
music's
sim
great.
aspects remind me a lot of
I was glad
Persona.
to.
The gameplay
I was
itself
glad
carries
to
on the spirit
see
of
more of the
Awakening, just
music
keeping things
in
relatively simple and
Smash.
accessible.
So there's that.
It's always super fun to customize your party, recruit people who you grow to love. The music
Tangent
is
more justified than
phenomenal.
Byleth
And
and Smash,
I think
honestly.
it's a testament to how much I love Three Houses that I've got like nothing to say about the Byleth reveal other than it's kind of okay. The trailer showed off some new footage in Three Houses art style, which was nice, but again, it's another character from a Nintendo IP. I think it says something that everyone was expecting literally any company other than Nintendo for the final slot in Fire
Yeah,
Emblem.
because
Well,
all the other
I'm glad
characters were
Byleth
from
is
other
in it because
companies.
much more so than Fates. Three Houses deserves to be immortalized in Smash. But yeah, that's my praise ends there, D. And it also says a lot that people were more excited about the reveal.
Yeah,
of
Cuphead. I forgot about this one. This was
than
one I was
they actually
legitimately
were
excited
about
for.
Byleth. I'm gonna put
I
this one
love
at
the
A
aesthetics of
because,
Cuphead
one,
so
Cuphead
much.
is incredible. I'm wearing a Cuphead-themed shirt right now. It's
Oh,
a
there you go.
wonderful game. It's got the best art style I think I've ever seen in.
And Smash channels these days will say we need to call the third parties. Send them to Detroit. Take them to Detroit.
The music. They included the best track in the game, Floral Fury, kind of like they did with Sans and Megalovania.
I gotta have this cough drop.
You
This
might
is.
not know this. It's
I'm
actually
losing
a
my
Canadian
voice.
game. It was made over in Oakville. It deserves so much respect, and to see it actually in Smash like this is really cool. Although, I will say this, the costume itself, it's a little janky looking. I mean, Sans at least
I think they did the
always
best
has
job
its
with what they
shots.
could with it.
Cuphead has more dynamic facial expressions in the game itself, and to see him frozen in that one smile is a bit odd, and his gun just being.
I mean, what else were they gonna
finger
do
pointer
with a meat
thing,
costume?
Being stuck in that position is also kind of awkward. But just the fact that Cuphead is getting so much love recently is really good to see. I can't wait for the show either.
Sure,
That
I
brings
did
us
Mugman
into
too.
Fighters
The
Pass
Cuphead show, from what I saw, was pretty cool. I do dig it.
2 and Min Min, and I don't really have too much to say about her as a character because I've never played ARMS, although
I haven't really played ARMS either. I don't have much to say about it. The trailer was cool. I think it was stylistically cool. The cute little cutscenes with like the ROM and everything. Captain Falcon slurping with Kirby at the end. It was kind of cute. I'd put this one at like the top of I'd put this one at the top of, or bottom I should say, of B tier. It's fine.
I've heard it's good. I honestly have more to say about the trailer itself than I actually do about Min Min. The animation in this is a lot of fun. Seeing more Captain Falcon, complete with new lines from his voice actor, is great. Kirby is adorable as always. Yeah, I'll give this one a B. I always like the trailers that look different from all the others. Okay, we've got another me costume, and it's Vault Boy, and I will give it this.
I got nothing to say about this one.
A bit better than the costume for Cuphead, but not nearly as good as the one for Sans. They didn't even bother to give it, like, a music track.
Yeah. The fact that they basically gave up on music tracks, it was kind of a shame.
I'm gonna put this one in D, honestly. It felt like a step down.
Who's laughing now?
And now we get to the reveal that quite literally broke the internet. Like, I remember when this character was announced, Twitter just completely malfunctioned.
Okay, from what I heard, I think Twitter malfunctioned, like, beforehand. I think there was a server error or something. But I wouldn't blame anyone for the error, because even Smash was generational. This one is, like, easy S tier. I'm gonna put below... I'm gonna put right below Mega Man. I don't think it's the best trailer we've ever seen, but it's just like the fact that we got Minecrafted Smash Brothers, and they treat it like so freaking well with like the character movements and everything. And also seeing the presentation, they announced the Bomberman Me costume in that presentation. That was pretty nice. Yeah, this one kind of speaks for itself, honestly.
Unlike anything I'd ever seen. I couldn't post, I couldn't see anything, I couldn't check what was trending. All because Steve from Minecraft just annihilated everything. I have never played Minecraft in my life, and I have very little.
I've played a bit of
understanding
Minecraft,
how it works,
so
what the gameplay flow is. But honestly, seeing the amount of effort that Sakurai put into this character, making a reveal trailer that was funny.
Typical Smash fan, assuming that's an indie game, saying that Sakurai is the only person that worked on it. Typical.
And
I have to
in
dislike the
spirit
video now.
of the original game, it was really, really fascinating to see. Seeing Steve and just the amount of love.
The creeper!
The huge amount that crashed the internet. Just for that alone, you've got to put it in S tier. I don't even think the reaction to everyone is here was as extreme as this. Like,
yeah,
people love Minecraft. Isn't that a wake-up call? Okay, here.
Minecraft is like freaking. Yeah, no, I mean, Minecraft deserves all the love that it got. It's like, from what I played of it, is really good. I said an efficient way to play, because I played on the Xbox 360. That was very limited. I never played online. And was trying to run that game on a really old PC I used to have. Was garbage, and I haven't bought a new copy since. Maybe someday, though.
Here's a reveal that I didn't know I wanted, and as badly as I did. Sephiroth.
Sephiroth. This one is just... This one belongs at the top. The fact that they referenced the World of Light thing again, is just like everyone's just trying to like destroy, you know, Galeem and like Darkron and everything, however you pronounce them. Only... and they seem like they're about to be overpowered and destroyed again. Only for Sephiroth to just slash all of it in just one go. And you hear the One-Winged Angel theme, and I was just like, oh my gosh! Again, no Sora, but you're adding another Final Fantasy VII character. You're adding the One-Winged Angel, which I was always upset they never added that song with Cloud, because they only had like the 2 songs. To actually do that, and put so much effort into the trailer, like an actually crazy, just solid cinematic fight scene between Cloud and Sephiroth, and then freaking stabbing Mario at the end! This one, it deserves all the flowers.
Yeah, honestly, the moment I heard One-Winged Angel, him with his big-ass sword that, like, chops the final boss of the game in half. I just look at
That's
this
enough
and
to
I'm
be
like,
scared for your life.
Yeah, you've earned it.
Yep.
Come on, join Cloud, add more music, and you know what? Sephiroth
Traumatized
ended up
Cloud
being
for
really fun to
more
play.
life.
He got this cool new mode where you could, like,
Sephiroth
fight
is
him
fun
like
to
a
play.
boss. Just between this.
Yeah, that was like a temporary thing they added so you could unlock the ability to play as him early if you wanted. That was pretty cool.
This and the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and seeing him in that, this is the best Sephiroth has ever been. I am putting this straight into S tier. You can hear my reaction to this and how genuinely stunned I was to see this character over, like, Sora, or anybody. I mean...
We got him! We got him!
Everyone on the internet is all talking about Geno and Sora being the next big Square Enix reps. I don't think I'd seen Sephiroth talked about seriously like that once.
What the fuck?
Next up, we've got another Xenoblade character. Like I said with Shulk, I'm not really familiar with this.
This one was deflating. This one is deflating. This is literally just... This is literally just me being like, oh. This one is literally just the definition of Xenoblade 2. I never played Xenoblade 2. And the character designs look disgusting, therefore I didn't like them being added into Smash. That's literally all it was to me. And the fact that, like, they didn't start off with the Smash swing, and it was like, what? 2021, and I was just like, oh, why are we showing more Xenoblade 2? It's been so long, can't you move on? And then I picture in, like, 5 seconds, I'm like, this is a reveal for Smash Brothers, right? And I was just like, no! And they dragged out for like a minute with Xenoblade 2 footage. And then Pyro's like, I got an invitation to join Smash. And I was just like, yeah, alright, here we go. I haven't even bought Pyro and Mithra. Which, granted, I also haven't done for Hero and Min Min. I'll probably buy them at some point anyway, just to finish up the roster. But just like... Again, like, opinions on Xenoblade 2 are, like, all over the place. It's, like, the most controversial game. 1 and 3, I know, are genuinely really well-liked, but 2 was just... How I felt at that moment, I was just destroyed, and it just, like... Better than the Fire Emblem ones, for sure? Wait. This is making me realize I'm not being the Nintendo fan allegations. I put Fire Emblem and Xenoblade at the bottom. Can I quickly move Pyro and Mithra up to D tier real quick, please? Thank you. I play more games than just 3D Mario. I'm waiting so badly to play Full D's OS Quest. That game looks so good. Please. I want that game so badly. Oh my gosh. Okay. Your 2017 game, sir. Shut up, okay? I haven't even beaten Breath of the Wild yet, okay? I didn't get that game until like a year later! You can play Metroid? You know what? Just for that, we're gonna bump Ridley's trailer up to A tier. Just to prove that I'm not a LARPer. Okay? I need to save myself before it's too late. See, at least when I say I'm at least honest about it. It's my problem, not Nintendo's, okay?
Series, so I don't have a lot to say about it, but I think it speaks to the amount of effort that went into this trailer that up until the shot where you see Final Destination, it really looked like something right out of Xenoblade 2. The people behind it actually made more cutscenes for this. For a second I was wondering if this was just more DLC, but I clued in pretty quickly that it was going to be something Smash related, since it was, one, the first trailer for that Nintendo Direct, and also just someone being missing and finding them kind of made me wonder if they were off in Smash.
Mario is missing.
For someone who doesn't know much about Xenoblade, much like with Shulk,
the Shulk versus Pyra fight was pretty cool. I'll give it that. If anything... Okay, alright. You know what? I will at least put above, you know what? Just for that, I will put it a little bit higher up in D tier. Because at least this didn't lie to me like the Rosalina trailer did, and Roy and Sonic were just kind of there.
Playing as Pyra and Mithra. And now we come to the final reveal up to this point, Kazuya from Tekken. I think my thoughts on Terry, Ryu, Ken show that I'm not really that big into fighting games, and I don't have a lot of attachment to many of these series, but...
Neither do I, but like the Tekken stuff, it was really funny seeing like Kazuya throw all the characters off the cliff, especially Kirby, with him just flowing back up anyway. That was pretty cool. And I do like the atmosphere of the trailer quite a bit. Honestly, to the point where I think I would say I'm gonna put that one low A tier. They do a lot of really interesting stuff with the trailer, in the CGI and the gameplay footage, that I think it stands out on its own. You know what? Actually, no. I'll play above Lucas. The
reveal trailer for Kazuya? Pretty good. I'm gonna put this one in B, because it was funny. I mean, the amount of stuff that they did with the whole gag of Kazuya dropping people into the volcano, like Captain Falcon, Min Min, just her taking
something Nate the Hate.
Because of her long arms. And then poor Kirby, like, how would you do that? Do you have a death wish? Do you know who Kirby is, Kazuya?
Yeah.
And that about does it for my first tier maker video.
And just to finish up, to wrap it up, Sora. Again, I'm doing the wrong thing. Add a row above. Freaking tier maker. I will never understand this site and how it handles tiers and everything. Sora is Sora. This was like my dream character ever since third parties became a thing. Sora's just special to me. It's just so... You watch the reaction that I had on my main channel with my brother Ethan. Just some of the most pure joy I ever felt in a moment. Probably even more than Kirby Air Riders, just because I was with my brother, even though Kirby Air Riders means more to me. But Sora is just like... winner of the Smash ballot. The way that trailer was paced with like all the characters turning to trophies. Mario going to the fire and freaking throwing up the Keyblade. As soon as I saw the Mickey Mouse symbol, it was already over. And Sora coming down from the heavens through the keyhole, freeing everyone from the trophy stats, and simple and clean play in the back. And then all the reveals like Hollow Bastion, Dive to the Heart, the final Smash, the costumes. And for the record, I was someone who saw the trailer after the direct was over, because my brother and I overslept, and I was just blindly, I had my eyes closed to make sure I wasn't seeing anything from, like, you know, the Smash Bros. Trailers and everything. So as soon as I heard the swing, that's when I knew, like, I could start the trailer fine. So I, unlike most people, I saw the full trailer instead of it being like how most people saw it in the direct, where it's just like, oh, they show like, oh, Sora's finally here, and then it cuts to Sakurai doing the demonstration. I saw the full trailer first. And so I think that only just heightened like the excitement of just seeing everything just back to back and everything. It was just... the stars aligned so freaking well. The stars aligned so freaking well. It was beautiful to see in motion, and I've never experienced a moment in gaming like that ever again. Genuinely. Man, just... And Musty can see since Kingdom Hearts is a way better franchise than Crash Bandicoot. Oh, did I say anything? Did I say anything? Moving on.
What do you guys think? Should I do more of these? Things you liked? Things you didn't like?
You should bring it back. I love how you're using the yodeling song from Tekken as your outro song. Based. You'll love to see it.
Who do you think is going to be the last DLC fighter in Ultimate?
The only one that's necessary, baby. Now all I need is Bomberman. My life is complete. But honestly, yeah, pretty solid tier list, Mr. Rochon. Yeah, like, I think you explained, even the ones I really disagreed with, I explained your reasonings very well. I think putting Piranha Plant, like, near the bomb is, like, really harsh. But other than that, you know, we had fun here today. Didn't we have fun here today, chat? Oh, man. Is it fun to actually agree on something for a change? Like this one, you know, I always knew that, this guy was, like, really freaking chill. And very aware of, like, a lot of things that go on. Definitely a very diverse palette when it comes to your video game interests and everything. And... you know what, the fact that you voiced such a base character in the Amazing Digital Circus, the fact that you gave like very, very solid reasonings for like each of your picks for like in each tier. Kane, my man, you really deserve to be the one that runs the show. I'm telling you that right now. You get the Matthew Smart seal of approval, my man. You done good, Chief. You done good. Let's go ahead and finish this out.
I mean, after Banjo, K. Rool, Ridley, I've pretty much got everyone I could ever want in this game. But maybe you don't.
Well, I mean, so what happened? So clearly, with how much you talked about him, you got it.
If you like what you saw and want to hear more from me, you can always follow me on my Twitter as well, at AlexRochon.
Do the blue sky instead. Twitter is washed.
VA. And if you like this video, click the like button, hit subscribe, and press the bell icon for more notifications about my next uploads.
You've earned it, Chief.
Take care.
You've earned that one, Chief. You've earned it from me. You gave a based opinion, therefore the video is good. The notifications are on, brother. You better get back into your tier lists eventually, my man. Twitter has been washed from the word go. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you now, you better get onto the frickin'... You better make more tier lists now, my man, or else I'm going to be very, very upset. I want to see a Mario Kart ranking from you. I want to see a frickin' Kirby Air Riders, like, track ranking, machine ranking. Give it to me, man. Give it to me 100%. Let's take a quick look at the comments, man. Oh! Let's go! Based! Hello? Excuse me. Hello? Cane Police? Real one. Real. Apart from wanting to store myself, one incredible trailer for the final DLC Fire, the darkness imagery and the last spark of light, the swelling music, the first and last fighters hand in hand, and of course, Mario being a Keyblade wielder. My only regret is not hearing the sounds of joy my girlfriend must have made while at her job, so it was her most requested Smash Bros. From day one. I can only hope you two are still together and raise a happy family. Oh wait, no, actually, no, I do think I saw you two got married a while ago on your Blue Sky. Good on you, man! Good on you. You're living the best life, and you know what? I hope you sleep very, very well on your mattress tonight. I hope you sleep very, very smoothly. Oh man, not gonna lie, I think this new unscripted style suits you really well. It worked really nicely. I liked it a lot. The flame has been lit once again. All hail the Autarch. Honestly, great. Kane explaining what's his favorite Smash moments in trailers, while the crew be like, yeah, no, now Kane's just talking the therapy session with Zooble, being like, oh, what does my life lead to now that Sora's in the game? I don't know what to do now. Yeah, overall, Alex, meet me at my local barbecue. I will feed you the nicest batch of orange chicken you'll ever have in your life. You've earned it, champ. So, yeah. So, we still got one more it's been nearly 6 hours, and I still got one more I need to lower the scope of these streams. Maybe keep it to, like, 1 or 2 videos next time. This is actually diabolical. Choose the right thing. Thank you. Alright. So, we got one more video to react to tonight. And, long slop, shut up. Give me a moment, chat. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I need to get dressed for the occasion. So, I'll be right back. Fellas. It's close to like, it's 15 till like 9 o'clock where I am right now. And I'm about to awaken in the dark hour. My friends, it's time to go. We're going dark mode now. We're going dark. I'm in my evil, degenerate dark mode now. I got the hoodie on and everything. This is the most serious, dark, evil conversation that we're about to have in a minute. And so, we got one more final video that we are going to be reacting to tonight. No. You're thinking of Evil Matthew Stewart. This is Evil Mode. Two entirely different things. So, we've got one more video that I have on the docket today. And it's, this one's, caught my attention because this is from, a new channel, that sort of popped up about a month ago and has been getting pretty good viewership, all things considered. I stumbled on to this video by, this guy named, Retrofish. He made a video called Retro Games Made Life Fun Again. And so, I think we know now, with how Sony is these days, and this video was made before, like, the PlayStation physical media thing happened. So yeah, this happened before, like, the PlayStation thing. In general, I think a lot of people have been having this sentiment, especially when the gaming isn't fun anymore, like grift, about just a lot of modern games just sort of feeling like blatant cash grabs are just not enticing, or just to monetize, or whatever reason it may be, may not be into modern gaming, or just gaming in general. But, so this guy started up a channel. This is his first video on the channel. He's made a few videos since then. And it got, like, a decent amount of viewership, 150,000 views. So, I'm sort of curious to see, like, what sort of takeaway we're going to get from this video. Is it going to be like, oh, modern games suck, or blah, 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 blah. Or, like, or is it going to be an actually pretty interesting, nuanced take on just retro gaming as a whole? So, without further ado, Retrofish. This is my final stop on this, generational tour. Give me something good to work with. And I've also got some more food with me here, too, to snack on. So that's how you know I'm a reactor. So, what do you have to say about retro gaming that makes life fun again for you? Let's freaking go. Mm-hmm. Wait. Oh my, I'm sorry. I didn't realize 30 seconds went by without actually having the audio on. Whoops. I'm not beating the bad streamer allegations. Let's start up again. My mistake, fellas.
So it's been it's been exactly 6 months since I set up my retro game nook at home. And this nook has been through different evolutions. It's been in different parts of the apartment, different layouts, different angles. At first I didn't know where to put this thing because I didn't want it to be the center of the living room. At least not at the beginning. Started off in the corner next to my regular desk so that I could just easily turn and just use it, play it. It was meant to not...
I mean, that's where I have, like, my TV is literally right next to my computer desk, so it's, like, not, like, tilted, but just, like, straight away. Makes it very easy for me, like, swap back and forth and, like, capture footage really easily.
Get in anyone's way, not annoy my wife, and then slowly it became like a virus. It just started creeping in and becoming more and more prevalent in the living room. The good news is my wife was down. She liked how nostalgic it looked. I mean,
wife. You always get yourself a wife or husband that is supportive of your hobbies.
She's kind of the reason it even looks good. She helped pick out the media cabinet, the rug. She did the cable management, the lighting. Like, without her, this would just be just another dude's nook. You know what I mean? I would probably...
The men only want one thing, Nook. Yeah, that should tell you everything. Yeah, I do love those minimalist rooms, though, where it's just nothing but just a chair, a PS4 TV, and, like, a pizza box somewhere. It's the simple things in life. You can tell he's retro because he has a Dreamcast. I do legitimately want to get a Dreamcast at some point. That's, like, the one Sega console that's just so otherworldly to me that I have to try out. Plus, I think they're working on a native Super Monkey Ball port for the console, which is pretty cool.
Probably just set something up on a cardboard box or like a plastic container, some bullshit like that. It would just be the most indifferent dude setup you can think of, because I'm really not into interior design or having that many things. But she's the reason it's a vibe. So I want to tell you more about why I even set this nook up and got...
This is why we love women. They can set us straight when it comes to decoration.
Back into retro games. But first, let me give you a quick tour of what I currently have. The very first thing I got was this Sega Dreamcast. This was the first console I ever owned as a kid back in like 2001.
Oh man, that's your first console? I mean, you must have been very limited with the library, considering that console only had like a 2-year lifespan. And yeah, that's really interesting to me. That's really interesting to me. Like, I never heard someone say, like, the Dreamcast was their first console. Especially with how poor of a reputation Sega had at the time. Which is, like, even though people liked the Dreamcast, it was too late. People wanted to get the PS2. And, of course, you know, the GameCube and Xbox. I mean, my first console was the GameCube, so I wasn't, like, that far off. But I had, like, a 5-year lifespan compared to, like, the 2 with the Dreamcast. So, you know, now you know why my channel's named Matthew's GameCube.
Dreamcast was already in a death spiral by then, and these things were cheap. So I just saved up a bunch of money from, like, odd jobs and birthday cash, and I got one, along with a few.
To be fair, yeah, the asking price at that point, you know, it's pretty easy to, like, accept that.
Games. The second console I got as part of this nook was the GameCube.
The GameCube, yeah. Well, wait. Hold on, did I hear that correctly? Hold on. As far as this, let me try again.
Tour of what I currently have. The very first thing I got was this Sega Dreamcast. This was the first console I ever owned as a kid back in like 2001.
Okay, so I didn't mishear correct. For some reason, I was thinking like, wait, was this the first console I got for this Nook? But like, yeah, that makes more sense then. I was like, did you not start playing video games at all until like you're adult? But no, that's fair dues.
With a few games. The second console I got as part of this nook was the GameCube. This was the second console I ever owned as a kid. I'm kind of just going back in time and recreating what I...
To be fair, there was a lot of Sega stuff that ended up coming to the GameCube and the Xbox as well. Less so the PS2. So the transition seemed... I imagine that would be pretty seamless.
And maybe a few months after I got both of them back in the day, they were both stolen from my house by a friend that used to come over and play the consoles. He loved it so much, he was like, you know what, let me just have this for myself. That's like a whole other...
You should dox that friend. Threaten his life by doxing him. That friend is like... That is diabolical. That is tragic. You think they have your back, but the next thing you know, your GameCube will be broken because your friend was obsessed with Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness to a point where there's wouldn't bring the GameCube back to you for the longest time, and when he did finally get back, it was broken. No, I'm not speaking from personal experience.
Story. The next thing I got here was the original Xbox. I found this at a...
So a lot of the stuff that I grew up with, because like I had the GameCube, the Xbox, and the PS2 when I was little. I grew up around that, like, the 6th generation quite a bit, and I really do have a fondness for that era. It feels like modern enough to be reflective of the games of today, but old enough to the point where it's just, you don't really see people making stuff like this as often anymore. Stealing a GameCube is a line that should never be crossed. 100%.
Game Expo. This was something I always wanted as a kid. This was just like one of the cooler consoles for me, along with the PS2. Got a bunch of the classics for that, including Halo and Jet Set Radio Future. And then I got the PS2, which I would say is the top console I wanted as a kid. I thought of stopping it there. I'm like,
I mean, it's sort of the top console period of that generation. I don't necessarily blame you.
Like, all right, I have the 4 major 6th gen, like early 2000s consoles. Maybe I just chill with these. But like I said, I had a virus at this point. Without getting too into it, back as a kid, my parents didn't approve of games that much. So I had to get creative when it came to games.
Is that really that common of an experience? Because, like, for me, it's like, my parents, more so my mom, were always very supportive of my gaming hobby. Like, they just wanted to, like, really see me happy. Apparently, I've heard a lot of, like, stories of, like, especially on, like, online or just people in general, where, like, they really wanted to, like, stop people from playing, or at the very least restrict access to video games very much, which was something I never really had to deal with. Like, is this, like, much more of a commonality than I think? I mean, I guess it should, considering, like, you know, the horror stories that I hear of, like, people back in the day being like, oh, video games are corrupting society and ruining children or whatever. I've heard that all before with, like, rock and roll music, rap music. It's a never-ending cycle of what's the current thing to blame things on. My parents never got me a console. Tragic. Video was a Sigma back in the day. What do you mean by that?
I would just experience games by going to Best Buy, like playing the demos, getting game demos off of discs from gaming magazines, or just go to a friend's house. So I kind of went on this journey collecting the consoles I always wanted but never had as a kid. The next thing I got was this Xbox 360. This was actually mine. I bought this in like 2008 when I first moved out when I was 18 years old.
We had an Xbox
This was the
360 as
console
well.
That, like, was the peak of console.
It feels like the last time Microsoft actually tried. It feels like once the Kinect hit, it was just like everything just sort of went downhill for them.
Gaming for me. Still got all my games.
So weird seeing like Halo 3 through like a CRT TV.
For it, including Halo 3. It's like one of my favorite games. Then I got the Sega Genesis. This is actually the second console I've ever played as a kid. First one was the...
Video games were a stigma back in the day. To an extent, they still kind of are. But like back then, it felt very taboo. But I think with this generation, like the 6th generation, that sort of mindsets fade away. We're just like, oh, the raddest nerds in the world are playing this hippity-hoppity video game stuff, dude. Where it's just like, oh no, I just play video games. I feel like the PS2 really marked that turning point. For the better, I would say.
NES, I don't have that yet, and I played this at a friend's house. It just blew my mind. One of the most memorable consoles for me, so I always wanted it, and I got it. And of course, I got Sonic the Hedgehog.
I did play the Genesis back in the day. It was at, I think, this summer school program, actually. We had the Sega Genesis hooked up to, like, a freaking TV in, like, the lunchroom and everything, and we'd play stuff like Sonic and Echo the Dolphin on it. Very liminal experiences that I really appreciated.
Was the first game I played. But I love a lot of games on this console. And then the most recent console I got was the N64. This is an absolute classic. Played this with a friend in middle school. Just so many fun 2-player games. Yeah, just have such amazing memories.
The N64 is basically the ultimate local multiplayer console. So fair dues. Anytime anyone wants to play Mario Party 3 with me, this is like immediate yes. Like that is the game I think of when I think of the N64, because like I freaking love Mario Party 3, dude. It's just an awesome multiplayer game. I had a weird double thing with games. My parents love games because I think they both grew up with it. However, they're now okay with me playing any games rated M and some PG. But I just think that's a sign that they raised you well. Not hooking you up on like Grand Theft Auto the second you come out of the womb.
memories with this console. I have like a love for cartridges. Like even though a ton of games I like were CD-based games back in the day, just because cartridges was like the first thing I was exposed to, it's like my vinyl records. I just want more cartridges, but they're not cheap, but I'm gonna get more. Okay.
Cartridges, I do like cartridges enough, but with discs, you know, that was the first thing I was exposed to. It's just they store more data. Stuff is generally going to run better on a disc. Cartridges, I feel like they feel more tactful in the hand, for sure. They're much less risky to like hold around compared to like flopping around a disc and stuff. So I get in terms of like the physical form factor, especially in the case like, especially since most cartridge games at the time never. What was it? Most cartridge-based games were just in like paper boxes, so you just gotta throw them out to begin with. And cartridges are just generally easier to protect than standalone discs, so I get that.
Okay, that's all the games and consoles I have currently. I'm gonna keep going. There's just so many more amazing games and consoles to get, but I want to talk to you about why I even started doing this in the first place. So after the Xbox 360, I kind of stopped gaming. Like, that was just the peak, having so many friends over, playing Halo 3, playing single-player games like Fallout 3. It was just an amazing machine. Then after that, you know the deal. You know what happens. Life just takes over. Like, we need to make money. We want to get other life experiences. You know, I started dating. I started going out more. Games was just something that just kind of sat there at home.
So, I think for me, that was the last tortilla chip, by the way. I think for me, it's just like gaming was never something I never really grew out of. More so, I just sort of like see it as more of a, you know, I'll play when I feel like it thing, and then I never do. For me, it's just like, especially around like the Wii U and 3DS era, where it's just like I wasn't really playing too much around that time, and then the Switch came out. And I still wasn't played super much, but I think I've more than before, just because Nintendo was back in the limelight. And then, you know, I think it was more so just a motivational thing, where it's just like, oh, I have to have a reason to play this right now, rather than just experiencing in the moment. And I think a lot of it, I think, just comes down to this freaking phone, man. Doom scrolling is so freaking easy on this thing. It's an instant dopamine rush compared to, like, actually preparing to set up and play a video game, where I think that was part of the problem on my end. It sort of stopped me from playing a lot more games than I'd like to, especially in the digital age where it feels we're so paralyzed for choice, because you look at a giant list of games just on your screen, and it's just like, I don't really want to play any of these. And so just find that intrinsic motivation to do that while doing other things in your life. It's very tricky. It's very tricky to balance.
I wanted to, for whatever reason, like start getting out of the house after spending a lifetime being a house cat. Maybe whatever I'm looking for is out there. You know, I had different jobs. I started a business. I had hobbies and pursuits and different friends. I just lived.
Started a business and like, oh, dude's built different. Okay, he's living life. He's living life. He escaped the gamer chud life to become a human being with dreams in America. You love to see it.
This whole non-game life after pretty much an entire childhood of mostly caring about video games. And it was cool. Like, I needed that perspective as a person to just do my own thing and get out there and, I guess, experience life. See what there is to do. What I realized over the years was I was just not that happy. I was constantly trying to achieve some level of financial security, get somewhere in my career. I was in this needy state, constantly trying to get the next thing. I love
so basically kind of like just putting so much expectations on yourself. Just the expectation to like please others or like be a functioning member of society more than actually caring about like what makes you happy. And like, yeah, I'm not gonna say like I've never been guilty of that myself, but just like, you know, if I was a people pleaser, I would have stopped playing video games a long time ago. Because like, you know, it was so uncool to like Nintendo during my high school years. Like those were the years the Wii U was around. But like, if I cared that much, I would have never got the console. I would have stopped playing it. So it's just like, I think you gotta look out for yourself and just focus on like what is that makes you happy. Not to say never get out of your comfort zone, not to say like you shouldn't focus on other things, not to say you shouldn't be a functioning member of society, but just in general, I just think having that perspective of like what do you hold to your heart, as long as you're not hurting anyone while doing it, that's something you should remain passionate about, especially when the world could be as cruel as it is sometimes. And anyone that tries to shame you for that, they're not people you really need in your life to begin with.
Cracking a beer. But beyond that, like, I didn't really do anything for childhood joy. And yeah, I got to a point where I was pretty stuck. I didn't even enjoy spending time alone. I didn't enjoy my own company. And then while on this trip to Japan with my wife,
it all circles back to Japan. It all circles back to once you realize the joys of Japan, everything becomes better for you. I can speak from experience. I was in Japan last year, and that was one of the highlights of my life. Going around like all the cities and like all sorts of the unique stuff there to play. I still gotta put together my vlog of that experience. It was really, really beautiful. Place Japan. It really is. It really is.
I came across an old Dreamcast in like a retro game shop in Tokyo. It just like activated something in me. And I was like, why can't I just get it back? Why can't I just resume this hobby? It's still something I wanted to do. I just sort of pushed it back because I'm like, well, I got to make money now and be a grown-up and an adult and like whatever.
And now you get to make money by being the best retro gaming YouTuber of all time. I'm telling you now.
Bullshit means. So I just thought, fuck it. I just found a Dreamcast and I got it. And along with that, I wanted like an era-appropriate TV. So I got this Sony Trinitron that I found in a vintage shop.
I do want to get myself a nice CRT TV someday. We got rid of ours like a long time ago. Especially for older consoles like this, especially as I become more wanting to focus more on retro gaming with how sick the industry does feel these days. I do want to give myself that sort of authentic feeling at some point.
Piece by piece, this thing came together. Like my wife brought in her old family VCR along with her VHS tapes. And we started collecting old movies and watching these tapes and doing like 90s movie nights. And it was all just so fun.
I mean, obviously when it comes to stuff like VHS stuff, like obviously you're not going to get the quality of something like a Blu-ray or something. But I don't know, looking at videos of like how VHS was with like the older quality and just what they played at the beginning and end of it, it almost felt like a very unique special theatrical experience that's just very, very rare to get these days. Because like with DVDs and Blu-rays, you gotta focus on like going through menus and everything to get what you want it to be. But like once the movie's over on VHS, which I find really, really neat.
Fun. It was like the most amount of fun I've had in years. I finally started learning how to enjoy just staying in and being with myself, because for years I would just be trying to go out. I like literally couldn't be at home. I would just constantly be hitting people up to hang out, to just be doing anything other than sitting with my own thoughts.
I mean, I was sort of the opposite. I like to think I'm much more introverted than I actually am. It was definitely a problem with like insecurities and relatability, especially in my high school years. But over time, I would say I've gotten better at that sort of thing, communicating with people, just talking with people about stuff like other than video games. Will still make it clear that I love the medium. That's never gonna go away. But yeah, in general, yeah, no. I think it's just good to find a balance, focusing on yourself as much as you care about like others. I think that's really important.
And having this retro game nook really helped me just stay in and actually have fun by myself. Like not be worrying what anybody else is doing or what's going on. Just actually feeling real joy and like reconnecting with childhood interests at home, not needing anything else, not even needing that many games really. Just starting with classics I missed from when I was a kid. It wasn't that fun.
That's another thing too. I feel like we get so bombarded with trying to buy as many games as we possibly can that we sort of miss the forest for the trees, and we're just like, you know, we already have such a like the more I buy games, the less meaningful my collection sort of starts to feel, especially in the digital era. We're just like, oh, you have so many choices now. I'm just like, it's cool to have as many games as I do. I do want to play most of them eventually, but I'm just like, do I really, how much do I really value this? Compared to like, because when you have a smaller game collection, you tend to replay the same games over and over again, and we're very fond of them. Sonic Heroes is not a good game. It is not a good game. But I played it so much as a kid because that was one of the few games I had access to that, you know, I really enjoyed it back then. I think that play the games unironically, yeah, this is what happens when you are gamer-brained and not content-brained. That's the thing.
Formal, but like as a joke, I created like retro beer nights where I would just in advance pick a game I was gonna play and just like crack a couple of beers and just play the game. I know people watching this are like, bro just discovered staying in and having fun. Yeah, like I think that's how unhappy I was. I didn't even allow myself to have fun for a long time.
Yeah, again, it's the idea of being a people pleaser instead of like pleasing yourself at the end of the day. It's a tragedy I see a lot of people fall into. Instead of just focusing on what you hold to your heart. Like, if I went by what everyone was saying about me, I would have left YouTube a long time ago. But at the end of the day, I stick around because, you know, I value this medium so much. I want to share it with people, you know. And, you know, the right people are going to find you. And the people that genuinely care about you in your life, they're going to respect you for where you're at. And rather than, like, what they want you to be.
Like, for example, I loved Jet Set Radio on the Dreamcast as a kid. I beat it a couple of times. Always wanted to play Jet Set Radio Future. Didn't have enough money for
Thank goodness you're here. Okay, hop off the glaze, okay?
For an Xbox. And over the last few months, just been getting back into it. Like, there's just a certain magic to these early 2000s games. Like, they're offline. They're a bit more slow-paced. They're relaxing. They have unique art styles. They just feel different. I'm not one of those people that says, like, modern games all suck, and I only prefer older games and all that. It's
okay, he's one of the good ones. He is one of the good ones, baby! Oh my god, one of the good ones. Oh my, I cannot believe. We might have actually found a retro gem. We might have found a retro gem, guys. Guys, I can appreciate the good stuff from the old and the good stuff from the new. Now, granted, are there a lot of things in, like, the older era that I do kind of miss in, like, the newer era? Sure, that was when games were lower budget. You know, things were a bit more experimental back then. But at the end of the day, you know, if I see a game as good as Balatro, I'm going to tell everyone to play as much as possible. Balatro was, like, so freaking good. It's one of the best games I've ever played. I was never into roguelikes before I played Balatro, and it's such an addicting game. Just trying to get, like, the best scores possible with your poker hands. It's the perfect mix of luck and strategy that just instantly manages to hook me. I don't think I need to tell you to play Balatro because odds are most people already have, but, like, that game is actually magic when I have them in the hands. You can absolutely get good modern experiences. But yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, enjoying, like, this older stuff and, like, feeling nostalgic for it, as long as you are self-aware enough to know that, you know, you're not living in the best era. That is a fallacy that people have fallen for generations that I refuse to be a part of.
It's more like I missed out on this stuff, and a lot of these games held up. Like, they're still really well made, well designed, fun to play. There's no, like, microtransactions. They're just so immersive. Oh, there's a cat up there. I got deep into the Ratchet and Clank series. Like,
hello, cat. I better get the name of that cat soon. I need to know all about your life.
It was probably my top game as a kid that I wanted. I'd go to Best Buy and just play this game nonstop until the staff just felt sorry for me.
Are the Ratchet and Clank games really that good? Because, like, my brother played Ratchet Deadlocked back in the day. I don't think he played any of that. I don't remember much about, like, Ratchet Clank back in the day. I have the PS4 version. I think they gave it away for free during, like, COVID or something. But I know a lot of people really like the series. But, like, between that, Sly Cooper, Jak and Daxter, those are, like, the big three, like, mascot things from PlayStation at the time. And now we have Zero. I take it back. Retro games are better.
and now I've been playing it on PS2. It's just whimsy as fuck. The music's amazing. The art style is amazing. The gameplay is still fun. Even for the Dreamcast, I got games that I've never played before. Like, I got Jet Set Radio just as a nostalgic thing, but I also got Sonic Adventure 2.
The original Sonic Adventure 2, okay, because I grew up with the GameCube version, and that one had such like a bombing multiplayer mode. I like, has that game aged like milk, kinda, but it's like, it's the type of milk that I could sip any day. I'm gonna get sick from it, but it's gonna be the best sickness of my life. Just in terms of story, characterization, level design, the Chowgar multiplayer, just... This doesn't feel like a game that you could make again in the modern day, but I'm so glad it happened.
Which never had a chance to play. Played it as a demo.
Yeah, it's a, when you look at like these models, like obviously that's a PNG of like the city from down there, but it's much easier to mask on like a CRT compared to like playing through like Steam, like most people typically will. It's a really nice effect. It's like how a lot of like SNES games, like Super Mario RPG, now, it doesn't really look that great on like a modern display with how crunchy it is with the pixels. But then you put it on a CRT, and all of a sudden, those pixels are all smoothed out. And it's really nice looking. Doesn't really matter that much since the Switch remake is fantastic, but regardless, there's a charm to the original that, you know, can't really be replicated.
Played that opening city level so many times, but that's it, and it's great. So yeah, retro beer nights have been a hit. I did the same thing with my nostalgic PC gaming nook.
Oh man, okay, I didn't grow up with like I grew up with Windows XP. I play like the Toy Story like activity centers and learning centers and all the time. Those little like animated storybooks, like Stella Luna, for example, like, you know, there was a really nice simplicity to it, whereas like these days it's just a lot of stuff is like very like, it doesn't feel as purposeful. I will say that much. Where it just feels like, oh, we're just making a product for like little children, so who cares? But like, there were lots of really nice interactive stuff back in the day. The Humongous Entertainment games are like perfect examples, like Putt Putt, Pajama Sam. I played a lot of Sockworks in particular. Stuff that, like, a lot of the PC gaming space, at least outside the indie space anyway, you aren't really going to see that much. I mean, Cocomelon, obviously, but I'm talking more so about video games in general. Whether it be, you know, old Disney games or, like, learning books. Lots of really purposeful, neat, one-done stuff like that, compared to, like, the infinite stream of, like, just nonsense that just parades like kids apps or just leapfrog and everything. Yeah, a lot of this stuff felt very personable, and I spent a lot of time with like the Toy Story stuff in particular back in the day. I spent so much time playing that suitcase game in like the Toy Story 2 like activity center. It was insane.
But that's going to be for another video. The thing with playing these older games, whether it's a 90s game or a 2000s game, is they're slower, they're more meditative, they're more intentional, and I feel myself becoming more patient playing them. Like when I started out with Luigi's Mansion, yeah, my brain was kind of mashed potatoes.
Where do I go?
And at first it was kind of slow, and I'm like, I just want to smash some Koopas, and it was not like a regular Mario game, but the more I played it, the more I got into it.
That's an interesting point to make about being patient with these games. Because, like, I played Luigi's Mansion for the first time on NSO when it dropped last year. And, like, it's fine. I didn't really like the game that much. For me, it was just like, oh, if you don't go this very specific path, you're going to end up going in circles for a lot of the time. I feel like we sort of lost our sense of patience, which as adults, you know, it makes sense, you know, at some point you just want to beat the game because you got other stuff to do. But considering how long these games can last for, like, young children, I can imagine that you'd probably spend a lot of time just going around these areas and just tinkering around until you find, like, the one thing that works. And I feel like that's something I could maybe use a bit more of in the modern day. Maybe you could argue that's a design flaw, but, like, I think it really just depends on, like, the person and your priorities. And trying me a game at its level is always much easier said than done. But, like, that is a very good way to describe Luigi's Mansion as a game, honestly, when you're putting it in that context.
because it's just so immersive. Like, it's something I gotta slow
Back when yellow paint didn't exist. Look, I don't need yellow paint, okay? I don't need Ocarina of Time. Do not look at my Ocarina of Time playthrough. I do not need yellow paint, okay?
down and figure out and really get into. And like, I feel myself more relaxed after I play it. I feel like that childhood imagination reactivating that I guess has been dormant for many years. And like I said, modern games are still fun. Like, I do have a PS5. It was a gift from my brother a few years ago. So that's like my only connection to modern gaming. And it's got some great games.
Interesting that it has a PlayStation Portal. Since that's like based on the cloud and something. Considering you seem to prefer gaming alone, I'm surprised you don't just play on the TV. Unless you just move the flat screen somewhere else, but like, very bizarre. Very bizarre.
But I still play the older games more. There's just something about them that just takes me back to that time, restabilizes my nervous system. The other thing is, these older consoles are very social gaming heavy. Like, they were designed to be played with others.
Yeah, that's something I really miss too. Local
Like, split
multiplayer just
screen
isn't
was the standard,
as
and now that's
prioritized these
been
days.
disappearing. And so when my brother came over to visit, we just got into like 2-player games. Did some split screen Mario Kart. We did split screen GoldenEye. Some Halo multiplayer. Some Halo co-op. It was probably like the most fun I've had gaming in years.
And let me tell you, at the church I used to go to way back in the day, when there was like nothing going on, because it was this church owned by like the family of a friend, and like whenever we were just like, the church was like, you know, abandoned and like, you know, other people were doing other things, me and like a bunch of friends, I have this vivid memory, me and a bunch of like friends at the time, I was watching like an entire group of like my own friends and my brother's friends, and they would just play like Halo 2 on like the CRT and everything. That's such a vivid memory for me. Like, I would go to my friend's house, like they'd play like Star Wars Battlefront as well. Like, those are the moments that are just so rare these days that it's just like, when you see them, you really appreciate them. But like, for CRTs and projectors, it just hits different, man. It just hits different. I always love seeing this type of stuff whenever I'm at, like, you know, game conventions. Literally, when I was at Game on Expo earlier this year, I got to see Mario Kart Double Dash land play for the first time and participating myself, and it was just like, this is one of the coolest experiences I've ever had playing a video game. Like, I've missed this dearly.
Just like sitting on the couch, crushing beers, trying to get through Halo on Legendary, racing these little carts around, getting to see a person under 30 years old struggle with the GoldenEye controls. It was all just so much fun. I feel like in some ways more fun than I've had with modern games. So yeah, overall, this Nook is about joy. So there's a lot more to go through, a lot more stuff to get. And then once you get into PC, that's even more stuff to do. I even got a bunch of my old handheld devices. Like, I got my old Nintendo DS. I managed to get a PSP because I used to have one back in the day. My wife has her old Game Boy here. It's just cool having these old nostalgic devices and media in one place. So that's it. If you ever thought of doing something like this, I'd say start small.
Feeling.
Like, you don't need to do a whole ass retro Nook. You can just get one like janky, cheap little cabinet. Get whatever CRT TV you can find, whatever your favorite console from back in the day is, 1 or 2 games, and it's just something you play on a break, and it's like weirdly soothing.
That's another thing too. Like, we don't always have to be like in the mindset of like, oh, I'm gonna get into retro gaming, I'm gonna buy like every single console, get advice of like, oh, what should I get, what should I get, what should I get. Just focus on what you like, and even if it's small, you know, what you get, you know, you'll still value because it's a meaningful experience. Like, if anything, I argue the smaller collection you have, I mentioned this earlier, the more meaningful of an attachment you're gonna have to the games. And you might open yourself up to a nice experience that you wouldn't have had otherwise if there was like your 500th game you've played compared to like the 4th. But that's my mindset on that. Obviously, you know, I have a big collection of games. But regardless, it's a good feeling. It's a nice feeling to like keep it, you know, it makes it feel much more personal is what I'm trying to say.
Like, if I'm in a crusty mood or I'm sad, and then I just play like 30 minutes of an old game, it's like immediate medication. And that's like before I had the beer. Conan, do you like the TV?
So that's the name, Conan. Based off Conan O'Brien, you know, even more based. Can we look at that cat while we wrap this up? Can we see that cat again? Nice. You love to see that, Cat. You love to see it. Like, overall, even just 30 minutes, you know, honestly, that's enough to make me feel better and more refreshed than other experiences in life. You know, even when my mind's surfing off to other things, you know, just play a game. Like, I need to play video games again. I need to play more video games again, man. I've had enough of people yapping about hyping up games that aren't real while downplaying everything else. Oh my, okay, Retrofish, my man, you have done us a service. You have done a service. Keeping things as... It's so refreshing to see, like, a person who's a big fan of retro gaming that isn't gonna be a doom and gloomer about the industry. I was tempted at some point because of, like, how... to make, like, a rant video about, like, physical games and, like, Sony and everything. And I do have a discussion video coming out in the next couple of days about that, specifically. If I turn this video into a highlight, that video will already be up. But, like, you know, even though I am in evil mode, Retrofish, you managed to spark some joy in me, which is more than I could say about most people in life. Just the beauty of this older era of games that I cherish so freaking much, without being an elitist about it, while making it clear why games are just so special to, like, meditate to and just, you know, find comfort and solace in when it feels like, you know, we're trying to focus on pleasing others or focus on the world around us. It's just nice to just have a moment playing a game, especially when you aren't paralyzed by choice. Just... Dude, I gotta freaking play Rhythm Heaven Groove after I'm done with this stream. Overall, my man, you get the like, you get the subscribe, the notifications are on. In fact, let me see here. Okay, he doesn't have a channel membership thing. I would have 100% start a channel membership for you specifically. So let's take a quick look at the comments, and then we're going to wrap up tonight. There's nothing quite like turning on a console and it just starts. No updates, no charging controllers, no subscriptions, no passes, no lobby. Just a game. Real and true. Millennials are so self-aware, learning that the little person inside never really grows up, but life just grew up around them. Keep tearing that. Honestly, I think that inside every adult is the heart of a child. We just gradually convince ourselves that we have to act like an adult. Mr. Miyamoto, and you all hated him because sticker star bad. I can't believe this. Your wife is a keeper if she's willing to support what makes you happy. Keep her as long as possible. Invite her into your gaming sessions. Play Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer with her. Love your frankness towards the whole thing. No big collection or crazy rarities. Just a guy trying to play it. It's very refreshing. It feels very refreshing to see someone who's like, not like, oh, I'm here to make retro gaming my whole personality. No, just having what's meaningful to you. That's something I try to focus on as well. Granted, I have a bigger collection than I think most people will ever have. And I might sell some of it at some point, but just, it's refreshing to have it, like, kept very simple and pure and just, you know, focusing on, like, the stuff that really holds the most value to you, the stuff that you want to come back to again and again and again. Thanks, man. This guy seems too not... I'm not an alcoholic by any means, but I would have a beer with this guy. I would have a beer with this guy any day of the week. My husband told me to enjoy summer like a kid, so we went to the beach and flew kites, set up one of those tents, played travel games, read books, did played my Game Boy, collected shells, and pulled out a film camera and took some pics. Then we went to a late night movie at the cinema. The next day, back at the beach, played soccer and spilt a small watermelon. We went home and had a 1980s movie night, watched The Last Starfighter, and decided to look up similar 80s and 90s movies. We ate popcorn and healthier candies and stayed up past 3 a.m. It was so much fun. Like we've been together for 15 years and we are best friends, but doing kid stuff together was new and nostalgic. We found a TV and an old Xbox at the Goodwill to play too. Now we are enjoying Halo together like we did when we were in college visiting my parents at winter break. Neither of us uses X, TikTok, Facebook, or WhatsApp. We barely text. We have high-stress jobs, but this mindset of summer like a kid is making time off feel amazing. 10 out of 10. Recommend all this. See, guys, this is the life that you could be living if you just get off Twitter. But Matthew, this guy, I don't care. Get off Twitter. You'll be glad you did. You will be glad you did. Trust me on that. This comment section is so freaking wholesome, dude. Kind of weird how the trend 5-6 years ago before COVID was minimalism, with people throwing out everything and saying you should go out more because life's just too short to stay at home. Now it's kind of the opposite, where people are buying a lot of stuff, especially retro stuff, to enjoy staying at home more often because going out feels too much like a hassle and kind of overrated. It's all circular. What was not cool before is cool again. Everyone was dogging on Sonic in the 2010s, but then things turned around to the correct timeline and they realized, yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog is just really freaking cool. I know, having stuff that means something to you adds so much texture to your day-to-day life, though. Once you optimize your space, going out becomes a tough sell because unless it's some special occasion. That's how I feel, honestly. It's very weird to leave the comforts of my own home sometimes. I could live the remainder of my life with just games from my childhood and games from that period that I missed out on. I'm at that point too, honestly. Or if it's a sweetie, I'll make it look good and organized so you both can enjoy it. It doesn't annoy her. It's really nice. It's really nice. Cartridges are like my vinyl records. It's a perfect way to describe that feeling. I totally get what you mean. Holding a for Genesis cartridge in my hand, it feels so nostalgic like coming home after a long trip. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does. It's nostalgic to the right type of person. I'm more so just the matter of, like, it does feel surreal to me, considering that was from before a time that I was regularly playing games. So for me, it's like just the boxes in general. But cartridges are still cool in their own right. Repo all my whole consoles together in a little nook, small old CRT TV. There with my friends, come over, we little sit there and play together, just like we were when kids. And by the end of it, we're all happy for. I'm happy for you. Retro beer nights, yeah, I love it. A simple concept that's been under my nose all along while I drank in loud venues I didn't want to be at. I don't want to be at loud venues that much either. Unless I'm going to a concert, that's just not my style. Turn back and retro gaming has made my life so much better and a peace of mind. Reliving my teen years all over again, back when games were... Okay. Alright, you're doing too much there. This definitely helped me slow down. These were made before the TikTok brain era. Again, you're trying too much. That's the coolest PS5 I've ever seen. I did like the color scheme on that. Happy for you and your wife. I went through a very similar experience you described. Becoming an adult, repressed my inner child further and further, couldn't give up gaming. Fast forward 20 years, and my wife and I were at a garage sale and saw on N64 a bunch of games. The neurons it activated set off a chain reaction. Turns out we had both loved video games as a kid, but both left it behind as childish and had never spoken of it to each other. Now it's our favorite hobby, and we can't wait to share it with our children. Take care of your inner child. Always make time to lose yourself in play. Self is mostly an illusion. Our ego creates as a survival mechanic, shaped by our environment and genetics. It's not a bad thing. It's necessary to become an adult, but to completely identify with it risks losing touch with the pure joy and wonder of your true self. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I am right there with you. Don't get on Blue Sky either. I do have Blue Sky, but, like, I don't follow anyone on there. I just use it to promote my work and then, like, put it away. The only account I follow on there is one that reposts that clip from Toy Story 2 where Al is complaining about having to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way to work! And it's reposted every Saturday. That's all you need. That's all you need. I recently completed my man cave, which includes, among other things, my retro console collection. It's not as big as yours, but you are for sure reading my mail. I often feel embarrassed to say I'm a retro gamer, especially as I'm over 60, but your videos really inspired me. Gaming is for everyone, regardless of age, man. I too have a supportive wife who only wants to see me happy, so I have my PS1, PS2, Wii, Nintendo Flashback, Atari Flashback, Steam Deck, Switch, and a collection of handhelds, which includes the PS Portable 3000 and many handhelds bought online that are preloaded with retro games. I saw another video from a YouTuber called Technomone, and he spoke of his man cave and said that people ask, what is the point of all this retro equipment? His reply is, it's a hobby. If it had a point, it wouldn't be a hobby, it would be work. I think this sums it up totally. isn't it just nice to hear people just talk about their personal stories with like wholesome Chungus 100 Keanu Reddit gaming? It really is nice. Love this. Simplicity is the grace elegance. Retro gaming does not need to be a room full of tacky gaming items. Hope you release more of these videos. I hope you do too. I see a few of your videos in your subscriptions. I got a lot to catch up on. I spent my 20s going out, dating, working in bands. I didn't play video games for about 8 years. Then I wanted to rediscover my childhood and got a PS1 2 again. And instead of that, I got a PS4 Pro and essentially got all my childhood games. Ratchet & Clank, Shadow of the Colossus, Resident Evil 2, Metal Gear Solid 5, Gran Turismo 7, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, Final Fantasy VII, Doom Eternal. These games are all so fun, so cheap, I feel spoiled. See, that's the beauty of physical games. Because Sony cannot hike up the price whenever they want. Suffer! A man of the people. This is a good case for remakes and remasters. There are a lot of people who missed out on classics years ago and can now play upgrade versions of those games for the first time. Nothing wrong with playing the originals either, but I never understood why some people have a negative view of remasters and remakes. I think it just depends on the intent of some of these remakes. Where it's just like, do they feel inferior to the original? How much do they change so it's not really like the authentic experience? But either way, I could go either way on that. Either way, Retrofish, I hope you live the best life that you possibly can. And yes, you all better do your service and subscribe to this man. Get him to 10K. Get him to 10K today. Do yourselves a service. Go and subscribe to this man. This is this is one of the best videos I've watched in a minute. You're doing yourself a really nice service. In a way, just talk about the beauty of retro gaming. No sort of elitism. Reminding people just enjoy video games, enjoy the beauty of discovery, focusing on like what you really value over trying to be performative about it, and most importantly, actually playing games rather than hyping up ones that don't exist. Guys, Retrofish W. Oh, I will dine with you with the finest of orange chicken someday soon, my man. I hope we will be in touch. All right, well, it's been 6.5. This is the longest I have ever done a stream in my entire life. I don't know when or if I will do a stream this long again. I did not prepare myself to be like so... I did not expect some of those reactions to get as long as they were, because, my gosh, the SwooceForce one was diabolical. I can't believe he said some of the stuff he said in it. Future reaction streams like this, I'm going to try to keep them more smaller, focus on shorter videos like this. Maybe it's make the pool smaller of like what it is we talk about on a stream. But I think that's going to be it for streams this week. I might do one later in the week. I don't know. But, yeah, I would say, as far as what's coming up next on this channel, the next video is going to come out in the next few days. We're going to be talking about, which I guess this fits well with the topic we just talked about, just talking about why physical media still matters. I recorded it with my friend Aqua Twist. That should be coming out probably on like Thursday or Friday. We'll see. It just depends how long it will take to edit. Probably on Friday. And then we'll just go from there. With that being said, you could finally go to sleep. Get some good sleep, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go lay down now. It's been a 6.5 hour long stream. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just a chronic yapper, aren't I? This is just my destiny. And yeah, but I'll see you once we return out of the dark into the light very soon. In Villager persona or otherwise. Either way, as long as it makes you happy and harms no one. Alright, well, dang it. I was about to show up at SwooceForce's house and tell him off personally. Don't take that literal. But yeah, with that being said, I'm going to get going now. We'll be back with more stuff eventually. But in the meantime, take care of yourselves. God bless, and have a good one. Bye-bye. Also, Pride Month is over. I'm not gay Matthew, okay? After Pride Month, all gays must return to Mother Earth. All right? Don't take that the wrong way, all right? Bye-bye.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.